Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The headlights of my old Chevy flickered, casting an eerie glow on the empty highway stretching endlessly before me. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, willing the car to keep going. Just a few more miles, I thought. But fate had other plans. With a sputter and a wheeze, my faithful companion of 5 years gave up the ghost. The engine died, and I coasted to a stop on the shoulder, darkness enveloping me like a shroud. No, 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 I muttered, turning the key desperately. The engine whined but refused to turn over. I slumped back in my seat, the reality of my situation sinking in. Here I was, Sarah Coleman, 28 years old, stranded on a deserted stretch of Highway 41 at, I glanced at my watch, 11:43 p.m. I reached for my phone, my lifeline in this modern world. The signal bars mocked me. One measly bar flickered in and out. I dialed 911 anyway, praying it would go through. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's voice crackled through the static. My car broke down on Highway 41, I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. I'm alone and it's dark. Can you send someone? Can you give me your exact location, ma'am? I squinted at the darkness outside, looking for any landmarks. I'm not sure. The last sign I saw was for Millbrook about 20 minutes ago. All right, I'll dispatch a patrol car to search the area. It might take a while. Can you stay with your vehicle? Yes, I replied, my mouth dry. How long do you think it'll be? Given your location, it could be up to an hour. Is there anyone you can call to wait with you? I thought of my empty apartment, of the friends I'd left behind when I moved for this job. No, there's no one. After hanging up, I sat in silence, the weight of my solitude pressing down on me. The occasional whoosh of a passing car on the opposite side of the highway only emphasized how alone I was on this side. I rolled down the window a crack, letting in the cool night air. The chirping of crickets and the rustle of wind through the tall grass lining the road provided an unsettling soundtrack to my vigil. A flicker of light in my rearview mirror caught my attention. Headlights approached from behind, growing larger. Hope surged through me. Maybe it was the patrol car, earlier than expected. The vehicle slowed as it neared, and I squinted against the glare. It wasn't a patrol car, but an old pickup truck. It crawled past me, going well below the speed limit. I couldn't make out the driver through the tinted windows, but I felt a prickle of unease as it passed. Just being careful, I murmured to myself, probably checking if I need help. But the truck didn't stop. It continued down the highway, its red taillights disappearing into the distance. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The minutes ticked by with agonizing slowness. I alternated between checking my phone, still barely any signal, and scanning the road for any signs of the promised patrol car. Headlights appeared in my rearview mirror again. My heart leapt, then immediately sank as I recognized the shape of the pickup truck. It was coming back. Just like before, it slowed as it approached my car. This time, it came to a complete stop about 50 feet behind me. The headlights stayed on, illuminating my car in harsh white light. I sat perfectly still, my hands clenched in my lap. Why weren't they pulling up beside me? Why just sit there? Long seconds stretched into minutes. The truck didn't move. I couldn't see any movement inside it either. Just those headlights, pinning me in place like a butterfly on display. My breathing quickened. Should I get out? Wave them off? The doors were locked, but suddenly the car felt like a trap rather than a shelter. After what felt like an eternity, the truck's engine revved. It pulled out, swinging wide around my car. As it passed, I caught a glimpse of the driver. A dark silhouette, head turned towards me. I couldn't make out a face. The truck accelerated away, leaving me in darkness once more. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. It's nothing, I said aloud, trying to convince myself. They were just checking on you, twice. Without stopping to ask if you need help. Totally normal. I laughed nervously, the sound too loud in the quiet car. I glanced at my watch again. Only 20 minutes had passed since I'd called 911. It felt like hours. I tried to distract myself by rummaging through my purse, gum wrappers, loose change, an old pack of tissues. My fingers brushed against something cold and metallic, the pepper spray my dad had insisted I carry. I pulled it out, holding it tightly. A new sound cut through the night, a low, steady hum. I looked up, hope and dread warring in my chest. Headlights again, but not the patrol car. The pickup truck was back. This time, it pulled up right behind me, so close I couldn't see its license plate. The headlights bored into my rearview mirror, filling my car with harsh light. I squinted, trying to see the driver, but could only make out a dark shape. My fingers tightened around the pepper spray. What did they want? Why didn't they say anything? The driver's door opened. I held my breath, my entire body tense. A foot appeared on the running board, then a leg. The driver was getting out. I fumbled for my phone with shaking hands. No signal. The one bar was gone. The dark figure emerged fully from the truck. Tall, broad-shouldered, definitely a man. He stood there for a moment, half illuminated by his own headlights. Then he started walking towards my car. My mind raced. Should I drive? The engine was dead, but maybe if I let it roll? No, the highway was too flat. I'd never build up enough speed. The man was halfway to my car now. I couldn't see his face, couldn't tell if he was looking at me, but I felt his attention like a physical weight. 10 feet away. 5. He stopped right beside my driver's side window. I clutched the pepper spray, my thumb on the button. My other hand was poised over the car horn. If he tried anything, I'd spray him and lean on the horn. Somebody would hear. Somebody had to hear. We sat in tableau for a long moment, me rigid in my seat, him looming outside my window. I waited for him to speak, to try the door handle, to do something. Instead, he simply stood there, watching, waiting. A single bead of sweat rolled down my back. Then, slowly, he raised his hand. I tensed, ready to spray. He knocked on the window. 2 sharp raps. "Everything okay in there, miss?" His voice was surprisingly normal, gruff, but not menacing. I blinked, thrown off balance. Yes, I managed to say, loud enough to be heard through the glass. My car broke down. I'm waiting for a tow. He nodded, stepping back slightly. Now that he wasn't blocking the light, I could see him better. An older man, maybe in his 60s, with a weathered face and a trucker's cap. "I saw you sitting here earlier," he said. "Thought I'd check to make sure you were all right. It can be dangerous being stranded out here alone." The adrenaline that had been coursing through me started to ebb, leaving me feeling slightly foolish. Of course, he was just being a good Samaritan. I'd let my imagination run wild. "Thank you," I said, managing a weak smile. "I appreciate you checking. The police should be here soon." He nodded again. Good. Well, I'll just wait here with you until they arrive, if that's all right. Don't want to leave you alone out here." Before I could respond, a new set of headlights appeared on the horizon. As they drew closer, I saw the welcome sight of a patrol car's light bar. The old man turned to look, then back at me. "Looks like your ride's here. You take care now, miss." He walked back to his truck as the patrol car pulled up. As an officer stepped out, the pickup truck pulled away, disappearing into the night. I rolled down my window as the officer approached. "Are you Sarah Coleman?" he asked. "Yes," I replied, relief washing over me. "Thank you for coming." As the officer called for a tow truck, I glanced in the direction the pickup had gone. Had I overreacted? Maybe. But as I thought back to those long minutes of uncertainty, the way the truck had circled back again and again, I couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. In the end, I'd never know for sure if the old man had simply been a concerned citizen or if his intentions had been less benign. But one thing was certain, I'd never look at a deserted highway the same way again. As I climbed into the patrol car to wait for the tow truck, I made a mental note to get my car checked out as soon as possible. And maybe, just maybe, to reconsider that job offer in the city. Suddenly, dealing with traffic jams didn't seem so bad after all. The creak of the barn door echoed through the still night air, a sound as familiar to me as my own heartbeat. But tonight, it sent a chill down my spine. Something wasn't right on the farm, and at 73 years old, I'd learned to trust my instincts. I'm John Hawkins, and this land has been in my family for 4 generations. I've seen drought, flood, and everything in between. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that moonless night in October. The day had been like any other. I'd tended to the crops, fed the animals, and settled in for a quiet evening with my dog, Old Blue. But as the clock struck midnight, a series of strange noises jolted me from my light sleep. At first, I tried to dismiss it. Old farms make all sorts of noises, especially on windy nights. But this was different. There was a rhythm to it, almost purposeful, and it was coming from the barn. I sat up in bed, my joints protesting the sudden movement. Old Blue lifted his head, his ears perked. He heard it too. "What do you think, boy?" I murmured, reaching for my glasses. "Should we check it out?" Old Blue's tail thumped against the bed in response. At least I wouldn't be facing whatever it was alone. I slipped on my boots and grabbed the flashlight from my nightstand. Its weight was reassuring in my hand, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it might not be enough. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I made my way downstairs, Old Blue padding quietly behind me. The noises from the barn grew louder, more distinct. There was a clanging, like metal on metal, and then a thud that made me jump. I paused at the back door, my hand on the knob. Part of me wanted to go back to bed, to pull the covers over my head and pretend this was all a bad dream. But I knew I couldn't. This was my land, my responsibility. The cool night air hit me as I stepped outside. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, leaving the farm shrouded in darkness. My flashlight cut a weak path through the gloom as I made my way toward the barn. Old Blue growled low in his throat, the hair on his back standing up. "Easy, boy," I whispered, though my own heart was racing. As we neared the barn, the noises suddenly stopped. The silence was almost worse than the sounds had been. It felt expectant, like the whole world was holding its breath. I reached for the barn door, my hand trembling slightly. With a deep breath, I pulled it open. The familiar smell of hay and animals washed over me. But there was something else too. Something off. I swept my flashlight around the interior, taking in the familiar sight of stalls and farm equipment. Everything looked normal, and yet, my eyes landed on my old tractor. It had been moved, pulled out from its usual spot in the corner. Tools were scattered around it, glinting in the flashlight's beam. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the vast space. "Is anyone there?" No answer, but I could have sworn I heard a shuffling sound from the back of the barn. Old Blue whined, pressing against my leg. I reached down to pat his head, as much for my comfort as his. I took a few steps further in, my flashlight beam dancing across the walls. That's when I noticed the footprints. They weren't mine. These were larger, and the tread pattern was unfamiliar. They led deeper into the barn, toward the back where we stored hay bales. My throat went dry. Someone had been here, maybe still was here. I should go back, call the sheriff. But curiosity, or maybe stubbornness, propelled me forward. I followed the footprints, my heart pounding so loud I was sure it would give me away. Old Blue stayed close, his warm presence a small comfort. As we neared the back of the barn, I heard it, breathing, soft, but unmistakable. Someone was hiding behind the stack of hay bales. I stopped, my flashlight trained on the spot. I know you're there, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Come on out now, and we can talk about this. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a figure emerged from behind the hay. My flashlight illuminated a young man, barely more than a boy, really. His clothes were ragged, his face smudged with dirt. He squinted against the light, holding up a hand to shield his eyes. Please, he said, his voice hoarse. I didn't take anything. I just needed a place to sleep. I lowered the flashlight slightly, taking in his appearance. He was thin, too thin, with a haunted look in his eyes that spoke of hard times. What's your name, son? I asked, my initial fear giving way to concern. Michael, he replied, still tense, ready to bolt at any moment. I nodded, considering. This wasn't the first time I'd found someone seeking shelter in the barn, though it had been years. Times were tough all over. Are you hungry, Michael? He hesitated, then nodded almost imperceptibly. I sighed, feeling the weight of my years. Come on up to the house. We'll get you something to eat, and you can tell me your story. Michael's eyes widened in surprise. You're not calling the police? Not unless you give me a reason to, I replied. Now come on. It's too cold to stand around jawing all night. As we walked back to the house, Old Blue trotting ahead, I couldn't help but reflect on the night's events. The fear I'd felt, the certainty that something sinister was afoot. It all seemed a bit foolish now. But then, as Michael stepped into the light of the back porch, I saw something that made me pause. There, peeking out from under his sleeve, was a tattoo. A symbol I recognized from news reports about a string of burglaries in the area. Our eyes met, and I saw the moment he realized I'd noticed. Tension crackled in the air between us. I had a choice to make. This boy was clearly mixed up in something bad, but he was also just a kid, hungry, scared, and alone. Let's get you that food, I said finally, opening the door. And then we're going to have a long talk about the choices you've been making. Michael hesitated for a moment, then nodded, relief and trepidation warring on his face. As I ushered him inside, I knew the night was far from over. There would be difficult conversations ahead, maybe even a call to the sheriff. But for now, there was hot food to be made and, perhaps, a lost soul to be guided back to the right path. The barn door creaked again as a gust of wind blew across the farm. But this time the sound didn't fill me with dread. Instead, it reminded me of all the stories these old buildings had seen. Stories of hardship, yes, but also of redemption and second chances. I closed the door behind us, shutting out the darkness. Whatever tomorrow might bring, tonight there would be warmth, food, and a chance for understanding. And sometimes, that's all it takes to change a life. As I watched Michael wolf down a plate of scrambled eggs and toast, I couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, the real intruder I'd confronted tonight wasn't in the barn at all. It was fear. Fear of the unknown, of change, of the world outside my familiar routines. By facing that fear, by choosing compassion over suspicion, I'd not only potentially changed this young man's life, but my own as well. The farm suddenly felt less like an isolated outpost and more like a beacon of hope in a troubled world. Old Blue settled at my feet, his watchful eyes never leaving Michael. In that moment, I realized that the intruder had given me something precious, a reminder that even at my age, there were still new experiences to be had, new lessons to be learned. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, I poured another cup of coffee and prepared for what promised to be a long and challenging conversation. But for the first time in years, I felt truly awake, truly alive. The night's adventure had started with a creaking barn door and inexplicable noises. It was ending with a chance to make a real difference in someone's life. And isn't that, after all, the greatest adventure of all? The harsh glare of fluorescent lights made the rest stop. Bathroom feel like an operating room, sterile and unforgiving. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to wash away the fatigue of 12 hours on the road. As I reached for a paper towel, I caught my reflection in the mirror. The bags under my eyes told a story of sleepless nights and endless miles. Little did I know, those tired eyes were about to witness something that would haunt me for years to come. My name is Alex, and this was supposed to be a simple road trip. My girlfriend Megan and I were driving cross-country to start our new life together in California. We'd been on the road for days, the monotony of highway lines and fast food stops blurring into a single, endless journey. It was just past midnight when we pulled into the rest stop. The parking lot was nearly empty, save for a few semi-trucks and a beat-up RV. Megan had been asleep for the last 100 miles, her head resting against the passenger window. "Hey," I said softly, gently shaking her shoulder. "We're stopping for a bit. You need anything?" She stirred, blinking owlishly in the harsh overhead lights of the car. Maybe some water and a snack." I nodded, grabbing my wallet from the center console. "I'll be right back. Lock the doors, okay?" She mumbled an affirmative, already drifting back to sleep. I watched her for a moment, a small smile playing on my lips. Even exhausted and rumpled from the long drive, she was beautiful. The night air was cool as I stepped out of the car, a welcome change from the stuffy interior. I stretched, feeling my spine pop in several places. The rest stop loomed before me, an oasis of light in the vast darkness of the surrounding desert. As I approached the building, I noticed a man leaning against the wall near the entrance. He was smoking a cigarette, the ember glowing bright in the darkness. Something about him made me uneasy. Maybe it was the way his eyes followed me as I walked past, or the too wide smile he gave me. "Evening," he said, his voice gravelly. I nodded in response, quickening my pace slightly. The sooner I got in and out, the better. The interior of the rest stop was bright and empty. My footsteps echoed on the linoleum as I made my way to the vending machines. I grabbed a couple of water bottles and some snacks, then headed for the bathroom. And that's where I found myself now, staring at my reflection and trying to shake off an inexplicable feeling of dread. I dried my hands and gathered our supplies, eager to get back to Megan and hit the road again. But as I pushed open the bathroom door, I nearly collided with someone. It was the man from outside. He stumbled back, apologizing profusely. "No worries," I muttered, trying to sidestep him, but he didn't move. Instead, he fixed me with that unsettling smile again. "Long drive ahead of you?" he asked. I nodded, not wanting to engage, but not wanting to be rude either. "Yeah, heading to California." "California," he repeated, as if tasting the word. "Long way from here, you traveling alone?" A chill ran down my spine. I thought of Megan, alone in the car. "No," I said firmly. "My girlfriend's waiting for me. We should get going." He held up his hands, still smiling. Of course. Drive safe now." I hurried past him, fighting the urge to look back. The cool night air hit me like a slap as I exited the building, and I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Our car sat where I'd left it, a familiar shape in the sea of unfamiliarity. As I approached, I saw Megan's silhouette through the window, her head still resting against the glass. I tapped on the window, not wanting to startle her. No response. She must have fallen into a deep sleep. I tried the handle. Locked, just as I'd asked her to do. Good girl. "Megan," I called, knocking a little louder. "I'm back. Can you unlock the door?" Still no movement from inside the car. Concern started to creep in, replacing the unease from earlier. I knocked harder, my knuckles rapping sharply against the glass. "Megan, wake up!" Nothing. My heart began to race. I pressed my face against the window, cupping my hands around my eyes to block out the glare from the overhead lights. The car was empty. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This wasn't possible. I'd only been gone for a few minutes. Where could she have gone? I ran back to the rest stop building, bursting through the doors. The man I'd encountered earlier was nowhere to be seen. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Is anyone here? I need help." Silence was my only answer. I sprinted to the women's restroom, ignoring the sign as I pushed open the door. "Megan," I called, my voice cracking. "Are you in here?" Each stall stood empty, mocking me with their silence. Back outside, I circled our car, looking for any sign of where Megan might have gone. That's when I noticed it. A small scrap of fabric caught on the door handle. I recognized it immediately. It was from the sweater Megan had been wearing. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a misunderstanding or a practical joke gone wrong. Something had happened to Megan. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers shaking as I dialed 911. "911, what's your emergency?" "My girlfriend," I gasped, struggling to keep my voice steady. "She's missing. We're at a rest stop on Highway 40, about 50 miles east of Flagstaff." I went inside for just a few minutes, and when I came back, she was gone. The dispatcher's voice was calm, a stark contrast to the panic coursing through me. "Sir, I need you to take a deep breath. Can you give me a description of your girlfriend?" I rattled off Megan's details. 5'6", long brown hair, green eyes, last seen wearing jeans and a blue sweater. As I spoke, my eyes scanned the parking lot, desperately hoping to see her walking back from somewhere. Anywhere. "We're dispatching officers to your location now," the dispatcher assured me. "They should be there within 20 minutes. In the meantime, don't touch anything in or around your vehicle. It could be important evidence." Evidence. The word hit me like a punch to the gut. This was real. This was happening. I paced the parking lot, my mind racing through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Had Megan left voluntarily? No, that was impossible. We were happy, excited about our new life together, and she wouldn't have left without her phone or purse, both still sitting in the car where she'd left them, which meant I couldn't bring myself to finish the thought. The minutes crawled by, each second an eternity. I kept expecting to wake up, to find this was all some horrible nightmare brought on by too many hours on the road and too much gas station coffee. But the wail of approaching sirens told me this was all too real. 2 police cruisers pulled into the parking lot, their lights painting the scene in alternating flashes of red and blue. As the officers approached, I found myself struggling to breathe. Saying it out loud would make it real. "Are you the one who called about a missing person?" one of the officers asked, his face a mask of professional concern. I nodded, swallowing hard. "My girlfriend, Megan. She was in the car when I went inside. When I came back, she was gone." The officer nodded, jotting notes in a small pad. "And you're sure she didn't just step out for some air?" "She would have told me," I insisted. "And her things are still in the car. Something's wrong. I know it." As the officers began their investigation, searching the area and questioning the few other people at the rest stop, I stood by helplessly. The man I'd seen earlier was nowhere to be found. Hours passed in a blur of questions, phone calls, and growing dread. As the first light of dawn began to streak the sky, the harsh reality began to set in. Megan was gone, vanished into the night as if she'd never existed. The rest stop, once just another anonymous waypoint on our journey, had become the centerpiece of a nightmare. Every shadow held a potential clue, every stranger a possible suspect. As I watched the sun rise over the desert, casting long shadows across the empty parking lot, I was struck by a chilling thought. Our road trip, meant to be the beginning of our new life together, had instead become the start of a very different journey, one that I feared might never end. The harsh glare of the rest stoplights gave way to the soft glow of morning, but the shadows of that night would linger far longer. In the space of a few minutes, my world had been turned upside down. The open road, once a symbol of freedom and possibility, now stretched before me like an endless question mark. Where was Megan? What had happened in those few short minutes I was away? And most terrifyingly, would I ever see her again? As the investigation began in earnest, I knew one thing for certain. I wouldn't rest until I found the answers, no matter how dark the truth might be. Our journey had taken an unexpected and horrifying detour, and I was now embarking on the most important trip of my life, the search for Megan and for the truth behind that fateful night at the rest stop. The Caribbean sun beat down on the pristine deck of the Oceanic Dream, but I couldn't shake the chill that had settled deep in my bones. 5 days into what should have been the vacation of a lifetime, and all I could think about was the empty cabin next door and the growing knot of dread in my stomach. Something was very wrong on this ship, and I was beginning to fear I might be the only one who noticed. My name is Emily Chen, 34, a typically overworked software engineer from Seattle. This cruise was supposed to be my reward for closing a major project. 7 days of tropical bliss, fruity drinks, and blessed disconnection from the digital world. Now, on day 5, I found myself wishing desperately for my laptop and access to any scrap of information that might explain what was happening. It had started innocuously enough. On the second day of the cruise, I noticed I hadn't seen my cabin neighbor since we'd left port. We'd chatted briefly during the muster drill. Her name was Sarah. She was traveling alone, celebrating her 40th birthday. She'd seemed excited about the trip, eager to try every activity the ship offered. But after that first day, nothing. No sign of her at the pool, the restaurants, or any of the nightly shows. At first, I chalked it up to different schedules. Maybe she was an early riser, hitting the gym while I slept in. Or perhaps she was nursing a wicked sunburn and staying in her cabin. It wasn't until the third day that I really started to worry. I'd knocked on her door, intending to invite her to that night's comedy show. No answer. I tried again later that evening. Still nothing. On day 4, I approached the guest services desk. The young man behind the counter, his name tag read Aiden, smiled blandly as I explained my concerns. "I'm sure your neighbor is fine, ma'am," he said, his tone just a touch too rehearsed. "Some guests prefer to keep to themselves. Perhaps she's enjoying room service and the view from her balcony." I pressed further. "Could you at least check if she's been using her room key, or if she's ordered any room service?" Aiden's smile never wavered, but something flickered in his eyes. Fear? Annoyance? "I'm afraid I can't disclose that information, ma'am. Passenger privacy. You understand? Is there anything else I can help you with today?" I left the desk feeling unsettled. Aiden's reaction seemed off, somehow. Too polished, too dismissive. That night, I lay awake in my cabin, straining to hear any sound from next door. The walls on these ships were thin. I should have been able to hear something. A TV, footsteps, the shower running. But there was only silence. As I tossed and turned, a new thought occurred to me. I hadn't just not seen Sarah. I couldn't remember seeing several of the passengers I'd noticed earlier in the cruise. The elderly couple who'd sat next to me at the captain's dinner, the rowdy group of college kids who'd been making a splash at the pool bar. Sleep eluded me as my mind raced through possibilities, each more outlandish than the last. By the time the first light of dawn crept through my window, I'd worked myself into a state of near panic. I spent day 5 watching, really watching. I positioned myself in the ship's main atrium, a book in my hand as camouflage, and observed the ebb and flow of passengers and crew. That's when I started to notice the patterns. Crew members speaking in hushed tones, their eyes darting nervously. Certain areas of the ship being quietly cordoned off. Passengers redirected with vague excuses about routine maintenance. And the passengers themselves, there seemed to be fewer of them. The ship didn't feel empty, exactly, but less full than it had at the start of the cruise. Spaces that had been crowded now had room to breathe. Lines that had been long now moved quickly. As the day wore on, my unease grew. I caught snippets of conversation, other passengers voicing concerns similar to mine, but each time, a crew member would appear as if by magic, smoothly changing the subject or offering a free drink to distract from the questions. By evening, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed answers. I made my way back to the guest services desk, determined to push harder this time. But as I approached, I saw Aiden in deep conversation with a man I recognized as one of the ship's security officers. Their expressions were grave. I slowed my pace, trying to catch what they were saying without being obvious. "Can't keep this contained much longer," Aiden was saying, his usual polished demeanor nowhere in sight. "People are starting to notice." The security officer nodded grimly. "I know. We're doing everything we can. But if we don't find a solution soon..." He trailed off as he noticed me approaching. In an instant, both men's faces transformed, pleasant smiles replacing the worry I'd just witnessed. "Good evening, ma'am," Aiden said brightly. "How can we help you today?" I hesitated, my prepared speech dying on my lips. The change in their demeanor had been so abrupt, so complete, that for a moment I doubted what I'd just seen and heard. I was just wondering about tonight's entertainment schedule," I stammered, hating myself for chickening out. As Aiden rattled off the evening's activities, my mind was elsewhere. What couldn't they keep contained? What solution were they looking for? And most importantly, what did it have to do with the missing passengers? I thanked them and walked away, my head spinning. I needed to think, to plan my next move. I made my way to the top deck, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. The night was beautiful, the kind of perfect tropical evening you see in travel brochures. Stars glittered overhead, and a warm breeze carried the faint scent of salt and flowers. In any other circumstance, it would have been paradise. I leaned against the railing, looking out over the dark water. The ship's wake stretched behind us, a glowing path leading back to... What? What had we left behind? What were we sailing into? A sound behind me made me turn. A woman was approaching, her face pale in the moonlight. As she drew closer, I recognized her. We'd chatted at the pool on the first day of the cruise. "Can't sleep either?" she asked, her attempt at a smile not quite reaching her eyes. I shook my head. "Too much on my mind, I guess." She nodded, joining me at the railing. For a long moment, we stood in silence, both of us staring out at the endless expanse of ocean. "Have you noticed," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper, "that people seem to be disappearing?" My heart raced, so I wasn't the only one. "Yes," I breathed. "My cabin neighbor. I haven't seen her in days." The woman, Lisa, I remembered now, turned to me, her eyes wide with fear. "My husband," she said. "He went to get ice last night and never came back. When I asked at guest services, they told me he'd been taken to the infirmary with a bad case of seasickness, but when I went to check on him, they wouldn't let me in. Said it was quarantined due to a possible norovirus outbreak." A chill ran down my spine. "Did you believe them?" Lisa shook her head slowly. "I don't know what to believe anymore, but I know something's not right on this ship." As if on cue, a scream pierced the night air. Lisa and I both jumped, spinning toward the sound. It had come from the deck below us. We raced to the stairs, our hearts pounding. As we reached the lower deck, we saw a small crowd gathering near the ship's railing. Pushing our way through, we reached the front just in time to see a crew member pulling someone back over the railing. It was a young woman, maybe in her early 20s. She was sobbing hysterically, fighting against the crew member's grip. "Let me go," she screamed. "I have to get off this ship. They're not human." The crowd murmured uneasily. An older man in a ship's officer uniform pushed through, immediately taking charge of the situation. "Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your cabins," he said, his voice calm, but brooking no argument. "This young lady is simply suffering from too much sun and alcohol. We'll take good care of her." But as they led the still struggling woman away, I caught her eye. There was no sign of intoxication there, only raw, primal fear. Lisa gripped my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Did you hear what she said?" she whispered. "They're not human. What did she mean?" I shook my head, unable to form words. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what we'd just witnessed. The missing passengers, the crew's strange behavior, and now this. It was too much to be coincidence. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Lisa and I remained rooted to the spot. The beautiful night suddenly felt sinister, the gentle rocking of the ship no longer soothing but menacing. "What do we do now?" Lisa asked, her voice trembling. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "We find out the truth," I said, surprised by the determination in my own voice. "Whatever's happening on this ship, we need to uncover it, before we disappear too." As we made our way back to our cabins, planning our next move, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd just crossed a line. The carefree vacation was over. We were now in uncharted waters, sailing into a mystery deeper and darker than the ocean beneath us, and somewhere in the back of my mind, a small voice whispered a terrifying question. Even if we discovered the truth, would we ever make it back to shore to tell anyone? The forest had eyes. I'd always known this in some abstract way, but as I stood there, surrounded by ancient trees and an unnatural silence, I felt it in my bones. Something was watching me, and it wasn't the typical woodland creatures I'd encountered on countless hikes before. This was different. This was wrong. My name is Jack Harper, and I've been an avid hiker for most of my 35 years. I'd tackled some of the most challenging trails across the country, from the Appalachian Trail to the Pacific Crest. But nothing in my experience had prepared me for what I encountered in the depths of the Cascade Mountains that fateful autumn day. It started as a routine solo hike. I'd mapped out a 3-day trek through a remote area, eager to test a new ultralight gear setup I'd been piecing together. The weather was perfect, crisp and clear, with just a hint of the coming winter in the air. The first day went smoothly. I made good time, covering more ground than I'd planned. As the sun began to set, I found a small clearing to set up camp. That night, as I lay in my tent listening to the familiar sounds of the forest, I felt completely at peace. The trouble began on the second day. I broke camp early, eager to get moving while the morning mist still clung to the trees. The trail started to get steeper, winding its way up the mountain through increasingly dense forest. The trees here were old, really old. Their massive trunks were covered in thick moss, and their branches twisted in ways that sometimes made them look almost human. It was around midday when I first noticed the markings. At first, I thought it was just an unusual pattern in the bark of one of the trees, but as I looked closer, I realized it was definitely man-made. A series of intricate symbols had been carved into the trunk, the cuts still fresh enough that sap was seeping from them. I frowned, pulling out my phone to take a picture. Vandalism on the trail always irritated me, but this was different. The symbols didn't look like the usual graffiti or initials you sometimes see. They were complex, almost like some sort of writing system I'd never seen before. As I continued up the trail, I spotted more of the symbols. They appeared at irregular intervals, always carved into the largest, oldest trees. My unease grew with each new discovery. Who had done this? And why? It was late afternoon when I realized I was lost. I'd been so focused on the strange symbols that I hadn't been paying close attention to the trail. Now, as I tried to get my bearings, I realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen a proper trail marker. I pulled out my map and compass, trying to orient myself, but something was wrong. The compass needle spun lazily, refusing to settle on a direction. I shook it, tapped it, but nothing helped. But a tendril of fear began to curl in my stomach. I'd never had my compass fail on me before. I reached for my phone, hoping to use the GPS, but there was no signal. Of course, The light was starting to fade, the shadows lengthening around me. I knew I needed to find a place to camp for the night. In the morning, I told myself I'd be able to backtrack and find the trail again. I picked a direction that looked promising and started walking. That's when I noticed the silence. In all my years of hiking, I'd never experienced anything like it. There were no bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to have died, leaving the forest in an eerie stillness. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled hands. Every so often, I'd catch a glimpse of those strange symbols out of the corner of my eye. Just as I was about to give up and make camp wherever I was, I stumbled into a small clearing. In the center stood a massive tree, easily the largest I'd seen yet. Its trunk was covered in the symbols, more densely packed than any I'd seen before. But it wasn't the symbols that made me freeze in my tracks. It was the door. Set into the trunk of the tree was a wooden door, ornately carved with the same symbols that I'd been seeing all day. It looked ancient, the wood weathered and stained, but it was undeniably a door. I approached slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be real. Doors didn't just appear in trees in the middle of nowhere. I reached out, half expecting my hand to pass right through it. Instead, my fingers touched solid wood. The door was real. I don't know what possessed me to do it. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe some external force guiding my actions. But before I could think better of it, I grasped the handle and turned. The door opened with a low creak that seemed to echo through the silent forest. Beyond it was darkness, a blackness so complete it seemed to swallow the light. I stood there, frozen, staring into the void. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get as far away from this impossible door as I could. But something held me in place. A whisper, so faint I wasn't sure if I was really hearing it or just imagining it. It was calling my name. Jack. I took a step back, finally breaking free of whatever spell had held me. I slammed the door shut, my breath coming in ragged gasps. That's when I heard it. A low, rhythmic chanting coming from somewhere deep in the forest. It started softly, barely audible, but grew steadily louder. I spun around, trying to locate the source of the sound. But it seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, surrounding me. The chanting grew louder, more insistent. Words in a language I didn't recognize, repeating over and over. And underneath it all, I could still hear my name, whispered like a promise or a threat. Panic overwhelmed me. I ran. I crashed through the underbrush, no longer caring about finding the trail or preserving the environment. All that mattered was getting away from that clearing, from that door, from the chanting that seemed to follow me no matter how far or fast I ran. Branches whipped at my face. Roots seemed to reach up to trip me, but I kept running, driven by a fear more primal than anything I'd ever experienced. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that dark, twisted forest. But eventually, my legs gave out, and I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. As I lay there trying to catch my breath, I realized the chanting had stopped. The forest was silent once more, but it wasn't the unnatural silence from before. I could hear the wind in the trees, the call of a distant owl. I pushed myself up, looking around. The trees here seemed normal. No twisted branches or carved symbols in sight. Had I imagined it all? But as I stood, something crunched under my foot. I looked down and felt my blood run cold. There, half buried in the leaves, was a small wooden token. Carved into its surface was one of the symbols I'd seen on the trees. It was real, all of it. With shaking hands, I picked up the token and shoved it into my pocket. I needed proof, something to show that I hadn't lost my mind out here in the wilderness. The sky was lightening, the first hints of dawn breaking through the canopy. I'd been running all night. In the growing light, I spotted a trail marker. Somehow, impossibly, I'd found my way back to the main trail. I didn't stop to rest. Ignoring the protests of my battered body, I started down the trail at the fastest pace I could manage. I needed to get back to civilization, back to a world that made sense. It took me most of the day, but I finally reached the trailhead where I'd parked my car. As I drove away, my hands shaking on the steering wheel, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd brushed up against something ancient and dangerous, something that wasn't meant for human eyes. I've been home for a week now, trying to make sense of what happened. I've researched the symbols, reached out to linguists and historians, but found nothing. The wooden token sits on my desk, a constant reminder that it wasn't all in my head. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear it. That whisper, calling my name. And in my dreams, I see that door, standing open in the heart of the forest, waiting for me to step through. I know I should forget about it, chalk it up to an unexplainable experience and move on. But I can't. The mystery of what lies beyond that door consumes my thoughts, and deep down, in a place I'm barely willing to acknowledge, I know I'll go back. The forest is calling, and sooner or later, I'll have to answer. Because the truth is, I left something behind in those woods. Something more important than any gear or supplies. I left a piece of myself, and I have a feeling the forest won't rest until I come to reclaim it. The first rays of dawn crept over the mountain peaks, casting long shadows across our campsite. As the light touched our shredded tent and scattered supplies, the full extent of the night's devastation became clear. But it wasn't the destruction that chilled me to the bone. It was the massive, unidentifiable footprints leading away from our camp. Whatever had visited us in the night was still out there, and we were about to follow its trail. My name is Mike Sullivan, and what started as a weekend camping trip with my best friend Dave had turned into something straight out of a nightmare. We'd been planning this trip for months, eager to escape the grind of our corporate jobs and reconnect with nature. Both of us were experienced campers, but nothing could have prepared us for what we encountered in the remote wilderness of the Cascade Mountains. We'd arrived at the trailhead Friday afternoon, our packs loaded with enough supplies for 3 days. The hike in was challenging but exhilarating. By the time we reached our intended campsite, a small clearing near a bubbling stream, we were tired, but in high spirits. "Man, I needed this," Dave said as we set up our tent. No emails, no deadlines, just us and the great outdoors. I nodded in agreement, taking a deep breath of the crisp mountain air. "It's perfect. Let's get a fire going and crack open those beers we packed in." The evening passed pleasantly. We grilled hot dogs over the fire, shared stories, and marveled at the blanket of stars overhead. It felt like we were the only two people in the world. As we settled into our sleeping bags, the forest around us came alive with nocturnal sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. It was soothing, and I drifted off to sleep feeling more relaxed than I had in months. I'm not sure what woke me. Maybe it was a sudden silence, the absence of those nighttime noises, or maybe it was some primal instinct, sensing a predator nearby. Whatever it was, I found myself wide awake in the pitch darkness of our tent. "Dave," I whispered, reaching out to shake my friend's shoulder. "Dave, wake up." He stirred, grumbling. "What? What time is it?" "Shh," I hissed. "Listen." We both fell silent, straining our ears. At first, there was nothing. Then we heard it. Heavy footsteps, circling our campsite. They were slow, deliberate, like whatever was out there was searching for something. Dave's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing tight. Neither of us dared to breathe. The footsteps stopped right outside our tent. I could hear deep, rumbling breaths, like a large animal scenting the air. The thin fabric of our tent seemed laughably inadequate protection. Suddenly, a low growl vibrated through the air. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before, not a bear, not a mountain lion. It was deeper, almost guttural, and it radiated a terrifying intelligence. Without warning, our tent was ripped away, the poles snapping like twigs. Dave and I scrambled out of our sleeping bags, our hearts pounding so hard I thought they might burst. In the faint moonlight, I caught a glimpse of our attacker, It was massive, easily 8 feet tall, covered in dark fur. But it wasn't a bear standing on its hind legs. Its proportions were all wrong, too humanoid, and its eyes gleamed with an unnatural intelligence. "Run!" I screamed, grabbing Dave's arm and pulling him towards the trees. We crashed through the underbrush, blind with terror. Behind us, I could hear the creature giving chase, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like jelly. Finally, we collapsed behind a fallen log, gasping for air. What was that thing?" Dave panted. I shook my head, unable to form words. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. We huddled there for what felt like hours, jumping at every sound. But the creature, whatever it was, didn't seem to have followed us. As the sky began to lighten, we cautiously made our way back to our campsite. The scene that greeted us was one of complete devastation. Our tent was in tatters, our supplies scattered everywhere, deep claw marks scored the nearby trees, and there, in the soft earth, were the footprints, enormous, with 5 distinct toes. They were unmistakably hominid in shape, but no human could have left prints that large. Dave and I looked at each other, the same thought mirrored in our eyes. We should leave. We should get the hell out of these mountains and never look back. But curiosity, that damnable human trait, began to overtake our fear. "We should follow them," Dave said quietly. I wanted to argue, to insist we head back to civilization. But a part of me, a part I wasn't entirely comfortable acknowledging, wanted to know more. So we gathered what supplies we could salvage and set off, following the trail of massive footprints. The tracks led us deeper into the forest, up steep inclines and through dense underbrush. Whatever had made them was strong, pushing through areas that gave us significant trouble. As we hiked, the forest around us seemed to change. The trees grew larger, older, their branches twisting in unnatural ways. The underbrush became thicker, dotted with plants I didn't recognize. "Mike," Dave called out, his voice tight with tension. "Look at this." He was pointing at one of the trees. Carved into its bark was a strange symbol, a complex swirl of lines that hurt my eyes if I looked at it too long. "What is it?" I asked, reaching out to touch the carving. Dave shook his head. "I don't know, but look. It's on other trees too." He was right. Now that I'd seen one, I noticed the symbols were everywhere, carved into the largest and oldest trees. We pressed on, the trail of footprints leading us ever deeper into this strange, twisted version of the forest. The air grew thick and heavy, and an unnatural silence fell over everything. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. It was as if we'd stepped into another world entirely. As the day wore on, exhaustion began to set in. We'd been hiking for hours with no sign of our quarry. Just as I was about to suggest we turn back, we emerged into a clearing. In the center stood an enormous tree, easily the largest I'd ever seen. Its trunk was covered in those strange symbols, carved so densely they overlapped. And at its base was a cave-like opening, the entrance partially obscured by gnarled roots. Dave and I exchanged glances. The footprints led directly into that dark opening. "We should go in," Dave said, his voice barely above a whisper. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But I found myself nodding, pulled forward by a curiosity I couldn't explain. We clicked on our flashlights and entered the cave. The air inside was cool and damp, with an odd, musky scent that tickled my nose. Our lights revealed rough stone walls covered in more of those strange symbols, these painted rather than carved. We moved deeper into the cave, our footsteps echoing softly. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading us further underground. Just as I was starting to worry we'd get lost, we emerged into a large cavern. Our flashlights couldn't penetrate the full extent of the space, but what they revealed made my blood run cold. The walls were covered in crude paintings depicting massive, fur-covered figures alongside much smaller human shapes. Some scenes showed hunts, others seemed to be some sort of ritual, but it was what stood in the center of the cavern that truly terrified me. A crude altar of piled stones, stained dark with what I prayed wasn't blood, and arranged around it, carefully placed, were human skulls. "We need to leave," I choked out, grabbing Dave's arm. "Now." He nodded, his face pale in the flashlight's beam. We turned to go, only to find our exit blocked. The creature from our campsite stood there, its massive form filling the tunnel. In the light of our flashlights, I could see it clearly for the first time. It was like a bizarre amalgamation of man and beast, covered in thick, matted fur, with a face that was almost but not quite human. And its eyes held an intelligence that was unmistakable. It regarded us for a long moment, then let out a low rumbling sound. To my shock, I realized it was trying to speak. "You come," it growled, the words barely recognizable. Dave and I looked at each other, terror and amazement warring on our faces. We'd come looking for answers, and now we were faced with something beyond our wildest imaginations. The creature turned, gesturing for us to follow, and despite every rational thought screaming at me to run, I found myself taking a step forward, because in that moment, I realized we were on the brink of a discovery that would change everything. As we followed the creature deeper into the cave system, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd crossed a threshold. Whatever happened next, there was no going back. We'd ventured into the domain of something ancient and unknown, and we were about to learn secrets that had been hidden from humanity for millennia. The weekend camping trip was long forgotten. We were now on a journey into the heart of a mystery, one that would challenge everything we thought we knew about the world and our place in it. And as the darkness of the cave swallowed us, I couldn't help but wonder, were we discoverers on the brink of a revolutionary finding, or prey being led deeper into a predator's lair? Only time would tell, and the answers, I feared, might come at a cost higher than we were prepared to pay. The endless ribbon of asphalt stretched out before me, disappearing into the inky darkness of the desert night. My headlights cut through the gloom, illuminating nothing but empty road and the occasional scrub brush. It was just another night haul, or so I thought. Little did I know that the next few hours would become the longest and most terrifying of my 15-year career as a long-haul trucker. My name's Joe Hawkins, and I've been driving big rigs across the country since I was old enough to get my commercial license. I've seen my fair share of weird stuff out on the road. You don't drive the midnight hours without collecting a few stories. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what happened that night on Route 50 in Nevada. It started around 2 a.m. I'd been on the road for about 6 hours, making good time on a run from Salt Lake City to Sacramento. The cab of my Peterbilt was quiet, except for the low hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of the CB radio. I was settling into that zen-like state that long-haul drivers know well, not quite asleep, but not fully awake either. Just me, the road, and miles of desert darkness. That's when I first noticed the headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I didn't think much of it. Other vehicles aren't uncommon, even at this hour. But as the minutes ticked by, I realized something wasn't quite right. The car behind me was keeping pace perfectly, maintaining the exact same distance no matter how I varied my speed. I clicked on my CB, thinking maybe it was another trucker playing games. Breaker 19, this is Lone Wolf. Anyone out there following me? Over. Silence, not even static. I frowned, checking my mirrors again. The headlights were still there, unwavering. Probably just some tourist who's nervous about passing a big rig in the dark, I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the growing unease. But as the next hour crawled by, the car remained fixed behind me. I tried speeding up, slowing down, even pulling over at a rest stop. Each time, The mysterious vehicle mirrored my actions perfectly. At the rest stop, I'd hoped to get a look at who was driving, but the car stopped just out of sight in the darkness beyond the reach of the floodlights. As soon as I pulled back onto the highway, it was right there behind me again. By now, my palms were sweating on the steering wheel. This wasn't normal behavior, not by a long shot. I tried the CB again, this time on multiple channels. Nothing but dead air. That's when things got really weird. We were passing through a particularly desolate stretch of desert when suddenly, the headlights behind me winked out. I felt a moment of relief, thinking maybe whoever it was had finally turned off. But then, to my horror, I saw headlights appear in my side mirror. The car was now driving alongside my truck, keeping perfect pace. My heart pounding, I glanced over, trying to get a look at the driver, but the windows were tinted so dark they looked like black mirrors reflecting the starry desert sky. "What the hell do you want?" I shouted, knowing they couldn't hear me but unable to keep quiet any longer. As if in response, the car suddenly accelerated, pulling in front of my truck. For the first time, I got a good look at it. It was an old model, maybe from the 70s, with sleek lines that didn't quite match any make or model I could recall. And it was black, not just dark-colored, but a black so deep it seemed to swallow the light from my headlights. Now I was really starting to freak out. I grabbed the CB mic again. "Mayday, Mayday. This is truck driver Joe Hawkins on Route 50, mile marker 257. I've got a vehicle harassing me. Does anyone copy?" The radio crackled to life, and for a split second, I felt a wave of relief. But what came through wasn't a response. It was a sound that made my blood run cold, a low, rhythmic humming, punctuated by what sounded like words in a language I'd never heard before. The strange broadcast continued for several seconds, then cut off abruptly. In the silence that followed, I became acutely aware of a new sound, a high-pitched whine coming from the black car in front of me. As I watched, dumbfounded, the rear of the car began to change. It was like the metal was flowing, reshaping itself. What emerged looked like some kind of mechanical arm, reaching back towards my truck. "Oh, hell no!" I yelled, finally snapping out of my shocked stupor. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest as I brought 40 tons of steel to a rapid halt. The black car shot forward, its strange appendage grasping at empty air where my truck had been moments before. It skidded to a stop about 100 yards ahead, its form seeming to ripple and shift in the glow of my headlights. For a moment, everything was still. I sat there, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white, staring at the motionless vehicle ahead. My mind was reeling, unable to process what I'd just seen. Then, slowly, the driver's door of the black car opened. A figure emerged, and I felt the last shreds of rational explanation slip away. It was humanoid in shape, but too tall, too thin to be human. Its movements were fluid, yet somehow wrong, like a marionette controlled by an unskilled puppeteer. As it turned towards me, I caught a glimpse of its face, or rather, where a face should have been. There were no features, just a smooth, reflective surface like polished obsidian. I didn't consciously decide to act. Pure instinct took over. I threw my truck into reverse, tires spinning as I backed away as fast as I dared. The figure began to walk towards me, its gait unnaturally smooth and fast. I shifted back into drive and swerved around, thanking whatever gods might be listening that the highway was empty. I floored it, pushing my rig to speeds it was never designed for. In my mirrors, I could see the black car pursuing, gaining on me with impossible speed. My CB crackled to life again, that strange humming and alien speech pouring out of the speakers. I ripped the mic from its cradle and threw it on the floor, but the sound continued. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The black car was right behind me now. I could see that mechanical arm reaching out again, grasping for my trailer. My speedometer was buried, the engine screaming in protest, but it wasn't enough. Just as I felt certain I was done for, I saw something ahead that filled me with wild hope. The lights of a town. I'd completely lost track of where I was, but right then I didn't care. Civilization meant people, witnesses, help. I laid on the horn as I barreled into the outskirts of the small desert town, praying that someone, anyone, would see what was happening. As I screeched around a corner, I chanced a glance in my mirror. The black car was gone. I slammed on the brakes, my truck sliding to a stop in front of what looked like a small diner. A few startled patrons peered out the windows at the commotion. For a long moment, I just sat there, gasping for breath, waiting for the black car to reappear. But it didn't come. The street behind me was empty, quiet except for the ticking of my cooling engine. On shaky legs, I climbed down from the cab. A couple of people had come out of the diner, looking concerned. "You all right, buddy?" one of them asked. "You came in here like a bat out of hell." I opened my mouth to explain, but where would I even begin? Who would believe me? I thought something was wrong with my brakes. I lied. Guess I panicked a bit. Sorry for the scare. As the small crowd dispersed, their curiosity satisfied, I leaned against my truck, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had it all been some kind of hallucination, a waking nightmare brought on by too many hours on the road? But then I saw it. On the side of my trailer, right where that mechanical arm had been reaching, was a perfect handprint. Not a human handprint, but something with too many fingers, pressed so deeply into the metal, it looked like it had been made in soft clay. I stared at it, my mind reeling. There would be no explaining this away, no pretending it was all in my head. Whatever had been chasing me out there in the desert night was real, and somehow, I knew with chilling certainty, it wasn't finished with me. As I climbed back into my cab, my hands still shaking, I made a silent vow. I'd find answers, no matter where that search might lead me. Because one thing was clear. The lonely highways I'd traveled for years were no longer just empty stretches of asphalt. They were hunting grounds. And something was out there, watching and waiting for unwary travelers like me. The open road, once my sanctuary, had become a place of terror. And as I pulled out of that small town, heading towards the coming dawn, I couldn't shake the feeling that my nightmare was far from over. It was only just beginning. The shutter clicked, freezing the moment in digital eternity. I lowered my camera, squinting at the LCD screen to review the shot. That's when I saw it, a blur in the background, something large moving through the trees. My heart raced as I zoomed in, the pixelated image resolving into a shape that defied explanation. In that instant, I knew my life would never be the same. My name is Alex Chen, and until that moment, I was just another wildlife photographer chasing the perfect shot. At 32, I'd built a decent reputation capturing images of North America's more elusive creatures, wolves in Yellowstone, mountain lions in the Rockies, bears in Alaska, but nothing in my experience could have prepared me for what I encountered in the remote forests of the Pacific Northwest. It all started 3 days ago. I'd heard rumors of unusually large wolf packs in this area, and I was determined to get the shot that would cement my reputation in the wildlife photography world. I'd hiked deep into the wilderness, far from any trails or campsites, carrying enough gear to last me a week. The first 2 days were frustrating but uneventful. I'd seen signs of wolf activity, tracks, scat, the remains of a deer carcass, but no actual wolves. As the sun set on the third day, I was starting to think this trip might be a bust. That's when I heard the howl. It echoed through the forest, sending a shiver down my spine. There was something off about it. Too deep, too human. But I was too excited to pay much attention to my unease. I grabbed my camera and headed towards the sound, moving as quietly as I could through the underbrush. As I crept forward, the forest around me seemed to change. The trees grew larger, older, their branches twisting in ways that seemed almost deliberate. The undergrowth became denser, filled with plants I didn't recognize. An unnatural silence fell, broken only by the occasional snapping twig under my feet. Then I saw it, a clearing ahead, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. And there, at the far edge, was a massive, dark shape. My heart leapt. Could it be a wolf? It seemed too big, but maybe it was just a trick of the light. I raised my camera, zooming in as far as my lens would allow. Through the viewfinder, I could see the creature more clearly. It was covered in dark fur, all right, but its proportions were all wrong for a wolf. It stood on two legs, its back to me, easily 7 or 8 feet tall. My finger hesitated over the shutter button. What was I looking at? A bear, maybe. But even as I thought it, I knew that wasn't right. Its shape was too humanoid, its movements too deliberate. Before I could talk myself out of it, I pressed the button. The shutter clicked, unnaturally loud in the silent forest. The creature's head snapped around, and I found myself staring into eyes that were decidedly not animal. They gleamed with an intelligence that sent a chill through me. For a long moment, we locked gazes, neither of us moving. Then it was gone, vanishing into the trees with a speed that belied its size. I stood there, frozen, my camera hanging limply from my hand. What had I just seen? My mind raced through possibilities, each more outlandish than the last. Bigfoot, some undiscovered species of primate, a hoax. With shaking hands, I reviewed the photo on my camera's screen. There it was, a large, fur-covered figure, its face turned towards me. The image was slightly blurry due to the low light and the creature's sudden movement, but it was clear enough to see that this was something unknown to science. As the implications of what I'd captured began to sink in, a mix of excitement and fear washed over me. This could be the discovery of the century. My name would go down in history. But a small voice in the back of my mind whispered a warning. There might be a reason this creature had remained hidden for so long. I barely slept that night, my dreams filled with glowing eyes and shadowy figures. As soon as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I was up, reviewing the photo again and again. In the harsh light of day, doubt began to creep in. Could I have imagined it, mistaken a bear or some other known animal for something more fantastic? But no, the photo was there, undeniable proof that I'd seen something extraordinary. I packed up my camp, my mind made up. I needed to find it again, to get clearer photos, maybe even some video. The world needed to know about this. I spent the day tracking, using all the skills I'd honed over years of wildlife photography. But this was different from tracking any animal I'd encountered before. The signs were subtle, a bent branch here, an unusually large footprint there, and always, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was the one being watched. As the day wore on, the forest seemed to grow denser, darker. The trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwining to block out much of the sunlight. I checked my GPS, frowning at the screen. According to this, I was miles from where I thought I was, in a part of the forest that didn't match any of my maps. Just as I was considering turning back, I heard it. That same deep, almost human howl from the night before. It was closer this time, much closer. My heart raced as I moved towards the sound, my camera at the ready. I pushed through a thick patch of ferns and found myself in another clearing. But this one was different. Stone monoliths stood in a rough circle, each covered in strange, swirling symbols that seemed to shift if I looked at them too long. And there, in the center of the circle, stood the creature. In the full light of day, I could see it clearly. It was like something out of a myth, part man, part beast, covered in thick, dark fur. Its face was almost human, but with a pronounced brow and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Those intelligent eyes fixed on me, and I felt a jolt of recognition. It knew me. It had been waiting for me. My camera hung forgotten at my side as the creature took a step towards me. I should have been terrified, should have run. But something held me in place. There was a sense of ancientness about this being, of wisdom beyond human understanding. It raised a hand, not a paw, but a hand with opposable thumbs, and pointed at my camera. The meaning was clear. It wanted me to take its picture. With shaking hands, I raised my camera and began to shoot. The creature posed, turning this way and that, showing itself from all angles. It was like the most surreal photo shoot of my life. As I lowered the camera, the creature nodded, seemingly satisfied. Then it began to change. Its form shimmered, like heat haze on a hot road, and suddenly I was looking at myself. An exact copy down to the mud on my boots and the scratch on my left hand from a thorn bush. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. The other me smiled, but it wasn't my smile. It was too wide, too knowing. It spoke, and though the voice was mine, the words were like nothing I'd ever heard, a language both ancient and alien. As it spoke, the symbols on the stone monoliths began to glow, pulsing in rhythm with its words. A wave of dizziness washed over me. The clearing seemed to spin, the trees blurring into a green whirlwind. I felt myself falling, but the ground never came. I woke with a start, my head pounding. I was back in my tent, my camera beside me. For a moment, I thought it had all been a vivid dream. But when I checked my camera, the photos were there, the blurry shot from the first night, and the clear, impossible images from the stone circle. As I stared at the photos, a chill ran down my spine. In every shot where the creature was looking at the camera, the face was mine. Not just similar, it was me, down to the small scar on my chin from a childhood accident. What had I stumbled upon? What was the meaning of the stone circle? The strange symbols? And most disturbingly, what was the connection between this creature and myself? I packed up my gear with shaking hands, my mind racing. I knew I should alert the authorities, tell the world about what I'd discovered. This could change everything we thought we knew about evolution, about the history of our planet. But as I hoisted my backpack, a strange certainty settled over me. This wasn't for the world to know, not yet. There were secrets here, ancient and powerful, that weren't meant for human understanding. As I made my way out of the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving a part of myself behind, or perhaps I was taking something with me, something old and wild and unknowable. One thing was certain, my life as I knew it was over. The world suddenly seemed bigger, stranger, filled with possibilities and dangers I'd never imagined. And somewhere out there, wearing my face, was a creature that held the answers to questions I was only beginning to formulate. My journey wasn't ending, it was only just beginning. The sound of laughter pierced the silence of the night, jolting me awake. For a split second, I smiled, thinking my daughter had snuck out of bed to play. Then reality crashed in. My blood ran cold as I realized two chilling facts. That laughter wasn't my child's, and it was coming from inside our house. My name is Sarah Anderson, and I'm a single mother to my 5-year-old daughter, Lily. We'd moved to this quiet suburban neighborhood 6 months ago, hoping for a fresh start after my divorce. Until tonight, our biggest worry had been adjusting to our new life. Now, as I lay frozen in my bed, listening to that eerie laughter echoing through our home, I realized how naive I'd been to think we were safe. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:17 a.m., the witching hour my grandmother used to call it. I'd always scoffed at such superstitions, but in that moment, I felt a primal fear that defied rational thought. The laughter came again, closer this time. It sounded like a child, but distorted, as if played through an old record player. My maternal instincts finally overcame my paralysis. I had to check on Lily. I slipped out of bed, my bare feet silent on the cold hardwood floor. The hallway loomed before me, dark and menacing. I considered turning on a light but decided against it. If there was an intruder, I didn't want to alert them to my presence. As I crept down the hall, the laughter stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse, pregnant with possibilities. I paused outside Lily's room, my hand on the doorknob, Taking a deep breath, I pushed it open. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow over Lily's bed. My heart skipped a beat when I saw it was empty, the covers thrown back. Where was she? Lily, I whispered, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. Sweetie, where are you? No response. I moved further into the room, checking under the bed and in the closet. Nothing. That's when I heard it. The creak of a floorboard from downstairs. My heart pounding, I made my way to the top of the stairs. The ground floor was shrouded in darkness but I could make out a faint glow coming from the living room. I descended the stairs slowly, cringing at every small noise. As I reached the bottom, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The front door was wide open, letting in the cool night air. Muddy footprints led from the entrance to the living room. The glow I'd seen was coming from Lily's favorite nightlight, the one shaped like a fairy. It usually stayed in her room. What was it doing down here? I approached the living room entrance, every nerve in my body screaming at me to run, to get out of the house and call for help. But I couldn't leave, not without Lily. I peered around the corner and felt my heart stop. There, in the center of the room, sat Lily. She was cross-legged on the floor, her back to me, still wearing her favorite unicorn pajamas. Relief flooded through me for a moment, until I noticed she wasn't alone. Sitting across from her was something. In the dim light, I could only make out a vague shape. It seemed to be about Lily's size, but its proportions were all wrong. Its limbs were too long, its head too large and misshapen. They appeared to be playing some sort of game, moving small objects between them. As I watched, frozen in horror and disbelief, Lily giggled. It was her laugh, the one I'd heard from my bedroom, but it sounded wrong somehow. Too old, too knowing for my little girl. The thing across from her made a sound then, a horrible parody of Lily's laugh. It was the sound that had woken me, I realized with dawning terror. I must have made a noise, a gasp, or a whimper, because suddenly both Lily and the thing turned to look at me. Lily's face was blank, her eyes unfocused as if she were sleepwalking, but the other? In the faint glow of the nightlight, I saw its face clearly for the first time. It was like a child's crude attempt at sculpting a human face from clay. The features were all there, eyes, nose, mouth, but they were wrong. The eyes were too large, solid black orbs that reflected the nightlight's glow. The nose was just two gaping holes. And its mouth was stretched in a wide, toothy grin that split its face almost in half. "Mommy," Lily said, her voice flat and emotionless. "Come play with us." The thing nodded, its massive head bobbing unnaturally. Its grin, impossibly, grew even wider. "Yes, Mommy," it said in a perfect imitation of Lily's voice. "Come play." I stood there, paralyzed with fear, my mind unable to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. I had to be dreaming. But the cool air from the open door on my skin, the smell of wet earth from the muddy footprints, the soft glow of the nightlight, it was all too vivid, too present to be a dream. "Lily," I managed to choke out. "Come here, baby. Come to Mommy." Lily didn't move. She just stared at me with those blank eyes. The thing, however, began to rise. It unfolded itself, limbs stretching to impossible lengths until it loomed over Lily, over me. "She stays," it said, still in Lily's voice. "She's ours now." Terror and maternal rage warred within me. This thing, whatever it was threatening my child. Dream or nightmare or impossible reality, I wouldn't let it take her. I lunged forward, intending to grab Lily and run. But as soon as I entered the room, the nightlight went out, plunging us into darkness. I heard Lily scream, a sound of pure terror that cut through me like a knife. "Lily!" I yelled, reaching out blindly in the dark. My hands touched something cold and damp, something that squirmed under my grasp. I recoiled, falling backwards. Suddenly, the lights in the room blazed to life. I blinked against the sudden brightness, my eyes struggling to adjust. As my vision cleared, I saw Lily standing by the light switch, her hand still raised. She looked confused, as if she'd just woken up. "Mommy," she said, her voice small and scared. "What's happening? Why are we downstairs?" I looked around frantically. The thing was gone. The muddy footprints, the open front door, all of it had vanished. It was as if the last few minutes had never happened. I rushed to Lily, scooping her up in my arms and holding her tight. She felt real, solid, her small body warm against mine. I breathed in the familiar scent of her hair, feeling tears of relief sting my eyes. "It's okay, baby," I murmured, as much to myself as to her. "Everything's okay. You were just sleepwalking." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The image of that thing, with its distorted face and impossible grin, was burned into my memory. The sound of its laugh, the feel of its cold, damp skin under my hands. It had all been too real. I carried Lily back up to her room, my eyes darting to every shadow, every dark corner. As I tucked her into bed, she looked up at me with wide, innocent eyes. "Mommy," she whispered, "who was that boy I was playing with?" A chill ran down my spine. "What boy, sweetie?" Lily yawned, her eyes already drooping with sleep. "The funny-looking boy. He said he wanted to be my friend. He said he'd come back to play again." I sat there, stroking her hair until she fell asleep, my mind reeling. What had happened tonight? What was that thing? And why had it come for Lily? Most importantly, would it return? As the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, I made a decision. We couldn't stay here. Whatever that thing was, it had found us once. It could find us again. I began to pack, throwing clothes and essentials into suitcases. We'd leave as soon as Lily woke up. I didn't know where we'd go, but anywhere had to be safer than here. As I zipped up the last suitcase, I caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror. For a split second, I saw it. That wide, unnatural grin, those black eyes staring at me from the reflection. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was nothing there. I turned back to the mirror. My own pale, terrified face stared back at me. But as I watched, my reflection's lips curled into a grin that was not my own. "See you soon, Mommy," it said in Lily's voice. The mirror cracked, a spider web of fractures spreading from the center. I stumbled back. A scream caught in my throat. In that moment, I knew the truth. We could run, but it wouldn't matter. Whatever had entered our home last night wasn't finished with us. This was just the beginning of a nightmare that I feared might never end. The glow of my computer screen was the only light in the office, casting eerie shadows across the empty desks around me. As I hit send on my last email, a sense of accomplishment washed over me. Finally, I could head home. That's when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of the elevator arriving on our floor. My blood ran cold. I was supposed to be alone up here. My name is Rachel Chen, and I'm a 28-year-old marketing executive at Pinnacle Advertising. I'd been burning the midnight oil, trying to finish a crucial presentation for a new client. It wasn't unusual for me to be the last one in the office, but tonight felt different. The silence of the empty building had been comforting right up until that elevator dinged. I glanced at my watch, 11:47 p.m. The cleaning crew had left hours ago, and security did their rounds on the hour. No one should be coming up now. For a moment, I considered calling out, asking who was there, but something stopped me. An instinct, buried deep in my lizard brain, told me to stay quiet, to hide. I slowly stood up, trying not to let my chair creak. The open plan office suddenly felt exposed. I needed to find a better vantage point, somewhere I could see without being seen. As quietly as I could, I made my way to the break room. It had a clear view of the elevator bank, but the lights were off. providing some cover. I positioned myself behind the door, peering through the crack. The elevator doors slid open with a soft whoosh. I held my breath, waiting to see who would step out. But no one did. The elevator car sat there, empty and illuminated, a bright rectangle in the dim hallway. I frowned. Had someone accidentally hit the button for our floor? But then why hadn't the doors closed again? As I watched, the lights in the elevator began to flicker. Once, twice, then they went out completely. The elevator was now a dark void. A mouth opened wide in the wall. A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't right. I should leave, take the stairs down and get out of the building. But curiosity, that damnable human trait, kept me rooted to the spot. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the darkened elevator. In the dim light of the office, I could only make out a silhouette. It was tall, unnaturally so, its head nearly brushing the ceiling, and its proportions were off. The arms seemed too long, dangling well past where knees should be. The figure stood still for a moment, as if orienting itself. Then, with a fluid motion that made my stomach churn, it turned its head. I couldn't see its face, but I felt, with a certainty that defied logic, that it was looking directly at me. I ducked back, pressing myself against the wall, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it could hear it. I closed my eyes, silently praying that when I opened them, this would all be a dream, a hallucination brought on by too much caffeine and too little sleep. But when I looked again, the figure was gone. Relief flooded through me for a split second before a new, more terrifying thought hit me. If it wasn't in the hallway, where was it? As if in answer, I heard a sound from the main office area. Footsteps, but not like any I'd heard before. They were too light, too quick, moving with a speed that seemed impossible for something that size. I had to get out. Now. I glanced towards the stairwell door. It was maybe 30 feet away, past several rows of desks. If I ran, I might make it. But the rational part of my brain, the part not consumed by terror, knew that running would make noise. It would hear me. So I moved slowly, carefully, each step measured and silent. I'd made it about halfway to the door when the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I stood frozen, afraid that even breathing too loudly would give me away. Then I heard it, a soft sound, like someone slowly inhaling. It was close, too close. I turned my head, inch by agonizing inch, and saw it. The figure was standing at the end of the row of desks, not 10 feet from me. In the glow of a forgotten computer monitor, I could finally see its face. Or rather, where its face should have been. The head was smooth, featureless, like an egg made of shadow. But as I watched, horrified, the surface began to ripple. Eyes opened, not two, but dozens, blinking in unsynchronized patterns. A mouth formed, stretching impossibly wide, filled with teeth that looked razor-sharp. "Rachel," it said, in a voice that sounded like 100 whispers layered over each other. "We've been waiting for you." I ran, all thoughts of stealth forgotten. I sprinted for the stairwell door. Behind me, I heard a sound like fabric tearing, followed by rapid footsteps. I hit the door at full speed, nearly falling down the stairs in my haste. I took them 3 at a time, the sound of my pursuer echoing in the stairwell. 27 floors. It felt like an eternity. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but fear kept me moving. Always, just behind me, I could hear it coming. I burst out of the stairwell into the lobby, startling the night security guard. "Call the police!" I screamed, not slowing down as I headed for the main doors. I heard the guard shout something, but I didn't stop to listen. I ran out into the street, the cool night air hitting me like a slap. Only when I'd run several blocks did I dare to look back. The street behind me was empty, no sign of the thing from the elevator. I slowed to a stop, gasping for breath, my mind reeling. What had just happened? What was that thing? As my breathing steadied, doubt began to creep in. Had I imagined it all? Was this some kind of stress-induced hallucination? I looked up at the Pinnacle advertising building, its upper floors lost in the night sky. As I watched, lights began to flick on, floor by floor, starting from the lobby and working their way up. The night security guard must be checking the building. Then, just as the lights reached the 27th floor, my floor, they all went out. The entire building went dark. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, one by one, the lights on each floor began to come back on. But this time, they started from the top. I watched, transfixed with horror, as the lights descended. 26th floor, 25th, 24th. Whatever was up there was making its way down. A car horn blared, snapping me out of my daze. I turned and ran, not caring where I was going as long as it was away from there. As I ran, my phone buzzed in my pocket. With shaking hands, I pulled it out. A text message from an unknown number. "See you tomorrow, Rachel. Don't be late." I nearly dropped the phone. How? How could it know my number? But I knew with a sickening certainty that I would go back tomorrow. Because whatever that thing was, it was now in my workplace. And if I didn't go back, it might come looking for me. I ran through the night, questions swirling in my mind. What was that creature? Why was it there? And most terrifyingly, what did it want with me? One thing was clear. My life had changed irrevocably. The comfortable reality I'd known had been shattered, replaced by a world where monsters lurked in elevators and shadows had teeth. As I finally reached my apartment building, fumbling with my keys, a new thought struck me. If this thing could be in my office, could it be anywhere? Was any place truly safe? I locked my door, checking it twice, then sank to the floor, my back against the wall. Sleep was out of the question. All I could do was wait for dawn, and with it, the inevitable return to the office, because I knew, deep in my bones, that this was only the beginning. Whatever game this entity was playing, I was now an unwilling participant, and as the first light of morning began to creep through my windows, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Somewhere out there, in the shadows between floors, something was waiting, and tomorrow, ready or not, I would have to face it again. The floorboard creaked beneath my foot, and my heart leapt into my throat. In the oppressive silence of the abandoned mansion, that small sound felt like a gunshot. I froze, flashlight beam fixed on the dusty hallway ahead, straining my ears for any sign that we'd been discovered. But the only sound was the ragged breathing of my two companions behind me. After a moment that felt like an eternity, I took another step forward. We'd come too far to turn back now, even as every instinct screamed at me to run. My name is Alex Reeves, and I'm what you might call an urban explorer. At least, that's how I started out. These days, I'm not sure what to call myself. Maybe a fool, maybe a thrill seeker with a death wish, or maybe just someone who's seen too much to ever go back to a normal life. It all started 3 months ago when my best friend, Danny, showed me a video he'd found online. It was shaky footage of an old mansion on the outskirts of our city. The place had been abandoned for decades, the subject of countless local legends. But this video was different. It showed lights moving in the windows, shadows that didn't match any sourcing, and at the very end, just for a split second, a face in one of the upper windows. A face that wasn't human. Danny was convinced it was elaborate special effects, a viral marketing stunt for some new horror movie. But I wasn't so sure. There was something about that face, something that sent a chill down my spine every time I watched it. So we decided to check it out ourselves. Danny, me, and our other friend Sarah, who had a popular YouTube channel dedicated to debunking paranormal hoaxes. We figured on best case scenario, we'd get some cool footage for her channel. Worst case, we'd have a fun night exploring a creepy old house. We had no idea what we were really walking into. The mansion loomed before us, a crumbling Victorian monstrosity silhouetted against the night sky. Even from the outside, it was clear this place had once been grand. Now, with its peeling paint and boarded-up windows, it looked like something out of a nightmare. "Last chance to back out," Sarah whispered, her camera already rolling. Danny grinned, but I could see the nervousness in his eyes. "No way. We came here for answers, and we're gonna get them." I nodded, trying to ignore the knot of dread in my stomach. "Let's do this." Getting inside was easier than we expected. One of the ground floor windows had already been pried open, the boards covering it removed. As we climbed through, the musty smell of decay hit us like a wall. "God, it reeks in here," Danny muttered, pulling his shirt up over his nose. Sarah swept her camera around the room. "Looks like we're not the first ones to come snooping." She was right. The floor was covered in footprints, clearly visible in the thick layer of dust. But something about them seemed off. Some were normal shoe prints, but others looked like no footprint I'd ever seen before. We made our way deeper into the house, our flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. Every room told a story of faded grandeur and long abandonment. Moth-eaten curtains, furniture covered in sheets, paintings on the walls so coated in grime their subjects were unrecognizable. But there were other things too, things that didn't fit. In one room, we found a circle of candles, the wax still soft as if they'd been lit recently. In another, strange symbols were carved into the floorboards, their edges fresh and clean against the weathered wood. "Okay, this is officially creepy," Sarah said, her usual skepticism faltering. That's when we heard it. A thump from somewhere above us, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. We all froze, looking at each other with wide eyes. "Maybe it's just another explorer," Danny suggested, his voice barely above a whisper. But we all knew that couldn't be true. We hadn't seen any other cars on the long, overgrown driveway leading to the mansion, and those footsteps, they didn't sound quite right. Too heavy, too deliberate. "We should check it out," I said, surprising myself. Part of me wanted to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But a larger part, the part that had always pushed me to explore abandoned places and seek out the unknown, was burning with curiosity. We made our way up the grand staircase, its once plush carpet now threadbare beneath our feet. The upper floor was, if possible, even more unsettling than the ground level. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, doors lining both sides, and at the very end, a soft glow spilled out from beneath one of the doors. That's where we were heading now, inching our way down the hallway, every creak and groan of the old house setting our nerves on edge. As we neared the door, I could make out voices. They were too low to understand, but they didn't sound like any language I'd ever heard before. The cadence was all wrong, rising and falling in patterns that made my head spin if I listened too closely. We were just a few feet from the door when Sarah's camera beeped loudly, signaling a low battery. The voices inside the room immediately stopped. For a moment, everything was silent. Then the door began to open. "Run!" I hissed, already turning back the way we'd come. We sprinted down the hallway, no longer caring about the noise we were making. Behind us, I heard something emerge from the room. Its footsteps were fast, too fast, gaining on us with inhuman speed. We flew down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. I chanced to glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. A figure stood at the top of the stairs, silhouetted against the glow from the room. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs too long and jointed in all the wrong places. And its face, where its face should have been, was just a swirling void, darker than the darkness around it. As we reached the bottom of the stairs, Danny tripped, sprawling across the floor. Sarah and I each grabbed an arm, hauling him to his feet, but we'd lost precious seconds. We could hear it coming down the stairs now, each step bringing it closer. We raced for the window we'd entered through, my lungs burning, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Sarah went through first, then Danny. As I was climbing through, I felt something cold brush against my ankle. I kicked out wildly and heard a hiss of pain that sounded almost human. Then I was through, tumbling onto the overgrown lawn. We ran to the car, not stopping until we were inside with the doors locked. As Danny gunned the engine, I looked back at the mansion. There, in one of the upper windows, I saw it. The face from the video. But now I knew it wasn't a face at all, just a swirling mass of darkness that somehow radiated malevolence. We drove in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. It wasn't until we were miles away, the mansion long out of sight, that Sarah spoke. "My camera," she said, her voice shaking. "I dropped it when we were running. It's still in there." We all knew what that meant. Whatever footage she'd managed to capture of that thing was now lost. We had no proof of what we'd seen, what we'd experienced. But as I sat there, still trembling from our narrow escape, I realized that proof didn't matter. We knew what we'd seen. And somehow, I knew this wasn't over. In the days that followed, we tried to convince ourselves it had all been some elaborate hoax, a prank taken too far. But deep down, we knew the truth. There were things in this world that defied explanation, things that lurked in the shadows of abandoned places, waiting for foolish explorers like us. We never spoke about that night to anyone else. Who would believe us? But sometimes, late at night, I find myself drawn to the window, staring out into the darkness, and I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, in that crumbling mansion on the edge of town, something is staring back, waiting, watching. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that one day I'll have to go back. Because once you've glimpsed what lies beyond the veil of our ordinary world, you can never truly look away. The darkness calls, and sooner or later you have to answer. As I sit here, writing this down, I can't help but wonder, what will I find when I return to that mansion? And more terrifyingly, what will find me? The screech of metal on metal pierced the night as the subway car ground to an unexpected halt. The fluorescent lights flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows across the faces of my fellow passengers. As I looked around the nearly empty car, a chill ran down my spine. The stranger who had been following me all week was here, his dark eyes locked on mine, and we were trapped underground with no way out. My name is Mia Chen, and until a week ago, I was just another face in the crowd of New York City. A 28-year-old graphic designer, I'd moved here from a small Midwest town chasing big dreams. Now, as I sat frozen in my seat, I wondered if those dreams would be the death of me. It had started last Tuesday. I was on my usual morning commute, lost in thought about an upcoming project deadline. As I exited the subway at my stop, I felt eyes on me. You develop a sixth sense for that sort of thing in the city. I glanced around and caught sight of a man staring at me intently. He was unremarkable in appearance. Average height, dark hair, nondescript clothing. But something about his gaze made my skin crawl. I shrugged it off, chalking it up to the usual weirdness of city life. But the next morning, he was there again, and the next, and the next, always on my train, always watching me. I tried varying my route, leaving at different times. It didn't matter. He was always there, a constant shadow in my peripheral vision. I never saw him outside the subway, but every time I entered a station, my heart would race until I spotted him. It was like some twisted game of hide and seek where I was always found. I'd considered going to the police, but what would I say? That a man was riding the same public transportation as me? That he looked at me? I had no proof he'd done anything wrong, just a gnawing feeling of dread that grew with each passing day, which brought me to tonight. I'd stayed late at work, hoping to avoid my usual train. As I'd entered the nearly empty subway car, my heart had sunk. There he was, sitting calmly as if he'd been waiting for me. I'd taken a seat as far from him as possible, my hand clutching my phone, 911 pre-dialed. We'd gone 2 stops in tense silence when the train had screeched to a halt. Now, as the shadows danced around us, I watched in horror as he slowly stood up. His movements were fluid, almost graceful, as he made his way towards me. The few other passengers seemed oblivious to the tension, absorbed in their phones or dozing against the windows. "Hello, Mia," he said, his voice surprisingly soft. "I think it's time we talked." My breath caught in my throat. How did he know my name? I hadn't spoken to him, hadn't even acknowledged his existence all week. "And who are you?" I managed to croak out, my finger hovering over the call button on my phone. "What do you want from me?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Those remained cold, calculating. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is who you are, Mia, or rather, who you're going to become." A hysterical laugh bubbled up in my throat. This couldn't be happening. Any moment now, I'd wake up in my bed, this whole week, nothing but a bad dream. But the cold metal of the subway seat beneath me, the acrid smell of the tunnel outside, the very real man standing before me. It was all too vivid to be a dream. "I don't understand," I said, hating how small my voice sounded. He sat down across from me, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. "Of course you don't. Not yet. But you will. You see, Mia, you're special. You just don't know it yet." I shook my head, confusion and fear warring inside me. "I'm not special. I'm nobody. Just leave me alone, please." His eyes hardened. "You don't get to decide that, Mia. We've been watching you for a long time. We know what you're capable of." "We?" I glanced around the car, suddenly sure that the other passengers were in on it, that this was some elaborate setup. But they remained as disinterested as before. "Yes, we," he confirmed. "There are more of us than you can imagine, Mia. We've been guiding humanity from the shadows for millennia, and now it's your turn to join us." I stood up abruptly, no longer caring if I appeared crazy to the other passengers. "I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't want to. Just stay away from me." I moved to push past him, intending to pound on the driver's compartment door if I had to. But as I tried to step around him, his hand shot out, gripping my wrist with inhuman strength. "You don't have a choice, Mia," he said, his voice still calm but with an edge of steel beneath it. "The process has already begun. Haven't you noticed the changes?" I tried to pull away, but his grip was like iron. "What changes? Let go of me." But even as I said it, I knew what he meant. The headaches I'd been having all week, the strange dreams, the moments when I swore I could hear other people's thoughts. "That's right," he said, as if reading my mind. Maybe he was. "Your abilities are awakening, but you need guidance, training. Without us, you'll lose control. And trust me, you don't want that to happen." The lights in the subway car flickered again, and this time they stayed off. In the darkness, I felt something change in the air around us. It became charged, electric, and suddenly, I could see everything. The thoughts of the other passengers flowed into my mind like water. The complex systems of the subway car laid themselves out before me like a 3D blueprint. And the man holding my wrist, I saw what he truly was. Not human, not even close. I recoiled, yanking my arm free with strength I didn't know I possessed. "What are you?" I gasped. In the darkness, his eyes began to glow with an inner light. "We are the Watchers, Mia, the guardians of humanity's evolution, and you are the next step." The subway car lurched, the lights sputtering back to life. As if a spell had been broken, the world snapped back into normal focus. The other passengers stirred, grumbling about the delay. The man, the Watcher, stood up. "This isn't over, Mia. We'll be in touch." And just like that, He was gone. Not through a door, not to another part of the car. He simply vanished between one blink and the next. The train started moving again, and I sank back into my seat, my mind reeling. What had just happened? What was happening to me? As we pulled into the next station, I stumbled out onto the platform, gulping in the stale subway air like it was the freshest mountain breeze. My phone buzzed in my pocket. With shaking hands, I pulled it out. A text from an unknown number. "Welcome to the truth, Mia. Your training begins tomorrow." I stared at the screen, a mix of terror and excitement coursing through me. Part of me wanted to run, to hide, to pretend none of this was happening. But a larger part, a part that felt like it was waking up after a long sleep, was curious, eager even. As I made my way up to the street, the city seemed different, brighter somehow, more alive. I could feel the pulse of millions of lives around me, a symphony of thoughts and emotions I'd never been aware of before. I looked up at the night sky, barely visible through the light pollution and skyscrapers. Somewhere up there, I knew, the watchers were looking down, waiting, and I had a choice to make. Did I run from this newfound power and the mysterious beings that came with it? Or did I embrace it, step into a world I never knew existed? As I walked home, my mind swirling with possibilities, I realized the choice had already been made. There was no going back to my old life, my old self. For better or worse, I was on a new path now, and somewhere in the shadows of the city, I knew the watchers were smiling. The full moon hung low over the ocean, casting a silvery path across the waves. It was supposed to be the perfect night for a midnight swim. Instead, as I treaded water, my blood ran cold. Something large and powerful had just brushed against my leg, and it definitely wasn't a fish. The peaceful lapping of waves suddenly seemed ominous, hiding whatever lurked beneath the surface. And then, without warning, my friend Mark disappeared under the water with a strangled cry. My name is Jess, and what started as a carefree beach night with friends had just turned into a nightmare. We were 4 recent college grads, me, Mark, Zoe, and Tyler, celebrating our last summer of freedom before diving into the real-world bind of corporate jobs and adult responsibilities. We'd been camping on this secluded beach for 3 days, and tonight was supposed to be the grand finale of our trip. The day had been perfect. Sunshine, beach volleyball, and cold beers around a bonfire as we watched the sunset. As night fell and the moon rose, someone, I think it was Tyler, had suggested a midnight swim. "Come on, guys," he'd said, already stripping down to his swim trunks. When are we ever going to get a chance like this again? Full moon, warm water, not another soul for miles. We'd all agreed, caught up in the magic of the moment. Zoe and I had changed into our swimsuits, while Mark had just shucked off his shirt and jumped in wearing his shorts. We'd waited out until the water reached our chests, laughing and splashing each other like kids. That's when I'd felt it, something solid and alive brushing past my leg. I'd frozen, my laughter dying in my throat. "Guys," I'd started to say, but Mark's sudden disappearance cut me off. Now, as the ripples from where he'd vanished spread outward, we all stared at each other in shock. "Mark," Zoe called out, her voice trembling. "Mark, this isn't funny." But we all knew this wasn't a joke. Mark was a strong swimmer, but he'd gone under so fast, without even a splash. "We need to get out of the water," Tyler said, his usual bravado replaced by naked fear. "Now." We started swimming toward shore, our strokes frantic and uncoordinated. I could feel panic rising in my chest, threatening to overwhelm me. I forced it down, focusing on the rhythmic movement of my arms cutting through the water. We were about halfway to the beach when I heard Zoe scream. I turned to see her being pulled backward, her arms flailing. "Something's got my leg," she shrieked, terror distorting her features. Tyler and I swam towards her, but it was like trying to move through molasses. The water seemed to have thickened, resisting our every movement. Zoe disappeared under the surface just as we reached her. "No," I yelled, diving down after her. The salt water stung my eyes as I peered into the murky depths. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then, a flash of pale skin and a cloud of bubbles. Zoe was about 10 feet below me, sinking fast, and wrapped around her leg was something. In the dim moonlight filtering through the water, I couldn't make out details, just a long, sinuous shape that didn't belong to any sea creature I knew. My lungs burning, I surfaced for air. Tyler was right beside me, his eyes wide with fear. "Did you see her?" he gasped. I nodded, unable to speak. We both took deep breaths and dove down again. This time, there was no sign of Zoe, just endless, dark water. We came up again, panting and disoriented. The shore seemed impossibly far away now. "We have to get out of here," Tyler said, his voice cracking. "We can't help them if we're dead too." The logic of his words cut through my panic. He was right. Whatever was in the water with us, we were no match for it. Our only hope was to get to shore and call for help. We started swimming again, pushing ourselves to our limits. Every splash, every ripple in the water made my heart race. I kept expecting to feel something grab my leg, to be pulled down into the depths like Mark and Zoe. We were maybe 20 yards from shore when Tyler let out a choked gasp. I turned to see him struggling against something I couldn't see, his head barely above water. "Jess!" he cried out, reaching for me. "Help!" I swam towards him, my arms feeling like lead. Just as I reached him, his eyes went wide with terror. He opened his mouth to scream, but only a gurgle came out as he was yanked beneath the waves. I froze, treading water, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I was alone now. Whatever was in the water had taken my friends, and I was next. The rational part of my brain knew I needed to swim to get to shore. But fear had paralyzed me. I couldn't move, couldn't think. I just floated there, waiting for the inevitable. That's when I saw it. A dark shape moving through the water towards me, just beneath the surface. It was massive, easily twice the size of a person. As it got closer, I could make out more details. It wasn't one creature, but many. A writhing mass of tentacles or tendrils, all moving in unison. I'd like to say I faced my fate bravely, that I went down fighting. But the truth is, I panicked. I thrashed in the water, trying desperately to get away from the approaching horror. But it was like trying to run in a nightmare. No matter how hard I swam, I didn't seem to move. The mass was right beneath me now. I could feel the water churning around my legs as tendrils began to wrap around them. They were cold, impossibly strong, and covered in some kind of slime that made my skin crawl. I took one last desperate gulp of air as I was pulled under. The silence of the underwater world enveloped me, broken only by the pounding of my heart in my ears. I opened my eyes, stinging from the salt water, and found myself face to face with something. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before, nothing I could have even imagined. A central mass, pulsing with bioluminescent light, surrounded by countless writhing appendages, and eyes, dozens of eyes, all different sizes, all focused on me. As I stared into those alien eyes, my lungs screaming for air, something impossible happened. I heard a voice in my head. "Do not be afraid," it said, the words not so much heard as felt. "You are chosen." The tendrils around my legs loosened, and suddenly I was being propelled upwards. I broke the surface with a gasp, gulping in air like I'd never tasted it before. To my shock, I wasn't alone. Mark, Zoe, and Tyler were there too, all looking as bewildered and terrified as I felt. What happened?" Mark stuttered, his eyes wild. "I thought I was dead." Before anyone could answer, the water around us began to glow. The creature, if that's what it was, rose partially out of the water. In the moonlight, I could see it clearly now. It was beautiful in an otherworldly way, its skin shimmering with patterns of light that seemed to convey emotions, thoughts. You have been chosen, the voice in our heads said again. Witnesses to the depths, messengers to the surface. Witnesses to what? Zoe asked, her voice barely a whisper. In response, the creature's lights pulsed, and suddenly our minds were filled with images. Vast underwater cities, civilizations that had risen and fallen while humanity was still learning to make fire. Knowledge and technology beyond our wildest dreams. We have watched your kind for millennia, the voice continued. Now, it is time for contact. You will be our ambassadors. As quickly as it had appeared, the creature sank back into the depths. We found ourselves being gently pushed towards the shore by unseen currents. We stumbled onto the beach, our minds reeling from what we'd experienced. As the adrenaline wore off, we all began to shiver, the night air cool on our wet skin. Did that really just happen? Tyler asked, his voice shaky. We all looked at each other, then back at the now calm ocean. The moon's reflection was undisturbed, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. But we knew, we had seen things that would change the world. And now, we had a message to deliver. As we huddled together on the sand, trying to process what had happened, I couldn't help but laugh. We'd come on this trip looking for one last adventure before entering the adult world. Well, we'd certainly found it. Our lives would never be the same. And somewhere out there, beneath the waves, an ancient civilization was waiting for us to tell their story, waiting for the world to finally know the truth about what lurks in the depths of our oceans. Our midnight swim had turned into the beginning of humanity's greatest adventure, and we were the ones chosen to lead the way. The heart monitor's steady beep was the only sound in the otherwise silent hospital ward. I checked my watch, 2:37 a.m. Just a few more hours until my shift ended. That's when I saw her, a patient standing at the end of the hallway, her hospital gown swaying gently as if caught in a breeze. But there was no breeze in this sealed ward, and this floor had been closed for renovations for months. My name is Sarah Chen, and I've been a night shift nurse at Mercy General Hospital for 5 years. I thought I'd seen it all, coding patients, full moon craziness, even the occasional escaped patient from the psych ward. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night. It had started as a typical shift. I'd done my rounds, checked on my patients, and settled in at the nurse's station with a cup of lukewarm coffee. The 3 North Ward was unusually quiet, with only 3 patients, all stable and sleeping peacefully. I was catching up on charting when I first noticed something odd. The air felt different, heavier somehow, charged with a kind of static electricity that made the hair on my arms stand up. I looked around, wondering if a storm was rolling in, but the windows showed only clear, star-filled skies. That's when I saw her for the first time. Just a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. A figure in a pale gown at the far end of the hallway. I turned to look directly, but she was gone. I shook my head, blaming it on too little sleep and too much caffeine. But a nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach told me something wasn't right. I decided to do another round, just to ease my mind. As I walked past the rooms, I peeked in on each patient. Mr. Johnson in 301 snoring softly, Mrs. Patel in 302, her oxygen machine humming steadily, and in 303, I froze. The bed was empty, sheets disturbed as if someone had just gotten up. My heart raced as I checked the bathroom. Empty. I rushed back to the nurse's station, ready to call a code yellow for a missing patient. But as I reached for the phone, I saw her again. She was standing at the junction where our ward met the closed wing, her back to me. Long dark hair fell past her shoulders, and her thin frame was silhouetted against the darkness beyond. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice echoing in the empty hallway. "You shouldn't be out of bed. Let me help you back to your room." She didn't respond, didn't move, just stood there, perfectly still. A chill ran down my spine, but I pushed it aside. I was a professional, and this was clearly a confused patient who needed help. I walked towards her, my footsteps sounding unnaturally loud on the linoleum floor. "Ma'am," I said as I got closer. "Are you all right?" Still no response. I was only a few feet away now. I reached out to touch her shoulder, and my hand passed right through her. I stumbled back, my heart pounding. The figure slowly turned, and I found myself staring into the face of a young woman. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were completely black, like empty voids. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but instead of words, a low, haunting moan emerged. The lights in the hallway flickered, and I felt a wave of cold wash over me. I ran. I'm not proud of it, but in that moment, all my training, all my experience, and went out the window. I ran back to the nurse's station, my breath coming in short gasps. I grabbed the phone, my fingers shaking as I dialed security. "This is Nurse Chen on 3 North, I said, as soon as they picked up. "I need assistance immediately. There's an intruder on the floor." "Intruder?" the security guard asked, sounding skeptical. "Are you sure it's not just a patient out of bed?" "No," I insisted. "This is something else. Please, just get up here." I hung up and turned back to the hallway, half expecting to see the ghostly woman right behind me. But the corridor was empty. The oppressive atmosphere remained, though, like the air before a thunderstorm. I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. There had to be a logical explanation for what I'd seen. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe someone was playing an elaborate prank, but deep down I knew. What I'd seen wasn't natural, wasn't human. The elevator dinged, and 2 security guards stepped out. I quickly filled them in on what had happened, leaving out the part about my hand passing through the figure. Even in my shaken state, I knew how that would sound. "All right," the older guard said, looking concerned. "We'll do a sweep of the floor. You stay here at the station. If you see anything at all, you call us immediately." I nodded, grateful for their presence. As they moved down the hallway, their flashlights cutting through the shadows, I felt some of my fear subside. Whatever was going on, I wasn't alone anymore. But as the minutes ticked by, my unease grew. The guards had been gone too long. The floor wasn't that big. They should have been back by now. I was about to call them on the radio when the lights went out. All of them. At once. Even the emergency lights failed to kick in. The only illumination came from the faint glow of the computer screens at the nurse's station. In the sudden darkness, I heard it. Footsteps, coming from the direction of the closed wing. But they didn't sound like the heavy tread of the security guards. These were lighter, almost ethereal. I fumbled for my phone, turning on its flashlight. The beam seemed pitifully small against the encompassing darkness. I swept it down the hallway and felt my blood turn to ice. She was there, the ghostly woman, but she wasn't alone. Behind her, I could make out other figures, dozens of them, all in hospital gowns, all with those same black, empty eyes. They began to move towards me, their movements jerky and unnatural. I backed away, my mind screaming at me to run, but my body refusing to move. As they got closer, I began to recognize some of them. Mr. Cooper, who had died of a heart attack last month. Mrs. Sanchez, a cancer patient we'd lost just last week. And at the front, my breath caught in my throat. It was Dr. Patel, my mentor, who had passed away years ago. They surrounded me, their cold presence making it hard to breathe. I closed my eyes, certain that this was the end. But then I felt a hand on my shoulder. A warm hand. I opened my eyes to see Dr. Patel, not the ghostly version, but as I remembered him in life. He smiled at me, his eyes kind. "It's all right, Sarah," he said, his voice echoing as if from a great distance. "We're not here to harm you." What's happening?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. "A thinning of the veil," he replied. Once a year, on this night, the boundary between our world and yours weakens. We can cross over, just for a little while. But why? I asked, looking around at the sea of familiar faces. Why come back? A sad smile crossed Dr. Patel's face. Some of us have unfinished business. Some just want to see their loved ones one last time. And some, he paused, looking at me intently. Some come to deliver a message. He leaned in close, whispering words that would change my life forever. As he spoke, the other spirits began to fade, the darkness receding. By the time he finished, I was alone again in the hallway, the lights flickering back to life. I stood there, stunned, as the reality of what had just happened washed over me. The elevator dinged and the security guard stepped out, looking confused. "Did you call us?" one asked. "We got a call, but when we came up here earlier, everything seemed fine." I opened my mouth to explain, then closed it again. How could I possibly describe what I'd just experienced? "False alarm," I heard myself saying. "Everything's fine now." As they left, I sank into the chair at the nurse's station, my mind reeling. I knew that come morning, I'd have to make some difficult decisions. The message Dr. Patel had given me, it wasn't something I could ignore. But for now, as the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, I allowed myself a moment to simply breathe, to exist in a world that had suddenly become much larger, much stranger, and infinitely more wondrous than I'd ever imagined. The night shift would never be the same again, and neither would I. The crackle of static from the baby monitor sent a chill down my spine. I'd put the kids to bed an hour ago, but what I heard next made my blood run cold. It wasn't the sound of a fussy baby or a child having a nightmare. It was a man's voice, low and menacing, whispering, "I see you." I froze, my eyes darting to the front door I'd locked hours ago, then to the stairs leading to the children's bedrooms. How could someone be up there? And more terrifyingly, how long had they been watching us? My name is Emily, and what started as a routine babysitting gig quickly turned into the most terrifying night of my life. I'm a 17-year-old high school senior, saving up for college by watching the neighbors' kids a few nights a week. The Petersons were great. They had 2 adorable children, Mia, 5, and Ethan, 2, and they always paid well. I'd been sitting for them for almost a year, and nothing out of the ordinary had ever happened. Until tonight. It had been a normal evening. I'd arrived at 6 p.m., just as Mr. and Mrs. Peterson were heading out for their date night. They'd left money for pizza, emergency contact numbers on the fridge eyes, and strict instructions for the kids to be in bed by 8:30. "We'll be back around midnight," Mrs. Peterson had said, giving me a warm smile. "Call if you need anything." The first few hours went smoothly. We had pizza, played some board games, and I managed to get both kids bathed and in bed right on schedule. I'd settled onto the living room couch with my homework, enjoying the quiet. That's when I first noticed something odd. A flicker of movement outside the window caught my eye. I got up to look, but the front yard was empty, bathed in the orange glow of the streetlights. Must have been a cat or something, I thought, shrugging it off. But as I sat back down, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and every creak of the old house made me jump. I turned on the TV, hoping the background noise would calm my nerves. It was just past 11 p.m. when I heard that chilling voice through the baby monitor. My first instinct was to run, to get out of the house and call the police. But I couldn't leave the children. What if the intruder was already up there with them? With shaking hands, I picked up my phone. I had to call for help, but I was afraid any noise might alert the intruder. I decided to text Mr. Peterson instead. "Emergency. Someone in the house. Call police." Seconds after I hit send, my phone buzzed with an incoming call. "Mr. Peterson." I declined it, terrified that the ringtone might have been heard upstairs. Instead, I texted again. "Can't talk. He's upstairs with the kids. Please hurry." The response came quickly. "Police on their way. We're coming home now. Stay safe." I stood at the bottom of the stairs, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it could be heard throughout the house. Should I go up? Try to get the kids out? Or would that put them in more danger? Before I could decide, I heard footsteps overhead. Slow, deliberate steps moving from one bedroom to the other. Then silence. The baby monitor crackled to life again. "Come upstairs, Emily," the voice said, sending shivers down my spine. "The children want to say goodnight." Panic threatened to overwhelm me. How did he know my name? What had he done to Mia and Ethan? I looked at my phone, praying to see flashing lights outside, but the street remained dark and quiet. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I had to do something. I couldn't just stand here while some maniac was upstairs with those innocent kids. I looked around for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes landed on a heavy table lamp. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I unplugged it and gripped it tightly, my palms sweaty against the cool ceramic. As I placed my foot on the first step, it creaked loudly. I froze, listening intently, but heard nothing from upstairs. Slowly, carefully, I began to climb. Each step felt like an eternity. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of my ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. As I reached the top of the stairs, I paused, trying to decide which room to check first. Mia's room was closest. The door was ajar, a sliver of darkness visible through the crack. I pushed it open slowly, wincing at the slight squeak of the hinges. The room was dark, illuminated only by the glow of Mia's nightlight. I could make out her small form under the covers, apparently asleep. But where was the intruder? I moved to Mia's bed, gently shaking her shoulder. "Mia," I whispered. "Mia, wake up. We need to go." She didn't stir. Fear clutched at my heart as I pulled back the covers. It wasn't Mia. It was just pillows arranged to look like a sleeping child. A floorboard creaked behind me. I spun around, raising the lamp, ready to swing. But the doorway was empty. The hallway beyond was dark and still. My breathing was coming in short gasps now. Where were the kids? Where was the intruder? I backed out of Mia's room, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Ethan's room was next. The door was closed. With a trembling hand, I reached for the knob. Just as my fingers touched the cool metal, I heard it. A giggle. A child's giggle, coming from downstairs. I froze, my mind reeling. How was that possible? I'd been at the bottom of the stairs this whole time. No one could have gotten past me, unless they'd been down there all along. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The intruder hadn't been upstairs. He'd been downstairs with me, this whole time. And now he had the children. I turned to run back downstairs, but as I did, the door to Ethan's room swung open. The man stood there, a dark silhouette against the deeper darkness of the room. He was tall, impossibly tall, his head nearly touching the top of the doorframe. "Hello, Emily," he said, his voice the same chilling whisper I'd heard on the baby monitor. "I've been waiting for you." I didn't think, I just reacted. I swung the lamp with all my might, aiming for where I thought his head would be. There was a sickening crunch as it connected, and the figure crumpled to the ground. I didn't wait to see if he was out cold. I ran, taking the stairs two at a time, nearly falling in my haste. I could hear the children now, their voices coming from the kitchen. I burst into the kitchen, ready to grab the kids and run. But what I saw stopped me in my tracks. Mia and Ethan were sitting at the kitchen table, happily eating ice cream, and standing next to them, looking confused and concerned, were Mr. and Mrs. Peterson. "Emily," Mrs. Peterson said, her brow furrowed with worry. "Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I stood there, gasping for breath, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. "But The intruder, upstairs. I heard him on the baby monitor. Mr. Peterson stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. Emily, there's no one else here. We came home early and found the kids awake. They said you told them they could have a midnight snack. I shook my head, unable to form words. This couldn't be happening. It had all felt so real. Mrs. Peterson guided me to a chair, her face etched with concern. I think you might have fallen asleep, dear. Had a nightmare, perhaps? As the adrenaline began to fade, doubt crept in. Had it all been a dream? But it had felt so vivid, so terrifyingly real. But I hit him, I mumbled. Upstairs, with the lamp. Mr. Peterson disappeared upstairs, returning a few moments later. All the lamps are where they should be, Emily, and there's no one up there. I sat there, my mind reeling, as the Petersons tried to comfort me. They assured me it was just a bad dream, probably brought on by stress from school. They even offered to drive me home. But as I gathered my things to leave, still shaken, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Dream or not, the fear had been real. The voice on the baby monitor, the feeling of being watched, it had all felt too vivid to be just a nightmare. As Mr. Peterson drove me home, I stared out the window at the dark, quiet streets. I knew one thing for certain. I would never babysay. Wait, what was that? In the rearview mirror, just for a second, I thought I saw a figure in the back seat, grinning at me with too many teeth. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there, just my imagination. It had to be, right? The shimmering heat haze on the horizon morphed into a human shape, and my heart skipped a beat. A lone figure stood on the empty road ahead, thumb outstretched. As we sped past, I caught a glimpse of a weary face and desperate eyes. My wife, Sarah, let out a small gasp. "Did you see that?" she asked. I nodded, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, because I had seen it, and I knew we'd see it again. The same hitchhiker, miles down the road, impossibly ahead of us. My name is Mike Callahan, and what started as a cross-country road trip with my wife quickly descended into a nightmare that defied explanation. We had been driving for hours through the Nevada desert, the monotonous landscape broken only by the occasional gas station or ramshackle diner. It was our 5th wedding anniversary, and we decided to drive from our home in San Francisco to the Grand Canyon, taking the scenic route through the heart of the American Southwest. The first few days had been great. We'd sung along to old songs on the radio, played silly road trip games, and marveled at the changing landscapes. But as we entered the vast emptiness of the Nevada desert, something changed. The air felt heavier, the silence more oppressive. Even the radio seemed affected, picking up nothing but static no matter how much I fiddled with the dial. We first saw the hitchhiker about an hour into the Nevada stretch. He appeared suddenly, as if materializing out of the heat haze. A lone figure on the side of the road, arm outstretched, eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses. As we zipped past at 70 miles per hour, I caught only a fleeting glimpse. Tanned skin, ragged clothes, a backpack that had seen better days. "Should we have stopped?" Sarah asked, twisting in her seat to look back. I shook my head. "You know the rules, honey. Never pick up hitchhikers, especially out here in the middle of nowhere." She nodded, but I could see the concern in her eyes. "I hope he'll be okay. It's brutal out there." I assured her someone else would probably pick him up, and we continued on our way. But I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling that had settled in the pit of my stomach. About 20 minutes later, we saw him again. Same pose, same clothes, same desperate stance. But this was impossible. We had been driving at top speed, and there was no way he could have gotten ahead of us. "Mike," Sarah said, her voice tight with confusion. "Isn't that—" "It can't be," I replied, but even as I said it, I knew it was. Somehow, Impossibly, it was the same man. We drove past him again, and I caught a clearer look at his face this time. His features were gaunt, almost skeletal, and there was something off about his eyes. They seemed too dark, too deep, like black holes in his face. Sarah and I sat in stunned silence for several minutes, both trying to rationalize what we had just seen. Maybe it was a different hitchhiker who just happened to look similar. Maybe the heat and monotony of the desert were playing tricks on our minds. But deep down, we both knew something wasn't right. The third time we saw him, about 15 minutes later, Sarah screamed, because this time, he wasn't on the side of the road. He was standing in the middle of our lane, directly in our path. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching as we skidded to a stop mere feet from the figure. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Sarah's knuckles were white where she gripped the dashboard. The hitchhiker stood motionless, staring at us through those impenetrably dark sunglasses. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his hand and pointed at us. "Oh God, Mike," Sarah whimpered. "What do we do?" I was asking myself the same question. Every instinct screamed at me to throw the car into reverse and get as far away from this thing as possible. But a morbid curiosity kept me rooted to the spot. I needed, to understand what was happening. Slowly, I rolled down my window. The blast of hot air that entered the car brought with it a smell I can only describe as decay, like something long dead baking in the sun. "What do you want?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the vast emptiness around us. The hitchhiker's mouth moved, but the sound that came out wasn't human. It was like static on a radio, punctuated by clicks and whirs that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Then, without warning, he was gone. Not ran away, not faded into the distance, just gone. There 1 second and vanished the next. Sarah and I looked at each other, both pale and shaking. "Did that just happen?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, unable to form words. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what we'd just experienced. But there was no making sense of it. It defied all logic, all reason. With shaking hands, I put the car back into drive and slowly accelerated. We drove in silence, both lost in our own thoughts, jumping at every shadow and shimmering heat mirage on the horizon. As the sun began to set, painting the desert in shades of orange and purple, we spotted a small diner on the side of the road. By unspoken agreement, I pulled in. We both needed a break, a chance to collect ourselves and maybe find some normalcy in a cup of coffee and a slice of pie. The diner was nearly empty, just a couple of truckers at the counter and an old man in a booth by the window. As we slid into a booth, a waitress approached, her name tag identifying her as Darlene. "What can I get you folks?" she asked, her pen poised over her notepad. We ordered coffee and pie, and as Darlene walked away, I found myself blurting out, "Have you ever heard any strange stories about this stretch of road?" Darlene paused, turning back to us with a frown. "Strange how?" I hesitated, not sure how to explain without sounding crazy. Like unexplainable things. People seeing things that can't be real. A look passed over Darlene's face, concern mixed with something else. Recognition, maybe. She glanced around the diner, then leaned in close. "You saw him, didn't you?" she whispered. "The hitchhiker?" Sarah gasped, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "You know about him?" I asked. Darlene nodded solemnly. "He's been haunting this road for as long as anyone can remember. Some say he's the ghost of a man who died out here, forever trying to catch a ride to safety. Others say he's something else, something not of this world." She straightened up, her expression becoming guarded. "But that's just silly superstition, of course. I'm sure whatever you saw was just a trick of the light. The desert can play havoc with your senses, you know." With that, she hurried off to get our order. Sarah and I sat in stunned silence, trying to process what we'd just heard. "Mike," Sarah said finally, her voice trembling. "I want to go home. I don't care about the Grand Canyon anymore. I just want to get out of here." I nodded, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. "We'll leave first thing in the morning. We'll find a motel for the night and then head back to California at dawn." But as I said it, a nagging doubt gnawed at me. Would it be that easy? Would the hitchhiker let us leave? We ate our pie in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. As we were paying the bill, I noticed the old man in the booth by the window watching us intently. As we turned to leave, he spoke up. "You can't outrun him, you know," he said, his voice gravelly with age. "Once he's set his sights on you, there's no escape." I felt Sarah stiffen beside me. "What do you mean?" I asked, even as part of me screamed not to engage, not to know more. The old man's rheumy eyes fixed on me. "He's not looking for a ride, son. He's looking for a replacement. Someone to take his place on this godforsaken stretch of road so he can finally move on." A chill ran through me. "How do you know all this?" A sad smile crossed the old man's weathered face. "Because I've been running from him for 40 years. Ever since that night I drove past him, thinking I was being smart by not picking up a hitchhiker." He turned back to the window, his eyes scanning the darkening desert outside. "You can't escape him," he repeated softly. "No matter how far or fast you drive, he'll always be there, waiting, until you give in, or until you find someone else to take your place." Sarah tugged at my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "Let's go, Mike. Please." I nodded, guiding her out of the diner. As we walked to our car, the old man's words echoed in my head. "You can't escape him." We drove through the night, pushing the speed limit, both of us jumping at every shadow on the road. But no matter how fast we went, no matter how many miles we put behind us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. And every time I looked in the rearview mirror, I half expected to see a gaunt figure in the back seat, grinning at me with too many teeth, ready to claim his replacement. The desert stretched endlessly before us, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that our journey was far from over. The hitchhiker was out there, waiting, and sooner or later we would have to face him again. The first knock came at midnight, a soft tapping that barely registered over the howling wind. I ignored it, chalking it up to debris blown against the lighthouse door. But as the night wore on, the knocking grew louder, more insistent. By 3 a.m., it had become a pounding that shook the very foundation of my solitary home. And still, the storm raged on, making any visitors impossible. As I descended the spiral staircase, flashlight in hand, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever waited on the other side of that door wasn't human. My name is Jack Harper, and I've been the keeper of the Black Rock Lighthouse for the past 5 years. Perched on a tiny, rocky island off the coast of Maine, Black Rock has been guiding ships safely through treacherous waters for over a century. It's a solitary life, but one I've grown to love. The peaceful isolation, the rhythm of the tides, the satisfaction of maintaining this beacon of hope for sailors. It suited me perfectly, or at least it did until that stormy night in late October. The day had started normally enough. I'd gone about my usual routine, checking the light, maintaining the equipment, logging weather conditions. But as evening approached, the sky had darkened ominously. The weather report crackled over my radio, warning of an unexpected storm system moving in. Gale force winds, heavy rain, possible hail. I battened down the hatches, so to speak, securing everything that could be blown away. By nightfall, the storm had hit in full force. Rain lashed against the windows, driven sideways by howling winds. Waves crashed against the rocky shore, sending spray high enough to reach the lower windows of the lighthouse. As I climbed the stairs to light the beacon, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This was why I was here. On nights like this, my light might be the only thing standing between a ship and disaster. I settled in for a long night, brewing a pot of strong coffee and pulling out a well-worn paperback. The storm provided a constant backdrop of sound, wind, rain, crashing waves. It was almost soothing in its intensity. That's when I heard it. A knock at the door. At first, I thought I'd imagined it. Who could possibly be out there in this weather? The island was uninhabited save for me, and the nearest shore was miles away. I returned to my book, but a few minutes later, I heard it again. 3 distinct knocks, barely audible over the storm. I set my book down, listening intently. For several long moments, there was nothing but the sound of the storm. Then, just as I was about to convince myself I'd imagined it, the knocking came again. Louder this time. A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't possible. No one could have made it to the island in this weather, and even if they had, they'd have radioed ahead. I always kept my radio on, especially during storms. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe some debris had blown against the door, or perhaps some part of the lighthouse was coming loose in the wind. But as the night wore on, the knocking became more frequent, more insistent. It moved around the lighthouse, sometimes at the front door, sometimes at the back, occasionally even seeming to come from the windows high above. By 3 a.m., it had become a constant, rhythmic pounding that I could feel through the floors. It was impossible to ignore, impossible to explain away. Fear and curiosity warred within me. Every instinct screamed at me to stay put, to wait out the storm and pretend I couldn't hear the impossible knocking. But another part of me needed to know, needed to understand what was happening. With shaking hands, I picked up my heavy-duty flashlight. Its weight was reassuring in my hand as I began to descend the spiral staircase. The pounding grew louder as I approached the door. I could feel the vibrations through the soles of my feet. My heart was racing, my palms sweaty on the flashlight. I reached for the door handle, then hesitated. What if it was someone who needed help? A shipwreck survivor, perhaps, who had somehow made it to the island. I couldn't just leave them out there in the storm. Taking a deep breath, I undid the locks and pulled the door open. The wind nearly knocked me off my feet, driving rain and sea spray into my face. I raised the flashlight, squinting against the onslaught. There was no one there. I swept the beam of light across the small porch, then out towards the rocks. Nothing but wind and rain and crashing waves. Relief flooded through me, followed quickly by confusion. If no one was there, what had been making that noise? That's when I saw it, just at the edge of my flashlight's beam, down by the shore. A figure, standing motionless amidst the chaos of the storm. I blinked, sure I was seeing things. But when I looked again, it was still there. Tall and thin. It seemed to be wearing some kind of long coat that whipped about in the wind. Its face was hidden in shadow. "Hello?" I called out, my voice nearly lost in the howling wind. "Do you need help?" The figure didn't move, didn't respond, just stood there, facing the lighthouse, facing me. A wave of unease washed over me. Something about this was very, very wrong. I was about to retreat inside and radio for help when the figure moved. It raised one arm, pointing directly at me, and then, impossibly, it began to walk forward, not along the shore, but straight towards me, across the surface of the churning water. I slammed the door shut, my heart pounding. This couldn't be happening. I must be dreaming or hallucinating from lack of sleep. But even through the thick door, I could hear it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming up the path to the lighthouse, and then the knocking began again. No longer all around, but focused on the door right in front of me. Slow, heavy thuds that shook dust from the ceiling. I backed away, my mind reeling. What was out there? What did it want? The pounding continued, growing louder, more insistent. I could see the door shuddering in its frame with each impact. I turned and ran, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I didn't stop until I reached the top of the lighthouse, bursting out onto the gallery that surrounded the beacon. The storm raged around me, wind and rain lashing at my face. I gripped the railing, peering down at the entrance to the lighthouse. The door was open. As I watched, a figure emerged. Even from this height, I could tell it wasn't human. Its movements were too fluid, its proportions all wrong. It paused, then slowly turned its face up towards me. I caught a glimpse of pale, waterlogged flesh, of eyes that glowed with an eerie, phosphorescent light, of a mouth that opened far too wide, revealing row upon row of sharp teeth. It raised one long, distorted arm, pointing at me again, and then it began to climb, not using the stairs inside, but scaling the outside of the lighthouse. Its movements were quick, jerky, like a spider crawling up a wall. I stood frozen in horror, unable to move as it drew closer. The wind carried its voice to me, a sound like rushing water and grinding stones that somehow formed words. "Keeper," it said, "your time has come." In that moment, I understood. The stories I'd dismissed as superstition, the warnings from the old-timers about the true duties of a lighthouse keeper. We weren't just here to guide ships. We were guardians, keeping at bay things that lurked in the deep, things that saw our lights as a challenge. And sometimes, those things came to replace us. As the creature reached the gallery, pulling itself up with those long, distorted limbs, I made a choice. I was the keeper of Black Rock Lighthouse, and I would do my duty. I turned to the beacon, its light still shining bright despite the storm. With a silent apology to any ships that might be relying on it, I switched it off. The creature paused, as if confused by the sudden darkness. I took advantage of its hesitation, ducking past it and racing down the stairs. I could hear it behind me, chittering and scratching as it gave chase. But I had lived in this lighthouse for years. I knew every step, every turn. I reached the bottom and ran out into the storm, not stopping until I reached the shore. There, I turned to face the creature that had followed me. It loomed over me, its form seeming to shift and flow in the darkness. But now that we were away from the lighthouse, it seemed less sure of itself. "You are the keeper," it said, its voice full of confusion and what might have been fear. I stood my ground, rain and sea spray soaking me to the bone. "I am," I replied, "and this is my light, my duty. You have no power here." For a long moment, we stood there, human and monster, facing each other amidst the storm. Then, slowly, the creature began to retreat. It moved backwards, step by step, until it reached the water's edge. With one last look at me, it sank beneath the waves. As soon as it disappeared, I ran back to the lighthouse. My hands were shaking as I relit the beacon, its bright beam cutting through the storm once more. I spent the rest of the night in the lantern room, watching the sea for any sign of the creature's return. But there was nothing, just the gradually calming storm, and eventually, the first light of dawn. As I sit here now, writing this in my log, I'm still not sure I believe what happened. Perhaps it was all a dream, a hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. But I know, deep in my bones, that it was real. That there are things out there in the deep that see our lights as a challenge, and that as long as there are lighthouse keepers, we'll be here to face them. The storm has passed, and a new day is beginning. I have work to do, cleaning up debris, checking for damage, logging the night's events in carefully coded language that won't raise alarms with my superiors. But as I go about my duties, I'll keep one eye on the sea, because I know now that my job is more than just keeping the light burning. I'm the keeper of Black Rock Lighthouse, and I'll be ready when the knocking comes again. The crunch of leaves under my boots echoed through the eerily silent forest. I'd been a ranger here for 15 years, but I'd never seen the woods so still, so empty. No birdsong, no scurrying of small animals, not even the buzz of insects, just an oppressive silence that seemed to swallow every sound. As I pushed deeper into the heart of the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into a trap, one that had been waiting for me for a very long time. My name is Sarah Connor, and I've dedicated my life to protecting the Whispering Pines National Forest. At 38, I thought I'd seen it all. Wildfires, lost hikers, the occasional poacher. But nothing could have prepared me for what I discovered that crisp autumn morning. It started with reports from hikers about strange markings on trees. At first, I dismissed them as the work of bored teenagers or overzealous nature enthusiasts. But as the reports kept coming in, each more unsettling than the last, I knew I had to investigate. I set out at dawn, my backpack loaded with supplies for a day's hike. The morning was cool and misty, typical for October in this part of the country. But as I drove deeper into the forest, following the GPS coordinates from the latest report, something felt off. The mist seemed thicker than usual, clinging to the trees in a way that made them look almost skeletal. And the silence. God, the silence. God. I've always loved the peacefulness of the forest, but this was different. This was wrong. I parked my truck at the trailhead and set out on foot. The path was familiar. I'd hiked it countless times before. But today, it felt alien. The trees seemed to loom over me, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. About 2 miles in, I saw the first marking. It was carved into the trunk of an old oak, the wood still oozing sap. The symbol was unlike anything I'd ever seen. A complex swirl of lines that seemed to shift and change the longer I looked at it. I snapped a picture with my phone, then reached out to touch the carving. The wood was warm beneath my fingers, much warmer than it should have been. And was it pulsing? I jerked my hand back, my heart racing. This was no prank. Whatever had made this mark wasn't human. As I continued down the trail, I found more symbols. They appeared at irregular intervals, always on the largest, oldest trees. Each one was different, but they all gave me the same uneasy feeling, like they were watching me. The deeper I went, the stranger the forest became. The trees grew larger, their trunks twisted into impossible shapes. The undergrowth became dense with plants I didn't recognize, their leaves an unnatural shade of purple. I checked my GPS, frowning at the screen. According to this, I was miles off course, in a part of the forest that didn't match any of my maps. But that was impossible. I knew these woods like the back of my hand. Just as I was considering turning back, I heard it, a low, rhythmic chanting, coming from somewhere up ahead. The sound sent a chill down my spine, but I pressed on. I had to know what was happening to my forest. I emerged into a clearing and froze, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. In the center stood a massive stone structure, a circle of rough-hewn monoliths, each easily 20 feet tall. They were covered in the same strange symbols I'd seen on the trees. But it was what was happening inside the circle that made my blood run cold. A group of figures, dressed in long robes, were moving in a slow, synchronized dance. Their chanting grew louder as I watched, the words in no language I'd ever heard. I ducked behind a tree, my heart pounding. What the hell was this? Some kind of cult. But how had they built this structure without anyone noticing? As I watched, one of the figures broke away from the group. It moved to the center of the circle, raising its arms. The chanting reached a fever pitch, and suddenly, the air in the center of the circle began to ripple, like heat haze, but more substantial, more real. The ripple grew, expanding outward until it formed a shimmering portal about 10 feet across. And through that portal, I caught a glimpse of something. A landscape that wasn't Earth, skies that weren't our skies, creatures that defied description. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a whimper, I'm not sure. But suddenly, all activity in the circle stopped. As one, the robed figures turned to look in my direction. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps unnaturally fast, their chanting now a guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that twisted version of my forest. But eventually, I burst out of the trees and found myself back at my truck. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them in the ignition. As I peeled out of the parking area, I chanced a look in the rearview mirror. The forest behind me was dark, the trees pressing close to the road, and just at the edge of the tree line, I saw them. A line of robed figures, standing perfectly still, watching me drive away. I didn't stop driving until I reached the ranger station. My colleagues, Mike, took one look at my pale, sweat-soaked face and sat me down with a cup of strong coffee. I told him everything, my words tumbling out in a frantic jumble. To his credit, Mike listened without interrupting. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "Sarah," he said finally, his voice gentle, "I think you need to take some time off. The stress of the job, it can get to you sometimes." "No," I cut him off. "Mike, I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. Check my phone, I took pictures of the symbols." With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone, but when I opened the photo gallery, my heart sank. The pictures were there, but they were wrong. Blurry, distorted, showing nothing but indistinct shapes in the woods. Mike patted my shoulder. "Get some rest, Sarah. We'll talk more tomorrow." But I knew there would be no rest for me. Not now, not ever again. Because I knew the truth. Something was happening in my forest, something beyond human understanding. And I was the only one who knew about it. In the days that followed, I tried to go back, to find the clearing, to gather evidence. But it was like the forest itself was working against me. Trails that should have been familiar led me in circles. My GPS malfunctioned. Even my compass spun wildly, unable to find true north. I've spent countless hours poring over old books, researching occult symbols and interdimensional theories. I've reached out to experts in fields ranging from archaeology to quantum physics. Most dismiss me as a crackpot. A few have shown interest, but none have been able to explain what I saw. As I sit here now, writing this down, I can't help but look out my window at the forest that has been my home for so long. It looks the same as it always has, peaceful, serene. But I know the truth. I know what lurks in its depths. Sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear it. The chanting, carried on the wind, a reminder that what I saw was real. That somewhere out there, in the heart of my forest, a door has been opened. A door to somewhere else. And I can't help but wonder, what came through that door? And more terrifyingly, what might be coming next? I know one thing for certain. I can't ignore this. I can't pretend it didn't happen. Whatever is going on in Whispering Pines, whatever cosmic horror has taken root in my forest, I have to face it. I have to find a way to close that door. Because if I don't, who will? I'm just one park ranger, facing something beyond human comprehension. But I'm also the only one who knows the truth, the only one who can do something about it. So tomorrow, I'll go back into the forest. I'll keep searching, keep documenting, keep trying to understand. And maybe, just maybe, I'll find a way to protect not just my forest, but our entire world from whatever waits on the other side of that shimmering portal. Because that's my job. I'm a ranger. I protect the forest and everyone in it. Even if what I'm protecting them from is beyond their wildest nightmares. The sun is setting now, casting long shadows across my yard. In a few hours, night will fall. And in the darkness, I know the chanting will begin again. But this time, I'll be ready. This time, I'll find answers. Whatever happens, whatever I discover, I know my life will never be the same. The world I knew, the reality I understood, has been forever changed. But I'm not afraid. I'm determined, because the forest is calling, and I have to answer. The beam of my flashlight cut through the murky water, revealing a twisted landscape of stalactites and narrow passages. My heart raced as I checked my air gauge, 700 psi, barely enough for 10 minutes. That's when I saw it, a flash of movement in the darkness beyond my light. Something was down here with me, something that didn't belong in this underwater cave. And as my flashlight flickered, threatening to plunge me into total darkness, I realized with growing horror that I had lost my guideline back to the surface. My name is Alex Chen, and I'm a cave diver, or at least I was until that fateful dive in the cenotes of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. I'd been exploring underwater caves for over a decade, pushing the limits of human endurance and technology to uncover the secrets hidden beneath the Earth's surface. But nothing in my experience could have prepared me for what I encountered in the depths of Sistema Sacacton. It was supposed to be a routine dive, a chance to map out a newly discovered section of the vast underwater cave system. I'd assembled a small team, myself, my longtime diving partner Mike, and our local guide, Carlos. We'd spent days preparing, checking and double-checking our equipment, reviewing our dive plan, and discussing contingencies. The morning of the dive, we arrived at the cenote early, the jungle around us still shrouded in mist. As we geared up, I couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Maybe it was the unusual stillness of the air, or the way the usually crystal-clear water seemed darker, more opaque than normal. "You okay, Alex?" Mike asked, noticing my hesitation. I forced a smile. "Yeah, just a little nervous energy. You know how it is before a big dive." He nodded, but I could see the concern in his eyes. Mike and I had been diving together for years. He knew me well enough to sense when something was off. We did our final equipment checks and slipped into the water. The coolness was a shock after the humid air, but it helped clear my head. As we descended into the mouth of the cave, I felt the familiar mix of excitement and trepidation that came with every dive. For the first hour, everything went according to plan. We moved slowly through the cave system, mapping as we went, marveling at the otherworldly beauty of the underwater formations. Delicate stalactites hung from the ceiling like frozen waterfalls, while stalagmites reached up from the cave floor like the grasping fingers of some subterranean giant. We were about 3,000 feet into the cave when things started to go wrong. I was in the lead, with Mike about 20 feet behind me and Carlos bringing up the rear. I had just squeezed through a narrow passage when my primary light flickered. I paused, tapping the light. It stabilized, but the beam seemed weaker than before. I made a mental note to switch to my backup if it happened again. That's when I saw it, a shadow moving at the edge of my light's beam. It was gone so quickly I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Almost. I signaled to Mike, asking if he'd seen anything. He shook his head, gesturing for me to continue. I hesitated, then pressed on. We were entering a large chamber when my light flickered again, this time going out completely for a heart-stopping moment before sputtering back to life. In that brief instant of darkness, I felt something brush past me, something large. I spun around, my heart pounding. My light revealed nothing but empty water and the concerned face of Mike behind me. I signaled that I was switching to my backup light, trying to keep my hand steady as I made the change. As the brighter beam of my backup light cut through the water, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Our guideline, the thin rope that was our lifeline back to the surface, had been severed. The cut end drifted lazily in the water, mocking us with its frayed edges. I turned to Mike, my eyes wide with panic behind my mask. He had seen it too. We both knew what this meant. Without the guideline, in a cave system this complex, we were in serious trouble. Carlos swam up, alerted by our unusual behavior. When he saw the cut line, his eyes went wide. He immediately began to tie it back together, his movements quick and precise despite the gravity of the situation. As he worked, I scanned the chamber with my light. That's when I saw it again, a shape moving in the darkness beyond the reach of my beam. It was larger this time, and moved with a fluid grace that was decidedly not human. I tapped Mike's arm, pointing. He nodded, having seen it too. We both watched, barely breathing, as the shape moved along the edge of the chamber. It was hard to make out details, but I could swear I saw the glint of scales, the flicker of a tail far too large to belong to any fish I knew of. Carlos finished repairing the line and gave us the okay signal. But as we prepared to continue, My light caught something on the cave floor. Swimming down for a closer look, I felt my stomach drop. There, half buried in the silt, was a diving mask. And not just any mask. It was an antique, the kind used by divers half a century ago. As I reached for it, a powerful current suddenly surged through the chamber. It caught us off guard, spinning us around and stirring up a cloud of silt that reduced visibility to 0 in seconds. I felt the guideline go taut in my hand and clung to it, fighting against the current. Through the murk, I could see the dim glow of Mike and Carlos's lights as they too held onto the line. The current lasted only a few seconds, but when it subsided and the silt began to settle, I realized with horror that I was alone. Mike and Carlos were gone, along with the guideline. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I forced myself to take slow, deep breaths, fighting the urge to hyperventilate. Panic was a diver's worst enemy, especially in a situation like this. I checked my air gauge, 700 psi. Enough for about 10 minutes if I stayed calm. I had to find Mike and Carlos, had to find the guideline. I began to move slowly through the chamber, sweeping my light back and forth. The water was still cloudy with disturbed silt, reducing my visibility to just a few feet. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rock formation looked like it might be my lost companions. That's when I saw it again. The large shape, moving with that unnaturally fluid grace. It was clearer this time, closer. I caught a glimpse of a long, serpentine body, of fins that looked more like limbs, and eyes. Large, intelligent eyes that reflected my light back at me with an almost metallic sheen. It wasn't a fish. It wasn't anything I'd ever seen before, and it was watching me. I froze, torn between the need to find my friends and the primal urge to flee from this unknown creature. As I hovered there, my light began to flicker again. Panic surged through me. If my light went out down here in the absolute darkness of the underwater cave, I was as good as dead. I fumbled for my backup to my backup, a small chemical light stick attached to my gear. As I cracked it, casting a weak green glow around me, I saw movement again. The creature was circling me now, moving in ever-tightening spirals. My air was running low. My lights were failing. I was lost in an underwater labyrinth, and I was being stalked by something that, by all rights, shouldn't exist. In that moment, faced with the possibility of my own death, a strange calm came over me. If this was to be my end, I would meet it with open eyes. I stopped trying to flee and instead turned to face the creature. As it came into the dim glow of my light stick, I saw it clearly for the first time. It was beautiful in an alien way, a mix of eel and salamander, with hints of something almost human in its eyes and the shape of its head. It regarded me with what I could swear was curiosity. Slowly, deliberately, it raised one of its limb-like fins and pointed, not at me, but past me, down one of the tunnels leading out of the chamber. I hesitated, unsure. Was it trying to help me, or lead me further into danger? But with my air running critically low, I realized I had no choice. I had to trust it. I began to swim in the direction it had indicated. To my surprise, it swam alongside me, its body undulating gracefully through the water. As we moved, I began to see signs I recognized, markers left by previous divers. We were heading towards an exit. Just as my air gauge hit 0, we emerged into another chamber. There, to my immense relief, were Mike and Carlos, looking as shocked to see me as I was to see them. And beyond them, the shimmer of open water. As we ascended, I looked back one last time. The creature hovered at the edge of the cave entrance, watching us go. It raised its fin in what I could only interpret as a wave, then vanished back into the depths. On the surface, we had a lot of explaining to do, to each other, to the authorities, to the scientific community. Our story of a lost underground creature guiding a diver to safety was met with skepticism by most. But I know what I saw. I haven't been cave diving since that day. The memory of those intelligent eyes in the darkness, of that alien yet somehow familiar creature has stayed with me. It's changed how I see the world, how I understand the limits of what we know. There are things down there, in the dark places of our world, that defy explanation, things that challenge everything we think we know about life on this planet. And sometimes, if we're very lucky, these things might just save us when we need it most. As I sit here writing this account, I can't help but wonder, will I ever see that creature again? And if I do, will I have the courage to follow it back into the depths, to uncover the secrets it guards? Only time will tell, but one thing's for certain, the underwater world will never look the same to me again. The first snowflake landed on my notebook, smearing the ink of my latest sentence. I looked up at the darkening sky, a frown creasing my forehead. The weather report had promised clear skies for at least another week. As the snowfall intensified, obscuring the view of the valley below my cabin, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the sudden drop in temperature. Something was very wrong in these mountains, and I had a sinking feeling that the manuscript I'd come here to write was about to become terrifyingly real. My name is Liam Carter, and until that moment, I was just another struggling novelist seeking solitude to finish my breakout book. At 35, I'd had moderate success with a few thriller novels, but nothing that could be called a real career. This new book was supposed to change all that, a horror story set in a remote mountain cabin where the protagonist finds herself isolated by a freak storm and stalked by something that shouldn't exist. I'd rented this cabin in the Rockies for a month, planning to immerse myself in the atmosphere and bang out the first draft. The owner, an elderly man named Frank, had given me an odd look when I told him what I was writing. "You might want to be careful what you wish for up here," he'd said, his weathered face serious. "These mountains have a way of responding to people's thoughts." I'd laughed it off at the time, chalking it up to local superstition. Now, as the snow swirled around my cabin, those words came back to haunt me. I closed my laptop and moved to the window, peering out at the rapidly whitening landscape. The snow was falling so thickly now that I could barely see the tree line at the edge of the clearing. My SUV, parked about 50 feet from the cabin, was already half buried. A gust of wind howled around the eaves of the cabin, sounding almost like a voice. I shook my head, trying to dispel the fanciful thought. I was letting the atmosphere get to me, that's all. This was exactly the kind of weather I'd been hoping for to set the mood for my writing. I should be thrilled. So why did I feel like I was being watched? I turned away from the window, deciding to stoke up the fire and make some coffee. As I moved towards the fireplace, something caught my eye. There, in the fresh snow on the cabin's small porch, was a footprint. A very large, very inhuman footprint. My heart began to race. This couldn't be real. It had to be a trick of the light. Or maybe some snow had fallen from the roof in a peculiar pattern. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously opened the front door. The icy wind hit me like a physical blow, driving snow into my face. I raised the flashlight, illuminating the porch. The footprint was still there, even clearer now. It was huge, easily twice the size of my own foot, with long, claw-like toes. And it wasn't alone. There was a trail of them, leading away from the cabin and into the woods. I slammed the door shut, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. The creature I'd been writing about, a sort of hybrid between a Yeti and a Wendigo, wasn't real. It was fiction, a product of my imagination. But as another howl of wind shook the cabin, sounding even more like a monstrous cry, I wasn't so sure anymore. I ran to my laptop, opening the document I'd been working on. My eyes scanned the words I'd written just hours earlier. The creature left tracks in the fresh snow, massive footprints that led into the dark heart of the forest. As night fell and the storm intensified, Sarah knew she was no longer alone in her mountain refuge. I slammed the laptop shut, my hands shaking. This was insane. I was letting my imagination run wild, that's all. There had to be a rational explanation, but even as I tried to convince myself, I knew, deep down, in that primal part of my brain that deals in instinct and survival, I knew. Something was out there. Something I had brought into being with my words. I spent the next hour securing the cabin as best I could. I closed all the shutters, locked and barricaded the doors, and built up the fire until the main room was almost uncomfortably warm. All the while, I could hear the storm raging outside, punctuated by that haunting, almost human cry. As night fell, the power went out. One moment I was sitting in the warm glow of the electric lights. The next I was plunged into darkness, save for the flickering light of the fire. I fumbled for my flashlight, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. That's when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong to the storm. A heavy tread on the porch steps, followed by a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the cabin. It was here. I backed away from the door, my mind racing. What had I written? What weaknesses had I given this creature? In my story, the protagonist had discovered that the monster couldn't cross running water, but there was no stream between me and it, just a door that suddenly seemed terribly flimsy. A massive shape appeared at the window, blocking out what little light came from the snow-reflected moon. I caught a glimpse of glowing eyes, of teeth that seemed too numerous and too sharp to be real. The window shattered inward, and with it came the cold. Not just the chill of the storm, but a bone-deep cold that seemed to sap the very life from the air. The fire guttered and died, plunging the cabin into darkness. I ran. Through the kitchen, down the short hallway to the bedroom. I slammed the door shut behind me, knowing even as I did so that it was futile. This thing, this creature of my own creation, wouldn't be stopped by a wooden door. As if in response to my thoughts, a massive force hit the other side of the door. The wood splintered, and through the cracks I saw a clawed hand, covered in thick, matted fur. In that moment, staring death in the face, my writer's mind kicked in. If I had written this creature into existence, could I write it out? It was a desperate, crazy idea, but it was all I had. I grabbed my laptop from the bedside table, flipping it open. The battery icon showed less than 10% remaining. It would have to be enough. As the creature continued to batter at the door, I began to type. My fingers flew over the keys, the words pouring out of me in a desperate stream of consciousness. But the creature was just a manifestation of fear, a creation of the mind given form by the unique properties of this mountain. As Liam faced it, truly faced it, he realized the power lay within him, the power of creation and of dissolution. The door exploded inward. I looked up, my eyes meeting those of the creature. It was exactly as I had imagined it, massive, fur-covered, with a face that was a nightmarish blend of human and animal features. It opened its mouth, revealing rows of dagger-like teeth, and roared. But as it lunged for me, something changed. Its form seemed to waver, like a mirage in the desert heat. I kept typing, pouring every ounce of will I had into the words. The creature's form began to dissolve, breaking apart like mist in the morning sun. Its roar of triumph turned to one of confusion, then fear. In moments, it was gone, leaving behind nothing but a cold wind and the lingering scent of pine and snow. I looked up from the screen. The room was empty. The broken door hung from its hinges, letting in a swirl of snow, but of the creature there was no sign. Had it all been in my imagination? A hallucination brought on by stress and isolation? But then I saw them. Massive footprints in the snow on the bedroom floor, already beginning to melt in the relative warmth of the cabin. It had been real. All of it. And I had banished it, with nothing but words. As the adrenaline began to fade, leaving me shaky and exhausted, I couldn't help but laugh. It was hysterical, bordering on manic, but it was real laughter, because I knew, with absolute certainty, that I had just lived through the most incredible story of my life. The storm began to abate as dawn broke. As I stood on the porch, watching the sun rise over the snow-covered landscape, I felt a sense of awe and terror at the power of imagination, of words. The mountains around me seemed to whisper with secrets, with stories untold. I knew then that I would stay, not just for the month I had planned, but for as long as it took, because there were more stories here, more truths to be uncovered, and I was the one to write them. As I turned to go back inside, I saw Frank's truck making its way up the snow-covered road. He got out, his eyes scanning the damage to the cabin before settling on me. "Looks like you had quite a night," he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. I nodded, unable to find the words to explain what had happened. Frank looked at me for a long moment, then sighed. "Come on," he said, gesturing to his truck. "Let's get you some breakfast. And then, if you're ready, I've got some stories to tell you. Stories about these mountains and the power they hold." As I followed him to the truck, my laptop clutched to my chest. I knew that my life had changed forever. The line between fiction and reality had blurred. "Time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax." The first camera I found was in the shower head. The second was nestled in the eye of a teddy bear. By the time I discovered the third, hidden behind a vent in the master bedroom, I knew I was in serious trouble. It was supposed to be an easy night of babysitting. The Wilsons were new to the neighborhood, having just moved into the sprawling Victorian mansion at the end of our street. When Mrs. Wilson approached me after church last Sunday, her perfectly manicured nails tapping my shoulder, I jumped at the chance to make some extra cash. "We'll only be gone for a few hours," she had said, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "Tommy's an angel. He'll be in bed by 8, and you'll have the run of the house." Now, as I stood in the center of their opulent living room, my heart pounding against my ribs, I realized just how wrong I'd been to trust that smile. The house was silent, save for the gentle ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. Tommy had gone to bed without a fuss, just as his mother promised. It was only after I'd settled onto the plush leather couch, ready to dive into my homework, that I noticed something odd about the antique mirror hanging on the opposite wall. A tiny red light blinked in the corner of the ornate frame, almost imperceptible. Curiosity piqued. I approached it, my reflection growing larger with each step. That's when I saw it. A lens no bigger than a pinhead embedded in the glass. My blood ran cold. A camera. Someone was watching me. Panic set in as I began to search the room, my eyes darting from one shadowy corner to the next. The more I looked, the more I found. A camera in the bookshelf, another in the light fixture, one even hidden in the potted plant by the window. My mind raced. Were the Wilsons secretly filming me? Or was someone else watching? Someone who had invaded their home just as they had invited me in? I sprinted up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, my socks slipping on the polished wood. I had to check on Tommy. His room was dark, illuminated only by the soft glow of a nightlight. I crept to his bed, relief washing over me as I saw his small chest rising and falling with each peaceful breath. But as I turned to leave, my eye caught something on his dresser. The teddy bear sat innocently among his other stuffed animals, its glassy eyes reflecting the dim light. But one eye was different. It glinted unnaturally, and as I leaned in closer, my suspicions were confirmed. Another camera. My stomach churned. I had to get out of here, had to call the police. But as I reached for my phone, I realized with horror that I'd left it downstairs on the coffee table. I descended the stairs slowly, each creak of the old wood sending shivers down my spine. The house felt different now, sinister. Every shadow seemed to hide another lens, another eye watching my every move. As I entered the living room, my gaze immediately fell on my phone. It wasn't where I'd left it. Instead, it sat in the center of the coffee table, screen up, as if someone had placed it there deliberately. I snatched it up, my trembling fingers fumbling with the passcode. No signal. Of course, the Wilsons' house was notorious for its poor reception. I'd have to use their landline. I made my way to the kitchen, where I'd seen a phone mounted on the wall earlier, but as I rounded the corner, I stopped dead in my tracks. The phone was gone, leaving behind only an empty bracket and a few frayed wires. My heart hammered in my chest. This wasn't just surveillance anymore. Someone was in the house with me, moving things, cutting off my means of communication. I was trapped. I ran to the front door, yanking on the handle. Locked. I hadn't locked it earlier. I was sure of it. Panic clawed at my throat as I tried the windows, each one secured tightly. A noise from upstairs made me freeze. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, creaking across the floorboards. They were coming from Tommy's room. I had to get to him. Camera or no camera, I couldn't leave that little boy alone with whoever was up there. I grabbed a heavy candlestick from the mantel, its weight reassuring in my grip, and began to climb the stairs. Each step felt like an eternity, the old wood groaning beneath my feet. The footsteps above had stopped, but I could hear something else now. A low murmur, like someone talking softly. I reached the landing, pressing myself against the wall. Tommy's door was ajar, a sliver of light spilling into the hallway. I inched closer, straining to hear. "That's right, Tommy. You're doing so well, just like we practiced." The voice was unfamiliar, deep and soothing. My blood turned to ice. What were they doing to him? I peered through the crack in the door, and the scene before me made my heart stop. Tommy sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes wide and unfocused. In front of him stood a man I'd never seen before, tall and lean, dressed all in black. But it was the object in his hands that made my breath catch in my throat. A tablet. On its screen, I could see multiple video feeds, the living room, the kitchen, the hallway where I now stood. He was watching everything. I must have made a sound, a gasp, or a whimper, because the man's head snapped towards the door. Our eyes met through the narrow opening, and for a moment, time stood still. Then he smiled. It was a terrible thing, that smile, full of malice and triumph. "Ah," he said, his voice dripping with false warmth. "Our guest of honor has arrived. Won't you join us?" I didn't think. I ran, down the stairs, through the living room, my feet barely touching the ground. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps thundering, gaining on me with every second. The back door. It was my last hope. I skidded into the kitchen, my socks sliding on the tile, and lunged for the handle. It turned. Thank God. It turned. I burst into the backyard, the cool night air hitting my face like a slap. The grass was wet with dew, soaking through my socks as I sprinted across the lawn. The high fence loomed before me, a dark silhouette against the starry sky. I reached it, my fingers scrabbling at the rough wood as I tried to pull myself up. Behind me, I heard the back door slam open. He was out of the house. "You can't run forever," he called, his voice calm and confident. "This is my game, and I know every move." I hauled myself over the fence, landing hard on the other side. I was in the neighbor's yard now, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. I ran through unfamiliar gardens, vaulting over low fences and ducking under clotheslines. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed on. I had to get help, had to save Tommy. The streets of the neighborhood blurred past me as I ran, houses dark and silent. Why wasn't anyone awake? Why weren't there any cars? It wasn't until I reached the end of the street that I realized something was terribly wrong. The road simply ended. Beyond it was nothing but an empty blackness, as if the world itself had been cut off. I turned, desperate, looking for another way out. But everywhere I looked, I saw the same thing. Darkness encroaching, swallowing up the edges of the neighborhood. And in the distance, growing louder with each passing second, I heard his footsteps. "You see now, don't you?" His voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. There's no escape. There never was. I sank to my knees, the damp grass soaking through my jeans. As the darkness closed in around me, I saw him emerge from between two houses, that terrible smile still plastered on his face. "Don't worry," he said, kneeling down beside me. "You're going to be a star." The last thing I saw before the darkness took me was the blinking red light of a camera, recording every moment of my defeat. I jolted awake with a gasp, my heart racing. The familiar surroundings of my bedroom slowly came into focus. It had been a dream. Just a terrible, vivid dream. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, desperate to ground myself in reality. As the screen lit up, a notification caught my eye. A new email, sent just moments ago. With trembling fingers, I opened it. There was no message, just an attachment, a video file. As I hit play, my blood ran cold. There I was, running through an endless neighborhood, terror etched on my face. And behind me, always behind me, was him. The camera blinked, its red light a silent witness to my newfound nightmare. The first snap of the twig could have been a deer, the second, maybe a raccoon, but the third, followed by hushed voices, told me I wasn't alone in these God-forsaken woods, and whatever I'd stumbled upon, I wasn't meant to find. I'd set out at dawn, my backpack laden with enough supplies for a 3-day hike through the Adirondacks. The trail was supposed to be easy, a well-marked path that even novice hikers could navigate. But somewhere around noon, I'd taken a wrong turn. Or maybe the turn I'd taken was right, and the map was wrong. Either way, I found myself in a part of the forest that felt older, wilder than where I'd started. The trees here grew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to create a canopy so thick that only slivers of sunlight managed to penetrate. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. As the hours wore on and the light began to fade, I realized I was well and truly lost. I should have stopped then, should have made camp and waited for daylight. But panic had started to set in, driving me forward in the desperate hope that I'd stumble upon a ranger station or a road, anything that could lead me back to civilization. It was in this state of near exhaustion and mounting fear that I first saw the flicker of light through the trees. A campfire, I thought, relief washing over me. Other hikers, maybe, or a park ranger, someone who could help me find my way back. I pushed through a dense thicket, branches scratching at my face and arms, and emerged into a small clearing. What I saw there made me freeze, my heart leaping into my throat. It wasn't a campsite, at least not any kind I'd ever seen. A large, military-style tent dominated the center of the clearing. Around it, crates were stacked haphazardly, their contents hidden, but their purpose clear. This was no casual camping trip. This was an operation. I should have left then, should have turned and ran as fast and as far as I could. But curiosity, that damned human trait, kept me rooted to the spot. I crept closer, my feet moving of their own accord. The tent flap was partially open, and I could see movement inside. Shadows danced on the canvas, accompanied by the low murmur of voices. I strained to hear what they were saying, but the words were indistinct, muffled by the rustle of leaves and the pounding of my own heart. I was so focused on the tent that I almost missed the other details. The fresh tire tracks leading into the clearing, too wide for any ATV. The sophisticated-looking equipment scattered around, decidedly not standard camping gear. And there, half hidden under a tarp, something that made my blood run cold. Guns, not hunting rifles, but serious, military-grade weapons. I'd stumbled onto something big, something illegal. My mind raced with possibilities. Drug runners, arms dealers, whatever it was, I knew I was in way over my head. I started to back away, trying to retrace my steps without making a sound. But in my haste, I forgot to look where I was going. My foot came down on a fallen branch, and the crack echoed through the clearing like a gunshot. The voices in the tent stopped abruptly. I heard the scrape of a chair, footsteps approaching. Panic seized me, and I dove behind the nearest tree, pressing myself against the rough bark. "Check the perimeter," a gruff voice commanded. "Could be an animal." But I'm not taking any chances. I heard them fan out, their footsteps crunching on the leaf-strewn ground. My heart was hammering so hard I was sure they'd hear it. I tried to control my breathing, to make myself as small and quiet as possible. A beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping back and forth. They had flashlights. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying they wouldn't come my way. "Nothing over here, boss," a voice called out, too close for comfort. "Keep looking," the gruff voice responded. "If it's a ranger, we need to know." I opened my eyes a crack, trying to gauge how many of them there were. Through the gloom, I could make out at least 3 figures moving through the trees, maybe more back at the camp. Too many for me to outrun or overpower. I needed a plan. I couldn't stay here forever, and sooner or later they'd find me. I looked around frantically, searching for an escape route. The forest seemed to close in around me, every direction looking equally dark and foreboding. That's when I saw it. A small gap between 2 large boulders, half hidden by a fallen log. It was a tight squeeze, but it might just be big enough for me to slip through. And if I was lucky, it might lead to a way out. I waited until the nearest searcher had his back turned, then made my move. Crouching low, I scurried across the open ground, my heart in my mouth. Just as I reached the boulders, I heard a shout. "Hey, over there!" I didn't look back. I dove for the gap, ignoring the sharp rocks that scraped my sides. It was a tighter fit than I'd thought, and for one terrifying moment, I thought I was stuck. But with a final, desperate wriggle, I slipped through. I found myself in a narrow ravine, the walls rising steep and high on either side. Without pausing to catch my breath, I started to run, stumbling over loose rocks and exposed roots. Behind me, I could hear shouting and the beam of flashlights. They knew where I'd gone, and they were coming after me. The ravine twisted and turned, and I followed it blindly, praying it wouldn't lead to a dead end. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but I didn't dare slow down. The sounds of pursuit seemed to be getting closer. Or was that just my imagination, fueled by fear and exhaustion? Just when I thought I couldn't go on any further, the ravine opened up. I burst out onto a wider trail, clearly man-made, a hiking trail. In the distance, I could see lights, a ranger station, or maybe a campground. Safety. I ran towards the lights, my feet pounding on the packed earth. Behind me, I heard frustrated shouts echoing from the ravine. They'd lost my trail. As I neared the lights, I saw it was indeed a ranger station. A lone figure stood outside, peering into the darkness at the sound of my approach. "Help!" I gasped, stumbling the last few yards. "Please, you have to help me." The ranger, a middle-aged woman with a kind face, and caught me as I nearly collapsed. "Easy there," she said, her voice calm but alert. "What's happened? Are you hurt?" Between gasping breaths, I tried to explain what I'd seen, the camp, the weapons, the men chasing me. The ranger's expression grew grave as she listened. "Let's get you inside," she said, guiding me towards the station. "I need to call this in." As we entered the warm, brightly lit building, I felt the adrenaline start to fade, replaced by a bone-deep weariness. The ranger sat me down, handed me a bottle of water, and went to make her call. I sipped the water slowly, my mind still reeling from everything that had happened. Part of me still couldn't believe it was real, but the scratches on my arms, the mud on my clothes, and the lingering fear in my gut told me otherwise. The ranger returned, her face serious. "I've alerted the authorities," she said. "They're sending a team out now, but it'll take them some time to get here. In the meantime, I need you to tell me everything you saw, every detail, no matter how small." I nodded, taking a deep breath. As I began to recount my story, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. Whatever I'd stumbled upon out there in the woods, it was bigger than me, bigger than this small ranger station in the middle of nowhere. And as the night wore on, with the ranger taking notes and the clock ticking towards dawn, I wondered if I'd ever feel safe in the wilderness again. The forest, once a place of solace and adventure, now held shadows I couldn't unsee. But as I finished my tale and saw the determination in the ranger's eyes, I felt a glimmer of hope. Whatever was out there, whatever dark operation I'd uncovered, it wouldn't remain hidden for long. And maybe, just maybe, my ill-fated hike would lead to something good after all. As the first light of dawn began to peek through the windows, I heard the distant sound of helicopters approaching. Help was coming, and with it, the promise of answers to the mysteries hidden in the depths of the forest. The lock clicked shut with a finality that made my skin crawl. I yanked at the door handle, once, twice, 3 times, but it wouldn't budge. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. We were trapped, and whoever had locked us in was still out there. It was supposed to be a quick overnight stay, just a place to rest our heads before continuing our cross-country road trip. Sarah and I had been driving for hours, our eyes heavy with exhaustion, when we spotted the neon vacancy sign of the Pine Grove Motel flickering in the darkness. The place looked like it had seen better days, paint peeling from the wooden siding, and weeds pushing up through cracks in the parking lot. But it was cheap, and we were too tired to care about aesthetics. The night clerk, a wiry man with thinning hair and nicotine-stained fingers, barely looked up from his dog-eared paperback as he handed us the key to room 13. "Checkout's at 11, he mumbled, his voice as worn as the motel itself. Our room was small and musty, with faded floral wallpaper and a sagging queen-sized bed, but it had a shower with hot water and clean towels, which felt like luxury after hours on the road. "It's just for one night," Sarah said, trying to sound optimistic as she tested the lumpy mattress. "We'll be back on the road before we know it." If only we'd known then how wrong she was. The trouble started around 2 a.m. I was jolted awake by a sound I couldn't quite place, a scraping, metallic noise that seemed to be coming from just outside our door. At first, I thought I was dreaming, the remnants of a nightmare clinging to my consciousness. But then I heard it again, louder this time, followed by hushed voices. I nudged Sarah awake, pressing a finger to my lips to keep her quiet. She blinked at me in confusion, then froze as the noises outside grew more distinct. Someone was definitely out there, and they were trying to get in. We scrambled out of bed, our hearts pounding in unison. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, ready to call for help, but my stomach dropped when I saw the no service geared message glaring back at me. "Try the landline," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. I picked up the ancient-looking phone on the bedside table and put it to my ear. Nothing, not even a dial tone. We were cut off. The scraping at the door intensified, punctuated by muffled curses. Whoever was out there was getting frustrated. I looked around frantically for something, anything we could use as a weapon. The lamp was too unwieldy, the TV bolted to the wall. My eyes landed on the shower curtain rod. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I had just managed to wrench it free when we heard a new sound, the unmistakable click of a key in the lock. Our eyes met in the dim light, a silent understanding passing between us. This was it. We had to be ready. The door swung open, and 2 figures stepped into the room. In the darkness, I could make out the glint of something metallic in one of their hands, a crowbar, or maybe a tire iron. Without thinking, I swung the curtain rod as hard as I could. There was a satisfying thunk as it connected with something solid, followed by a grunt of pain. Sarah screamed, more out of surprise than fear, I think, and lunged for the open door. I was right behind her, my bare feet slapping against the cold concrete of the walkway as we ran. The night air was crisp and biting, a stark contrast to the stuffy warmth of our room. We sprinted across the parking lot, the gravel digging into our soles, heading for our car. Safety was just a few yards away, but as we reached the vehicle, my heart sank. The tires were flat, all 4 of them slashed open. We were going nowhere. "The office?" Sarah gasped, already turning towards the flickering neon sign at the far end of the lot. "Maybe the clerk can help." We ran, the sound of pursuit growing louder behind us. I chanced to glance over my shoulder and saw 3 men now, their faces hidden in shadow but their intent clear in the purposeful way they moved. We burst into the office, the bell over the door jingling cheerfully, incongruous with our panic. The night clerk looked up, startled, his paperback falling to the floor. "Hey, please," I panted. "You have to help us. There are men chasing us. They broke into our room." But as I spoke, I saw the clerk's expression change, not to one of concern or alarm, but to something else, something that made my blood run cold. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. Now, he said, his voice no longer bored but sharp with anticipation. "What seems to be the problem here?" The door behind us opened, the cheerful bell now sounding like a death knell. I turned to see our pursuers filing in, blocking our exit. In the harsh fluorescent light of the office, I could finally see their faces clearly. One of them, the largest, sported a fresh bruise on his temple where I'd struck him with the curtain rod. "Looks like we've got some runners, boys," the clerk said, coming out from behind the counter. He was holding something in his hand, a syringe filled with clear liquid. "You know how I hate it when they run." Sarah gripped my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "What do you want from us?" she demanded, her voice stronger than I would have thought possible given the circumstances. The clerk chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Want? Oh, sweetheart, it's not about what we want. It's about what others are willing to pay for. And let me tell you, pretty young things like you two. You'll fetch a very nice price indeed." The reality of our situation hit me like a freight train. This wasn't just a robbery. This was something far worse. We were merchandise to these men, nothing more than product to be sold to the highest bidder. I felt Sarah tense beside me, and I knew without looking what she was about to do. In that moment, we were perfectly in sync, our thoughts aligned by sheer desperation. We moved as one, charging towards the nearest man. The element of surprise was on our side, and we managed to knock him off balance. Sarah's elbow connected with his solar plexus, driving the air from his lungs, while I aimed a kick at his knee. There was a sickening pop, and he went down with a howl of pain. We were through the door before the others could react, the cool night air hitting us like a slap to the face. But where could we go? Our car was useless, and we were in the middle of nowhere. "The woods," Sarah gasped, already veering towards the tree line that bordered the motel property. "We can lose them in there." I didn't argue, just followed her lead as we plunged into the darkness of the forest. Behind us, I could hear shouts and the beam of flashlights cutting through the night. They were coming after us, and they knew these woods far better than we did. We ran blindly, branches whipping at our faces and underbrush tearing at our legs. Every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, sent a fresh surge of adrenaline through my system. Were they gaining on us? How long could we keep this up? Just when I thought my lungs would burst, Sarah pulled me to a stop. "Listen," she whispered, her breath coming in ragged gasps. At first, all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. But then I heard it, the distant rumble of traffic, a highway, civilization, hope. We pushed on, our pace slowing to a jog as exhaustion began to take its toll. The sounds of pursuit had faded, but we couldn't be sure if that meant we'd lost them or if they were just being more cautious in their search. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, we broke through the tree line. There, stretching out before us like a ribbon of salvation, was a 2-lane highway, and in the distance, I could see the headlights of an approaching truck. We waved our arms frantically, probably looking like madmen to the driver, but thankfully, mercifully, the truck began to slow. As we climbed into the cab, the kind-faced trucker peering at us with concern, I felt the first real sense of relief since this nightmare began. We were safe. We had escaped. But as the truck pulled away, carrying us towards the nearest town and the promise of help, I couldn't shake the memory of the clerk's words. How many others had fallen victim to their scheme? How long had they been operating, turning their remote motel into a hunting ground for unsuspecting travelers? I looked at Sarah, saw the same resolve in her eyes that I felt in my heart. This wasn't over. We had escaped, yes, but now we had a responsibility. To report what had happened, to make sure those men were stopped. Our road trip had taken an unexpected detour, but as the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, I realized our journey was far from over. It had only just begun. The moment I handed him my keys, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. His fingers closed around them, a triumphant glint in his eyes that sent a chill down my spine. But by then, it was too late. We were already driving down a road I didn't recognize, and the man I thought was just an interested buyer had become something far more sinister. It had started innocently enough. I needed to sell my old Honda Civic to help cover this semester's tuition. As a broke college student, every dollar counted, and I figured I could get a decent price for it. I posted an ad online, included some decent photos, and waited. When Mike reached out, he seemed perfect. He asked all the right questions about the car's history and maintenance. He was polite in his messages, and when we spoke on the phone, he had a friendly, easygoing manner that put me at ease. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop near campus for him to see the car and maybe take it for a test drive. I remember thinking how normal he looked when I first saw him. Mid-30s, clean-shaven, wearing a polo shirt and jeans. He could have been anyone's dad or friendly neighbor. We chatted over coffee, and he seemed genuinely interested in my studies. Looking back, I should have noticed how he steered the conversation, asking about my family, where I was from, whether I had roommates, but at the time it just felt like pleasant small talk. When we got to the car, he did a thorough inspection. Looking under the hood and checking the tires, everything seemed to be going well. "Mind if we take it for a spin?" he asked, flashing a smile. "I'd like to see how it handles on the highway." I nodded, climbing into the passenger seat. It wasn't until we'd been driving for about 15 minutes that I realized we were heading out of town. Where are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual even as unease began to creep in. Mike's smile didn't waver, but something in his eyes changed. "I know a great stretch of road to really test the engine. Won't take long." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. "Actually, I'd rather we head back now. I have a class in an hour." He didn't respond, just kept driving. The buildings grew sparser, replaced by open fields and patches of woodland. My heart began to race as I realized how isolated we were becoming. "Mike, seriously, turn around, now." I tried to make my voice firm, authoritative, but it came out shaky. That's when he dropped the act. His friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, hard stare. "Shut up and sit still if you know what's good for you." Fear gripped me, icy tendrils wrapping around my heart. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life, did they? But the growing distance between us and civilization told me this was all too real. I glanced at the door, wondering if I could jump out. But we were going too fast, and even if I survived the fall, where would I go? There was nothing but empty fields for miles. "Don't even think about it," Mike growled, as if reading my mind. "One wrong move and things will get very unpleasant for you." I believed him. The menace in his voice left no room for doubt. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out. My phone was in my pocket, but I knew I'd never be able to call for help without him noticing. Maybe if I could just send a quick text. Slowly, trying not to draw attention, I slipped my hand into my pocket. But before I could even touch my phone, Mike's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist in a vice-like grip. "Nice try," he snarled, wrenching my arm so hard I cried out in pain. "Hand it over, now." With trembling fingers, I pulled out my phone and placed it in his outstretched hand. He immediately rolled down the window and tossed it out, the device disappearing into the blur of the passing landscape. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I was truly cut off now, with no way to call for help. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them back furiously. I couldn't fall apart now. I had to stay alert, look for any opportunity to escape. We drove for what felt like hours, the scenery unchanging. Mike remained silent, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I tried to memorize every turn, every landmark, but it was useless. Everything looked the same. Finally, we turned onto a dirt road, barely more than a trail cutting through a dense patch of woods. The car bounced and jolted over the uneven ground, the branches scraping against the windows. After a few minutes, we emerged into a clearing where a dilapidated cabin stood. Mike put the car in park and turned to me, his expression unreadable. "We're here. Get out." My legs felt like jelly as I stepped out of the car. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. In any other circumstance, it might have been peaceful. Now, it felt oppressive, isolating. "Inside," Mike ordered, prodding me forward with something hard pressed against my back. I didn't need to look to know it was a gun. The cabin was as run down inside as it looked from the outside. A layer of dust covered everything, and the musty smell of long abandonment filled my nostrils. There was a rickety table, a couple of chairs, and an old mattress in the corner. Nothing else. "Sit," Mike said, gesturing to one of the chairs. As I sank into it, he pulled out a length of rope from a duffel bag I hadn't noticed before. My stomach churned as he began to tie my hands behind my back, the rough fibers biting into my skin. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. Mike paused in his work, considering me for a moment. "It's nothing personal, kid. Just business. You'd be surprised how much people will pay for a young, healthy specimen like yourself." The implication of his words hit me like a physical blow. Human trafficking. The horror stories I'd heard on the news suddenly became my reality. I felt sick. "Please," I begged, unable to keep the desperation from my voice. "You don't have to do this. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Just let me go." He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound that made me flinch. "Save your breath. You're not the first to make that promise, and you won't be the last. You're merchandise now, nothing more." With my hands secured, he moved to tie my ankles to the chair legs. I knew this might be my last chance. Gathering every ounce of strength and courage I had left, I waited until he was kneeling in front of me. Then, with all my might, I kicked out, my foot connecting solidly with his face. Mike fell backward with a cry of pain and surprise. I didn't waste a second. I threw myself sideways, the chair toppling over with me. The impact sent shockwaves of pain through my shoulder, but I ignored it, focusing on wriggling my hands free. I heard Mike cursing, scrambling to his feet. The ropes were looser than I'd thought. He must have been overconfident, not expecting me to fight back. With a final, desperate tug, my hands came free. I untangled myself from the fallen chair just as Mike lunged for me. I rolled away, narrowly avoiding his grasp. My eyes darted around the cabin, looking for a weapon, an escape route, anything. There, the window. It was small, but so was I. I sprinted for it, adrenaline giving me speed I didn't know I possessed. Behind me, I heard Mike's enraged roar, felt his fingers brush my shirt as he tried to grab me, but I was faster. I threw myself at the window, arms covering my face as the glass shattered around me. Pain lanced through me as shards cut into my skin, but I didn't stop. I hit the ground running, bolting for the cover of the trees. Mike's shouts echoed behind me, but I didn't look back. I ran like I'd never run before, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. But I kept going, driven by pure survival instinct. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that green maze. But eventually, the shouts faded, replaced by the normal sounds of the forest. Still, I didn't slow down. I couldn't risk it. It was nearly dark when I finally broke through the tree line and found myself on a road. A real, paved road. Hope surged through me, giving me a second wind. I started walking, my feet aching, my body screaming for rest. but I couldn't stop. Not yet. Headlights appeared in the distance, were growing brighter as they approached. I waved my arms frantically, praying it wasn't Mike, praying they would stop. The car slowed, then pulled over. An elderly couple peered out at me, their faces etched with concern. "Are you all right, dear?" the woman asked, taking in my disheveled appearance past the cuts and bruises. I shook my head, tears finally spilling over. "No," I choked out. "I need help, please." As they ushered me into their car, promising to take me to the police, the reality of what I'd escaped began to sink in. I was alive. I was free. But I knew the nightmare wasn't over. Mike was still out there, and who knew how many others like him. As we drove towards safety, I made a silent vow. I would do whatever it took to make sure he was caught, to make sure no one else would fall victim to his scheme. My ordeal might be over, but my fight was just beginning. The first drop of blood on the kitchen floor should have been my cue to run. Instead, I stood there, frozen, as the old man's kindly smile twisted into something far more sinister. In that moment, I realized I hadn't found shelter from the storm. I'd walked straight into the lion's den. It had started as a simple road trip, a chance to clear my head after a messy breakup. Just me and the open road. I'd been driving for hours, the rain pelting my windshield with increasing fury, when my old Chevy started making a noise that sent chills down my spine. A rattling, sputtering sound that spelled trouble. I was in the middle of nowhere, miles from the last town I'd passed through, when the car finally gave up the ghost. It shuddered once, twice, and then died completely, leaving me stranded on a lonely stretch of country road. I sat there for a moment, listening to the rain drum on the roof, weighing my options. My cell phone showed no signal, of course, and I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. With a sigh, I pulled on my raincoat and stepped out into the downpour. That's when I saw it, a faint light in the distance, barely visible through the sheets of rain. A farmhouse, set back from the road. My salvation. I slogged through the mud, my shoes squelching with every step. As I got closer, I could make out more details. The house was old, its white paint peeling in places, but it looked well maintained. Flower pots lined the porch, and warm light spilled from the windows. I hesitated at the bottom of the porch steps. It was late, past 11 p.m. according to my watch. Would they even be awake? But desperation won out over politeness, and I climbed the steps, raising my hand to knock. Before my knuckles could touch the wood, the door swung open. An elderly man stood there, his face creased with smile lines, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "Well, hello there," he said, his voice as warm as his smile. "Looks like you got caught in quite a storm. Come in, come in." Relief washed over me as I stepped inside, out of the rain. The house was cozy, filled with the kind of knickknacks and worn furniture that spoke of a long, well-lived life. "I'm so sorry to bother you," I began, but he waved off my apologies. "Nonsense. We can't have you standing out there in this weather. I'm Frank, and that's my wife, Martha," he said, gesturing to an equally elderly woman who had appeared in the doorway to what I assumed was the kitchen. "I'm Alex," I replied, still dripping on their welcome mat. "My car broke down about a mile back. I was hoping I could use your phone to call for a tow." Martha clucked her tongue sympathetically. "Oh dear, that's no good. But I'm afraid our phone line's been down since this afternoon. The storm, you know." My heart sank. "Oh, I see." "Now, don't you worry," Frank said, patting my shoulder. "You're welcome to stay here tonight. The storm should pass by morning, and we can figure things out then. Martha, why don't you get our guests some dry clothes while I make some tea?" Before I knew it, I was seated at their kitchen table, wrapped in a borrowed robe that smelled faintly of mothballs, my hands curled around a steaming mug of tea. Martha fussed over me, insisting I eat something while Frank regaled me with stories of the farm's history. It was nice. comforting. For the first time since my breakup, I felt cared for. But as the night wore on, little things started to nag at me. The way Martha's smile seemed to falter when she thought I wasn't looking. The fact that Frank's eyes never quite met mine when he spoke. And there was something else. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It wasn't until I got up to use the bathroom that I noticed it. A faint, coppery smell underlying the homey scents of baked goods and furniture polish. I tried to shrug it off, but it clung to the back of my throat, making me uneasy. When I returned to the kitchen, Frank was alone, washing dishes at the sink. "Martha's gone to prepare the guest room for you," he said over his shoulder. I nodded, moving to pick up my mug from the table. That's when I saw it. A single drop of red on the faded linoleum floor. I stared at it, my brain refusing to process what I was seeing. Frank must have sensed my stillness. He turned, his eyes following my gaze to the floor. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then, slowly, he put down the dish he was holding and turned to face me fully. "Ah," he said, his voice no longer warm and grandfatherly. "I was hoping you wouldn't notice that." I looked up at him, my heart beginning to race. The kindly old man was gone, replaced by someone else. Someone whose eyes were cold and calculating. "What's going on?" I asked, hating how my voice shook. Frank sighed, reaching for something behind him. "It's nothing personal, you understand. It's just, well, Martha and I, we have certain needs, and it's not often we get visitors out here." He brought his hand into view, and my blood ran cold. He was holding a large kitchen knife, its blade gleaming in the overhead light. I backed away, my eyes darting around for an escape route. "You don't have to do this," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'll leave right now. I won't tell anyone, I swear." Frank chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Oh, I'm afraid it's far too late for that, Alex. You see, we've already decided. You're going to help us, whether you want to or not." I made a break for it then, running for the front door. But Frank was surprisingly spry for his age. He caught me before I could reach the handle, his bony fingers digging into my arm with surprising strength. "Martha," he called out, "our guest is trying to leave." I heard footsteps on the stairs, and then Martha appeared, holding something in her hand, a syringe, I realized with growing horror. Now, she said, her voice sickly sweet. "There's no need for all this fuss, just a little prick, and you'll feel much better." I fought then, with everything I had. I kicked and scratched and screamed, but they were stronger than they looked. Frank held me down while Martha approached with the syringe. In my desperation, I lashed out blindly. My elbow connected with something soft. Martha's stomach, I realized, and she stumbled back with a cry of pain. The syringe clattered to the floor. Taking advantage of Frank's momentary distraction, I wrenched myself free. I ran for the kitchen, my mind racing. The back door. There had to be a back door. I found it, fumbling with the lock as I heard Frank's angry shouts behind me. The door finally gave way, and I burst out into the rain-soaked night. The yard was muddy, my bare feet slipping and sliding as I ran. I could hear them behind me, their voices carried on the wind. I headed for the barn, thinking I could hide there, maybe find a weapon. The barn door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound seeming impossibly loud in the quiet night. Inside, it was pitch black. I felt my way forward, my hands outstretched, praying I wouldn't run into anything. Suddenly, my foot hit something solid. I went down hard, landing in something wet and sticky. The coppery smell from earlier hit me full force, and I had to choke back a scream as I realized what it was. Blood. So much blood. My eyes were adjusting to the darkness now, and I could make out shapes, hanging hooks, tables with straps, and something else, something that looked horribly like body parts. This wasn't just murder, this was butchery. I scrambled to my feet, bile rising in my throat. I had to get out of here. Had to run, had to find help. But as I turned to leave, I found the doorway blocked. Frank and Martha stood there, silhouetted against the night sky. "Oh, Alex," Martha said, her voice filled with false sympathy. "You really shouldn't have come in here. Now we have no choice." I backed away, my eyes darting around for a weapon, an escape route, anything. My hand closed around something cold and metal, a pitchfork leaning against the wall. "Stay back," I warned, brandishing it in front of me. Frank laughed, a chilling sound. "Or what? You'll kill us. Go ahead. It won't be the first time someone's tried." They advanced slowly, confidently. They knew they had me cornered, but they had underestimated my will to survive. As they got closer, I made my move. I charged forward, the pitchfork held out in front of me like a lance. Frank's eyes widened in surprise, but it was too late. The tines sank into his chest with a sickening thud. Martha screamed, a sound of pure rage and grief. She came at me with her bare hands, her nails raking across my face. We grappled, rolling on the blood-soaked floor of the barn. My hand closed around something hard, a hammer that had fallen from a workbench. I swung blindly, feeling it connect with a dull thud. Martha went limp. I lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, the reality of what had just happened washing over me. Then, slowly, I got to my feet. The rain had stopped, I realized, and in the distance, I could hear a sound that made my heart leap. Sirens. As I stumbled out of the barn, I saw police cars pulling up to the farmhouse, their lights painting the night in red and blue. Someone must have heard the commotion, called for help. I sank to my knees in the muddy yard, relief and shock washing over me in equal measure. It was over. I was safe. But as the police swarmed around me, asking questions I couldn't begin to answer, I knew that the nightmare was far from over. The things I'd seen in that barn, the horrors I'd experienced, they would stay with me forever. I had survived, yes, but at what cost? The safe wasn't supposed to be open. That was my first clue that this seemingly cushy house-sitting gig was about to turn into a nightmare. As I stared at the stack of unmarked bills and the suspicious-looking ledger, I heard the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the front door lock. In that moment, I knew I was in way over my head. It had all started innocently enough. I was a broke college student, desperate for some extra cash to cover my textbooks and maybe splurge on something other than ramen noodles for once. When my professor, Dr. Winters, I mentioned he and his wife needed someone to house-sit for a week while they were at a conference, I jumped at the chance. The Winters lived in one of those big, fancy houses in the suburbs, the kind with manicured lawns and 3-car garages. It was a far cry from my cramped studio apartment. When I arrived, Mrs. Winters gave me a whirlwind tour, pointing out the plants that needed watering and the elaborate security system I needed to set each night. "Oh, and dear," she'd said, pausing at the door to the study, "this room is strictly off limits. Private papers and all that. I'm sure you understand." I'd nodded, not thinking much of it. Rich people and their secrets, right? The first few days were uneventful. I lounged by the pool, raided their well-stocked fridge, and binge-watched shows on their massive TV. It was like a vacation in paradise. But on the 4th day, curiosity got the better of me. I'd always been a bit nosy. It's what made me want to be a journalist in the first place. The locked study door had been nagging at me, and I couldn't resist taking a peek. I told myself I was just making sure everything was okay in there. Maybe there was a plant I'd forgotten to water. It was a flimsy excuse, but it was enough to convince me to try the door handle. To my surprise, it wasn't locked. The study was immaculate, all dark wood and leather-bound books. It looked like something out of a movie, but what caught my eye was the painting on the far wall. It was slightly askew, and behind it, I could see the edge of a safe. Now, I'm not proud of what I did next, but like I said, curiosity has always been my weakness. I approached the painting, my heart pounding. I told myself I was just going to look, not touch anything. But when I moved the painting aside, I froze. The safe was open, just a crack, but enough for me to see inside. That's when I heard the front door. Panic set in. I quickly closed the safe and straightened the painting, my hands shaking. Footsteps echoed through the house, getting closer. "Hello?" a male voice called out. It wasn't Dr. Winters. I looked around frantically, searching for a place to hide. The closet was too obvious, and I'd never make it out the window in time. In desperation, I dove under the massive oak desk, pulling the chair in close to conceal me. The study door opened, and a pair of expensive-looking shoes came into view. "All clear in here," the man said, presumably into a phone. "Yeah, safe's untouched. Looks like the kid didn't snoop after all." "Kid? Were they talking about me?" Another set of footsteps entered the room. "Good," a woman's voice replied. "Last thing we need is some nosy college brat messing up our operation." My blood ran cold. Operation? What had I stumbled into? "Let's get what we need and get out," the man said. "The Winters will be back tomorrow, and we need to have everything in place by then." I held my breath as they moved around the room. I heard the safe open, papers rustling, and the distinct sound of money being counted. "Perfect," the woman said. "With this last shipment, we'll have enough to expand into 3 more states. The boss will be pleased." Shipment. States. My mind was reeling. This sounded big, way bigger than some run-of-the-mill theft or fraud. "What about the girl?" the man asked. "Think she suspects anything?" There was a pause. "Doubtful," the woman finally replied. "From what the Winters said, she's just some naive student. Probably spent the whole week by the pool." If only they knew. They continued to talk, mentioning names and places I didn't recognize. I tried to memorize as much as I could, my journalistic instincts kicking in despite my fear. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, they finally left the study. I waited, barely breathing, until I heard the front door close and a car engine start up outside. Slowly, I crawled out from under the desk, my legs cramped and shaky. My mind was racing. What should I do? Call the police? But what if the Winters were involved? They could be back any minute, and I had no proof of what I'd heard. I needed evidence. With trembling hands, I approached the safe again. It was still slightly open. Inside, I found stacks of cash, the ledger I'd seen earlier, and a USB drive. Without thinking too much about the consequences, I grabbed the USB drive and shoved it in my pocket. I also snapped a quick photo of the open safe with my phone, making sure to capture the cash and ledger. Just as I was closing the safe and straightening the painting, I heard another car pull up outside. Panic gripped me again. I raced out of the study, barely remembering to close the door behind me. I made it to the living room just as the front door opened. Dr. and Mrs. Winters walked in, looking tired but happy. "Oh, Emma," Mrs. Winters exclaimed. "We didn't expect you to still be here. How was everything?" I forced a smile, hoping my face didn't betray the turmoil inside me. "Great," I managed to say. "No problems at all. How was your conference?" As they chatted about their trip, I nodded along, my mind elsewhere. The USB drive felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket. "Well, we won't keep you," Dr. Winters said finally. "I'm sure you're eager to get back to your own place. Here's a little something extra for your trouble." He handed me an envelope. I thanked him, feeling sick to my stomach. Was this hush money? Did they know I'd overheard something? I gathered my things and headed for the door, my legs feeling like jelly. "Oh, and Emma," Mrs. Winters called after me. "We might need a house sitter again next month. Would you be interested?" I turned, meeting her gaze. Her smile seemed genuine, but there was something in her eyes, a calculating look that I hadn't noticed before. "Sure," I heard myself say. "Just let me know." As I drove home, my mind was in chaos. What had I gotten myself into? I had evidence of something, but what exactly? And what was I supposed to do with it? I thought about going to the police, but without knowing who was involved, it felt too risky. What if the corruption went higher than I could imagine? When I got back to my apartment, I locked the door and drew the curtains. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I powered up my laptop with shaking hands and inserted the USB drive. What I found made my blood run cold. Financial records, shipping manifests, names and addresses. It was all there. This wasn't just some small-time operation. This was organized crime on a massive scale. And my professors, the kindly Dr. and Mrs. Winters, were right in the middle of it. I stayed up all night, poring over the files, taking notes, trying to make sense of it all. By morning, I had a decision to make. I could turn over what I knew to the authorities and hope for the best. I could pretend I'd never seen anything and try to forget it all. Or I could dig deeper, use my journalistic skills to uncover the whole story. As the sun rose, casting a pale light through my curtains, I made my choice. I couldn't walk away from this. It was too big, too important. I opened my laptop and began to type. The suburbs hide dark secrets behind their perfectly manicured lawns and friendly smiles. But sometimes, all it takes is one curious house sitter to bring those secrets into the light. I didn't know where this story would lead me, or how dangerous it might become, but I knew one thing for certain. My life would never be the same again. The cushy house-sitting gig had turned into the biggest story of my life, and I was determined to see it through, no matter the cost. The moment her hand touched my arm, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. Her fingers were ice cold, her grip unnaturally strong. As I looked into her eyes, pleading for help, I saw nothing but emptiness. And that's when I realized this wasn't a stranded motorist. This was a trap. I'd been driving for hours, the monotony of the rural highway broken only by the occasional flicker of my headlights catching a road sign or the eyes of some nocturnal creature. It was past midnight, and I was on my last delivery run of the night. As a driver for a small courier company, these late-night routes were part of the job. Usually, they were uneventful. Boring, even. But not tonight. I first saw her about a mile back, a lone figure on the side of the road, arm outstretched in the universal sign for a hitchhiker. At first, I drove past. Company policy strictly forbade picking up strangers. But something made me slow down, glancing in my rearview mirror. She looked so vulnerable standing there in the dark. Young, maybe early 20s, with long dark hair whipping around her face in the wind. I could see she was shivering, arms wrapped tightly around herself. Against my better judgment, I found myself pulling over. As I put the van in park and rolled down the passenger window, I called out, "You okay? Need some help?" She approached slowly, relief evident on her face. "Oh, thank God," she said, her voice trembling. "My car broke down a few miles back, and I've been walking for hours. Could you please give me a ride to the next town?" I hesitated. Every instinct told me to drive away, but it was cold out, and the next town was at least 20 miles away. What kind of person would I be if I left her here? "All right," I said, unlocking the doors. "Hop in. I can take you as far as Millbrook." Her smile was grateful as she climbed into the passenger seat. "Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver." We drove in silence for a few minutes. I could feel her shivering next to me, so I turned up the heat. "I'm Jake, by the way," I said, trying to break the ice. "Sarah," she replied, offering a small smile. As we talked, I found myself relaxing. Sarah was easy to chat with, and I felt good about helping her out. But as we drove deeper into the night, things started to feel off. I noticed Sarah kept glancing in the side mirror, as if looking for something behind us. And when I asked about her broken-down car, her story seemed to change slightly with each telling. "So, what kind of car do you drive?" I asked casually, trying to pin down the details. Sarah hesitated a beat too long before answering, Oh, it's a blue sedan. Nothing special. But I distinctly remembered her saying it was red earlier. My unease grew as I realized we were now in the most isolated stretch of the route. Nothing but dense forest on either side of the road for miles. That's when I saw the headlights in my rearview mirror. A car approaching fast from behind. Sarah saw it too. Her entire demeanor changed in an instant. Gone was the grateful, shivering girl. In her place sat someone else entirely. Cold, calculating, dangerous. "Pull over," she commanded, her voice hard. "What? Why?" I asked, my heart beginning to race. "Just do it," she snapped, reaching into her jacket. The glint of metal caught my eye. A gun. My blood ran cold as the realization hit me. This wasn't a chance encounter. This was a setup. I slowed the van, my mind racing. If I stopped, I was dead. But if I tried to run, in that split second of indecision, Sarah made the choice for me. She grabbed the wheel, jerking it hard to the right. The van swerved violently. I fought for control, but the tires caught the soft shoulder of the road. We were going too fast. The world spun as the van rolled once, twice, before coming to rest on its side in the ditch. For a moment, everything was silent except for the hiss of the radiator and the ringing in my ears. Then, pain hit me in waves. My head throbbed where it had struck the window, and I could feel warm blood trickling down my face. I blinked, trying to orient myself. Sarah was gone, the passenger door hanging open above me. Outside, I could hear voices. Male voices. "Check the van," someone shouted. "Make sure he's alive. Boss wants him breathing." Panic gave me strength I didn't know I had. I unbuckled my seatbelt, falling awkwardly onto the driver's side door. Every movement sent shards of pain through my body, but I forced myself to move. The back of the van was a mess, packages strewn everywhere. But among the chaos, I spotted my salvation, a small pry bar we used for stubborn crates. I grabbed it just as a face appeared in the shattered windshield, a man, mid-30s, with a scar running down his cheek. His eyes widened when he saw me conscious. "He's awake," he yelled to someone behind him. "Get over here." I didn't give him a chance to say more. With all my strength, I swung the pry bar. It connected with a sickening crunch, and the man fell back with a cry of pain. Using the bar, I managed to force open the driver's side door enough to squeeze through. As I emerged from the wreckage, I got my first clear look at my attackers. There were 4 of them, including Sarah, all armed, all looking at me with a mixture of surprise and anger. "Don't move," one of them growled, raising his gun. But I was already running, fueled by adrenaline and sheer terror. I plunged into the forest, branches whipping my face as I crashed through the underbrush. Behind me, I could hear them shouting, their voices getting fainter as I put distance between us. But I didn't slow down. I couldn't. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Only then did I allow myself to stop, collapsing behind a fallen tree. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of pursuit. Nothing but the normal sounds of the forest at night. As my breathing slowed, the reality of my situation began to sink in. I was lost in the woods, injured, with no phone and no idea which direction led to safety. And somewhere out there, 4 armed individuals were hunting me. I allowed myself a moment of despair, but only a moment. I couldn't give up. I had to keep moving. Using the stars to orient myself, I began to walk. Every shadow made me jump. Every snapping twig sent my heart racing. But I pressed on. Hours passed. The sky began to lighten, the first rays of dawn breaking through the trees. And then, like a miracle, I heard it. The distant sound of traffic. New energy flooded through me. I quickened my pace, following the sound. Finally, the trees thinned, and I found myself on the edge of a highway. A different highway than the one I'd been on, but a path to salvation nonetheless. I flagged down the first car I saw, probably looking like a madman with my bloodied face and torn clothes. The elderly couple inside seemed terrified, but they stopped. "Please," I gasped. "I need help. Someone's after me." They must have seen the desperation in my eyes because the man nodded, unlocking the doors. "Get in, son. We'll take you to the police." As we drove, I recounted my harrowing night. The couple listened in shocked silence, the woman clutching her husband's arm. At the police station, my story was met with skepticism at first, but as I described Sarah and the others in detail, I saw recognition dawn in the detective's eyes. "We've had reports of a group operating like this along I-80, he said, his expression grim, "targeting lone drivers, especially truckers and delivery personnel. But this is the first time someone's escaped to tell us about it." Over the next few weeks, I worked with the police in giving statements, looking at mugshots. They found my van, but Sarah and her accomplices had vanished. I couldn't go back to my old job. The thought of driving those lonely roads at night filled me with paralyzing fear. But in a way, Sarah and her crew had given me a gift, a story, a warning. I started writing, sharing my experience online. It resonated with people, especially other drivers. Soon I was giving talks, advocating for better safety measures for long-haul drivers and couriers. My brush with death had given me a new purpose, and while I still look over my shoulder more often than I'd like, I know that by speaking out, I might just save someone else from falling into the same trap. Because out there on the dark highways, not everyone who asks for help is a victim. Sometimes, the real danger is in being too willing to trust a stranger. The first footprint I saw could have been my own. The second, maybe a fellow hiker's. But the third, perfectly formed and definitely not mine, sent a chill down my spine. Someone was following me, and in the vast wilderness of the Rockies, that could only mean one thing. I was being hunted. I'd always loved solo camping. There's something about the solitude, the raw connection with nature that you just can't get when you're with other people. This trip was supposed to be my escape. A week-long trek through some of the most beautiful and isolated terrain in Colorado. I'd planned meticulously, packing enough supplies to last me 10 days, just in case. A satellite phone was my only concession to safety, and even that I'd promised myself I'd use only in the direst emergency. The first 3 days were everything I'd hoped for. The weather was perfect, crisp mountain air filling my lungs as I hiked through alpine meadows and dense forests. At night, I'd fall asleep to the sound of a nearby stream, the Milky Way stretching overhead in a dazzling display you never see in the city. It was on the fourth morning that things changed. I woke just before dawn, as usual, eager to break camp and get an early start. That's when I saw it, a set of footprints in the soft earth near my tent. At first, I dismissed them. I must have made them last night and forgotten, I told myself. But as I followed their trail with my eyes, my blood ran cold. They circled my entire campsite, coming right up to my tent at one point. Someone had been watching me sleep. I packed up faster than I ever had before, my hands shaking as I stuffed my gear into my backpack. Part of me wanted to use the satellite phone right then to call for help. But what would I say? That I saw some footprints. I had no proof of any real danger, and the rational part of my brain was still trying to come up with logical explanations. So I hiked on, following my planned route but with a new sense of urgency. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. By midday, I was exhausted, more from the constant state of alertness than from the physical exertion. I stopped by a small lake to refill my water bottles and try to calm my nerves. That's when I saw the reflection in the water, a figure standing on the ridge above me, partially hidden by a tree. I whirled around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there. Had I imagined it? The stress playing tricks on my mind? I didn't stay to find out. I grabbed my pack and started moving again, no longer caring about following my planned route. My only goal now was to put as much distance between me and whoever or whatever was out there. As the day wore on, the evidence became harder to dismiss. A freshly broken branch here, a disturbed patch of moss there. Small signs that someone was paralleling my route, staying just out of sight. By the time I made camp that night, I was a wreck. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound a potential threat. I didn't dare light a fire, instead choking down a cold meal of trail mix and beef jerky. Sleep was out of the question. I sat with my back against a tree, a small folding knife clutched in my hand, straining my eyes against the darkness. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving around my campsite. I held my breath, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. It seemed to be coming from all around me. Then, a voice, low and gravelly. "I know you're awake. Why don't you come out and say hello?" Terror gripped me. This was real. This was happening. "Who are you?" I managed to stammer out. "What do you want?" A chuckle, cold and mirthless. "What do I want?" "Oh, city boy, out here, it's not about want. It's about need. And right now, I need you to start running." I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted, leaving my tent and most of my gear behind. The only things I had were what I'd been clutching all night: my knife, the satellite phone, and a small pack with some water and energy bars. I ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me, I could hear him, not running, but moving steadily, confidently. He knew these woods. This was his territory, and I was nothing but prey. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I allowed myself to slow down, gasping for breath. I couldn't keep running forever. I needed a plan. The satellite phone. I pulled it out with trembling hands, praying for a signal. 1 bar. It would have to do. As I was dialing, a sharp crack split the air. The phone exploded in my hand, pieces of plastic and electronics scattering on the forest floor. The shot had come from behind me, too close for comfort. The voice called out, closer now. "That would be cheating. This is between you and me, city boy." I ran again, fueled by a new surge of adrenaline. But I knew I couldn't outrun him forever. I needed to outsmart him. I found a stream and started following it downstream, hoping the water would mask my scent and cover my tracks. As I moved, my mind raced, trying to recall every survival tip I'd ever read or seen on TV. After about a mile, I veered off suddenly, backtracking along the bank before heading off in a new direction. It wasn't much, but I hoped it might buy me some time, make him think I was still following the stream. I found a dense thicket and crawled inside, trying to slow my breathing, to become as silent and still as possible. And I waited. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold fear that gripped me. I heard him pass by twice, muttering to himself, clearly frustrated at having lost my trail. As dusk approached, I knew I had to move. I couldn't stay hidden forever, and I was no closer to safety than I had been this morning. Slowly, carefully, I emerged from my hiding spot. That's when I saw it. A glint of metal in the fading light. A trap, not 10 feet from where I'd been hiding. If I'd tried to run earlier, I would have stumbled right into it. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. He wasn't just tracking me. He was hurting me, driving me towards his traps. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment hunt. This was a game he'd played before. With this new understanding came a grim determination. I wasn't going to be his prey any longer. It was time to turn the tables. I started moving again, but with purpose now. I laid false trails, doubled back on myself, used every trick I could think of to confuse my trail. And all the while, I watched for more traps, for signs of his passage. As night fell, I found what I was looking for: his camp. It was well hidden, but in his arrogance, he'd underestimated me. He hadn't expected his prey to become the hunter. I watched from the shadows as he returned, clearly angry at having lost me. He threw down his rifle and slumped by the fire, muttering curses. This was my chance. I crept closer, my hand tightening around my small knife. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. A twig snapped under my foot. His head whipped around, eyes wide with surprise. For a moment, we just stared at each other, prey and predator. Roles suddenly reversed. Then, everything happened at once. He lunged for his rifle. I threw myself forward, knife outstretched. We collided, rolling on the ground, each fighting for survival. He was stronger, but I was desperate. Somehow, in the chaos, my knife found its mark. He let out a gasp, more of surprise than pain, and then went still. I scrambled away, shocked at what I'd done. But there was no time for regret or moral quandaries. I grabbed his rifle and satellite phone, and I ran. It took search and rescue 2 days to find me. By then, I was dehydrated, exhausted, and on the verge of collapse. As the helicopter lifted me to safety, I looked down at the vast wilderness below. It no longer seemed beautiful. Now, it just looked like a place to hide bodies. The authorities found his camp, and with it, evidence of other victims. The man who had hunted me was wanted in 3 states for a string of disappearances. In the end, my nightmare had saved lives. The moment I saw my reflection blink, I knew something was terribly wrong. I stood frozen in front of the bathroom mirror, my heart pounding as I tried to convince myself it was just a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew the truth. Someone had been watching me, and they were much closer than I ever could have imagined. It was supposed to be a relaxing getaway. After months of grueling work and a nasty breakup, I decided to treat myself to a week-long stay at a secluded cabin in the woods. The listing had promised peace, quiet, and all the modern amenities a city girl like me could want. It seemed perfect. When I arrived, I was immediately charmed. The cabin was rustic but beautifully maintained, with a cozy living room, a fully equipped kitchen, and a bedroom that looked out over a serene lake. The owner, a friendly older woman named Margaret, gave me a quick tour before handing over the keys. "Now, don't you worry about a thing," she'd said with a warm smile. "You've got the whole place to yourself. Nearest neighbor is 5 miles away. It's just you and nature out here." If only I'd known how wrong she was. The first couple of days were blissful. I spent my time hiking the nearby trails, reading on the porch, and generally decompressing from the stress of city life. By the 3rd day, I felt more relaxed than I had in years. That evening, I decided to treat myself to a long, hot bath. As I soaked in the clawfoot tub, letting the lavender-scented bubbles ease away the last of my tension, I noticed something odd about the mirror hanging on the opposite wall. There was a small, dark spot in the corner, barely noticeable unless you were really looking. Curiosity piqued. I got out of the tub and wrapped myself in a towel. As I approached the mirror, my wet feet leaving damp prints on the wooden floor, I realized what I was looking at. It was a camera lens, expertly hidden within the mirror's ornate frame. My blood ran cold. Someone had been watching me. How long had it been there? How many other guests had been unknowingly recorded in their most private moments? With shaking hands, I began to search the rest of the bathroom. Now that I knew what to look for, I found 2 more hidden cameras, one in the light fixture, another disguised as a coat hook. Panic rising in my throat, I moved to the bedroom. More cameras. The living room. The kitchen. Even on the porch. They were everywhere. I felt violated, exposed, and utterly terrified. Who was watching? What did they want? I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police in, but there was no signal. Of course, I was miles from the nearest cell tower. That's when I heard it. A soft creak from somewhere in the house. I froze, straining my ears. Another creak, closer this time. Footsteps. Someone was inside. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes landed on a heavy brass candlestick on the mantel. I grabbed it, its weight reassuring in my hands. The footsteps were in the hallway now, approaching the living room where I stood. I raised the candlestick, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it could be heard. A figure appeared in the doorway. A man, tall and lean, with a face I recognized instantly. It was Margaret, the owner. Or rather, it was Margaret without her wig and makeup. "Well, well," he said, his voice no longer the warm, motherly tone I remembered. "Looks like my little mouse has figured out the game." I tightened my grip on the candlestick. "Who are you? What do you want?" He chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Who I am doesn't matter. As for what I want, well, let's just say you're not the first guest to provide me with some quality entertainment." The implication of his words made me feel sick. "The cameras, how long have they been here?" "Oh, years now," he said, taking a step closer. I backed away, keeping the coffee table between us. "You'd be amazed how much people will pay for the right kind of footage, and you, my dear, have been quite the star performer." I felt a surge of rage cut through my fear. "You sick bastard, I'm calling the police." He laughed again, pulling something from his pocket. "My cell phone." "I'm afraid that won't be possible. You really should be more careful with your belongings." I glanced at the door, wondering if I could make a run for it, but he was blocking the only exit, and I knew he'd be on me in seconds if I tried. "Now," he said, his tone becoming businesslike, "we have two options here. One, you can try to fight, to run. I promise you, it won't end well. Or two, you can be a good girl and do exactly as I say. Who knows? You might even enjoy your new career." The thought of submitting to this monster made my skin crawl, but I forced myself to appear defeated, my shoulders slumping as I lowered the candlestick. "That's better," he said, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He took another step closer. "I knew you'd see reason." That's when I made my move. As he reached for me, I swung the candlestick with all my might. It connected with his head with a sickening thud, and he crumpled to the floor. I didn't wait to see if he was out cold. I ran, snatching my phone from where it had fallen. I burst out of the cabin and into the cool night air, my bare feet slapping against the dirt path as I sprinted towards the main road. I could hear him behind me, shouting threats and obscenities, but fear gave me speed I didn't know I possessed. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Finally, blessedly, I saw headlights in the distance. I saw a car approaching on the main road. I waved my arms frantically, praying they'd stop. The car slowed, then pulled over. An elderly couple peered out at me, their faces etched with concern. "Please," I gasped. "You have to help me. There's a man. He's after me." They didn't ask questions. The woman opened the back door, and I scrambled in. As we drove away, I saw a figure emerge from the woods in the rearview mirror. Even from a distance, I could feel his rage. At the police station, my story was met with initial skepticism, but when they raided the cabin, they found not only the cameras but hard drives full of footage of me and of countless other victims. The man, whose real name turned out to be Gerald Simmons, was arrested. The investigation revealed a sophisticated operation that had been running for years. He'd been selling the videos on the dark web, catering to voyeurs with deep pockets. In the weeks that followed, I struggled to come to terms with what had happened. The violation, the fear, the knowledge that intimate moments of my life were out there, potentially seen by who knows how many people. But as I worked with a therapist and connected with other survivors, I found my voice. I started speaking out, advocating for stricter regulations on vacation rentals and raising awareness about hidden cameras. It's been a year now, and I'd be lying if I said I was completely over it. I still check for cameras everywhere I go. I still have nightmares about being watched, but I'm healing, slowly but surely. And every time I share my story, every time I see the recognition and gratitude in someone's eyes, I know that something good has come out of my nightmare, because now when I look in the mirror, I don't see a victim. I see a survivor, a fighter, and a protector. The cabin in the woods took something from me, yes, but it also gave me a purpose. And in the end, that's worth more than any peaceful getaway ever could be. The first gunshot shattered the silence of the night, and with it, my illusion of safety. In that instant, I realized that this wasn't just a routine break-in. This was something far more dangerous, and I was trapped in the middle of it. I'd been working as a night security guard at the Millbrook Industrial Complex for just over 3 months. It was an easy gig, or so I thought. The complex was massive, a sprawling maze of warehouses and office buildings on the outskirts of town. But at night, it was a ghost town. My job was simple: make my rounds, check the locks, and keep an eye on the security cameras. That night started like any other. I arrived for my shift at 10 p.m., relieving Dave, the evening guard. We went through our usual handover routine, nothing out of the ordinary to report. Quiet as a graveyard out there, Dave had said with a chuckle as he left. "Try not to fall asleep, Jake." If only he knew how wrong he was. It was around 2 a.m. when I first noticed something was off. I was in the main security office, eyes glazing over as I stared at the bank of monitors showing feeds from cameras all over the complex. Something moved on one of the screens, a flicker of shadow that didn't belong. I sat up straighter, suddenly alert. There it was again, on a different camera, a figure darting between buildings. My heart rate picked up. This wasn't some teenager looking for a thrill or a homeless person seeking shelter. The way they moved, quick and purposeful, spoke of something more sinister. I reached for the phone, ready to call the police, when the alarms started blaring. Red lights flashed across the monitors as multiple security breaches were detected simultaneously. This was coordinated, professional. I was reaching for my radio to alert the off-site security team when the first gunshot rang out. The sound echoed through the empty complex, and I saw muzzle flashes on one of the cameras. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a break-in, this was an armed assault. I knew I should stay put, lock the door, and wait for the police. That's what we were trained to do. But something inside me couldn't just sit there. I had to know what they were after. Had to try and stop them if I could. Grabbing my flashlight and keycard, I slipped out of the security office. The complex was eerily quiet now, the alarms having shut off automatically after 60 seconds to avoid drawing too much attention. In the distance, I could hear muffled voices and the sound of breaking glass. I moved carefully through the maze of corridors, my shoes squeaking on the polished floors. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified in the tense silence. As I rounded a corner, I saw them. 3 men, dressed in black, wearing ski masks. They were trying to break into one of the high-security labs, the kind that even I didn't have access to. I ducked back behind the corner, my heart pounding. What the hell was I doing? I was a rent-a-cop with a flashlight, up against armed intruders. This was insane. But I couldn't just walk away. Whatever was in that lab, it was important enough for these guys to risk an armed robbery. I had to do something. I looked around, desperate for anything I could use as a weapon or a distraction. My eyes landed on the fire alarm on the wall. It was a risk. The noise would alert the intruders to my presence, but it might also scare them off. Taking a deep breath, I smashed the glass and pulled the lever. The effect was instantaneous. Sirens blared and sprinklers activated, drenching everything in seconds. I heard shouts of surprise and anger from around the corner. Using the chaos as cover, I peered around the edge. The men were no longer at the lab door. They were running, heading towards the exit. Relief flooded through me. It had worked. They were leaving. But then one of them stopped, turning back. Even through the ski mask, I could see his eyes narrow as they landed on me. "Hey!" he shouted, raising his gun. I didn't think. I ran. Bullets whizzed past me as I sprinted down the corridor, zigzagging to make myself a harder target. I could hear their footsteps behind me, gaining ground. I knew the layout of the complex better than they did. It was my only advantage. I took a sharp left, then a right, leading them deeper into the maze of hallways. My lungs burned as I ran, fear and adrenaline pushing me faster than I'd ever moved. I needed a place to hide, somewhere I could lose them. The basement. The idea hit me like a bolt of lightning. The basement level was a warren of storage rooms and maintenance tunnels. If I could make it there, I might have a chance. I changed direction, heading for the nearest stairwell. The sound of pursuit was closer now, their shouts echoing off the walls. I burst through the stairwell door and practically flew down the steps, taking them 3 at a time. Behind me, I heard the door slam open again. They were right on my heels. The basement level was dark, emergency lights casting long shadows. I ran down the main corridor, my wet shoes slipping on the concrete floor. Left, right, another left. I turned corners at random, hoping to lose them in the maze. My chest felt like it was going to explode, but I didn't dare slow down. Finally, I spotted what I was looking for, a small maintenance closet tucked away in a corner. I yanked the door open and squeezed inside, pulling it shut behind me. The closet was tiny, barely big enough for me to stand in. It smelled of cleaning products and damp. I held my breath, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit. Footsteps approached, slowing as they neared my hiding spot. I could hear them breathing heavily just on the other side of the thin door. "Where'd he go?" one of them growled. "Check every door," another replied. "He's got to be here somewhere." I closed my eyes, willing myself to become invisible. My hand tightened around my flashlight, ready to use it as a weapon if necessary. The doorknob rattled. I tensed, preparing for the worst. But then, a sound that made my heart soar. Police sirens, growing louder by the second. "Shit!" one of the men exclaimed. "We've got to go, now!" I heard them run off, their footsteps fading into the distance. Still, I didn't move. I stayed in that closet, shaking with adrenaline and relief, until I heard the unmistakable sound of police radios and multiple footsteps. When I finally emerged, I was greeted by a team of very surprised police officers. The story spilled out of me in a rush. The break-in, the chase, everything. As the sun rose, casting long shadows across the complex, I sat in the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders. The police had caught 2 of the 3 intruders as they tried to escape. The third was still at large. Detective Sarah Chen, the lead investigator, approached me with a grim expression. "You took one hell of a risk tonight, Jake," she said, her tone a mix of admiration and exasperation. "But thanks to you, we managed to stop a major theft. That lab they were trying to break into. It contains prototype technology worth millions." I nodded, still trying to process everything that had happened. "Who were they?" I asked. Detective Chen sighed. "Professional thieves, working for a rival company. We've been tracking their operation for months, but we never expected them to be this bold." She paused, fixing me with a serious look. "You know, the department could use someone with your quick thinking and bravery. Ever considered a career in law enforcement?" I couldn't help but laugh. 12 hours ago, I was a bored security guard counting the minutes until my shift ended. Now I was being recruited by the police. As I watched the sun rise over the industrial complex, casting a golden glow over the scene of my night-long ordeal, I realized something. Life can change in an instant. One moment, you're going through the motions, and the next, you're running for your life, making split-second decisions that could mean the difference between life and death. I didn't know if I'd take Detective Chen up on her offer, but I did know one thing. I'd never look at my boring security job the same way again, because sometimes the most ordinary nights can turn into the most extraordinary adventures. And sometimes, the person you least expect to be a hero, even yourself, can rise to the occasion when it matters most. The moment the door slammed shut behind me, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. The sound echoed through the empty house, a finality to it that sent chills down my spine. I was trapped, and the family-friendly facade of my clients had just crumbled away, revealing something far more sinister. It was supposed to be a routine showing. As a real estate agent in the upscale neighborhood of Oakwood Hills, I'd done hundreds of these. The Jensen property was a gem, a sprawling 6-bedroom mansion with all the bells and whistles the wealthy clients in this area desired. Pool, home theater, wine cellar, you name it. This place had it. When the Carters contacted me about viewing the property, I was thrilled. They seemed like the perfect buyers, a successful businessman, his elegant wife, and their 2 well-behaved children. They had the means and the motivation to make a quick sale. I remember thinking how lucky I was as I pulled up to the Jensen house that sunny Saturday afternoon. The Carters were already waiting, looking picture-perfect in their country club attire. Mrs. Reeves, Mr. Carter greeted me with a firm handshake. Thank you for meeting us on such short notice. Please, call me Sarah, I replied with my best sales smile. Shall we begin the tour? As we moved through the house, I pointed out all its features, from the gourmet kitchen to the luxurious master suite. The Carters seemed impressed, asking all the right questions. Mrs. Carter was particularly interested in the security system, which I assured her was top of the line. It wasn't until we reached the basement that things started to feel off. Mr. Carter's questions became more pointed, focused on the layout and any potential hidden spaces. You never know when you might need a panic room, he joked, but there was an edge to his voice that made me uneasy. As we climbed the stairs back to the main floor, I felt Mrs. Carter's hand on my arm. Her grip was surprisingly strong. Sarah, dear, she said, her voice sickly sweet. Would you mind if we took another look at the master bedroom? I have a few more questions about the closet space. I nodded, leading the way back upstairs. Mr. Carter and the children stayed in the living room, engrossed in what looked like a heated discussion. The master bedroom was at the end of a long hallway. As we entered, I launched into my usual spiel about the custom cabinetry and designer fixtures, but Mrs. Carter wasn't listening. She was staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. You know, Sarah, she said, taking a step closer. We're not really here to buy a house. My heart skipped a beat. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Her smile widened, revealing too many teeth. Oh, I think you do. Or at least you will. That's when I felt a sharp pain in my neck. I spun around to see Mr. Carter standing behind me, an empty syringe in his hand. When had he come upstairs? What did you do to me? I slurred, my vision already starting to blur. Don't worry, dear, Mrs. Carter cooed. Everything will make sense soon. The last thing I remember before losing consciousness was the sound of their laughter, cold and cruel. When I came to, I was in a dimly lit room I didn't recognize. My head was pounding, and my mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized with growing horror that I was in some sort of cell. The walls were concrete and a heavy metal door was the only exit. Panic set in as the memories came flooding back. The Carters, the house showing, the injection. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen to people like me. I tried to stand, but my legs were wobbly, and I stumbled. That's when I noticed the chain. A thick metal shackle was fastened around my ankle, connected to a bolt in the floor. I was well and truly trapped. Hours passed, or maybe it was days. Time lost all meaning in that windowless room. I alternated between frantic attempts to escape and periods of despair where I huddled in the corner, sobbing. Finally, the door opened. Mr. Carter walked in, looking as polished as ever in his expensive suit. Ah, good, you're awake, he said, as if we were meeting for a business lunch. I hope you're finding your accommodations adequate. Why are you doing this? I croaked, my voice hoarse from screaming. He chuckled. Why does anyone do anything, Sarah? For profit, of course. You see, there are people out there willing to pay a great deal of money for someone like you. Young, attractive, educated. You'll fetch a high price on the right market. The implication of his words hit me like a physical blow. Human trafficking. The horror stories I'd heard on the news suddenly became my reality. You won't get away with this, I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. People will look for me. The police. The police. He laughed. My dear, we've been doing this for years. By the time anyone realizes you're missing, you'll be long gone. Just another real estate agent who skipped town with her clients' deposits. It's a surprisingly common occurrence, you know. He turned to leave, pausing at the door. Try to get some rest. We have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow. As the door slammed shut, I felt something inside me break. This was really happening. I was going to be sold like cattle, shipped off to God knows where, never to be seen again. But as the initial shock wore off, something else took its place. Anger, determination. I refused to be a victim. I had to find a way out. I examined every inch of my cell, looking for weaknesses. The chain was solid, the walls impenetrable, but the door, the hinges looked old, rusty. If I could somehow reach them, I tore a strip of fabric from my blouse and began to braid it, making it as strong as possible. Then, I started working on the bolt in the floor. It was secure, but the concrete around it was crumbling. If I could loosen it just enough. Hours passed as I worked, my fingers bloody and raw. But finally, I felt the bolt give way. I was free of the chain. Using my makeshift rope, I managed to reach the door hinges. They were as weak as I'd hoped. With enough pressure, they began to creak and bend. Just as I heard the satisfying snap of the last hinge giving way, footsteps echoed down the hall. They were coming. I pressed myself against the wall next to the door, my heart pounding. This was my only chance. The door swung open, and Mrs. Carter stepped in. Time to go, dear. You're new. I didn't let her finish. I slammed into her with all my might, knocking her off balance. She stumbled, hitting her head on the concrete wall with a sickening thud. I didn't wait to see if she was okay. I ran. The hallway seemed endless, doors on either side. I could hear shouts behind me, heavy footsteps giving chase. I turned a corner and saw it, a window. Without hesitation, I threw myself at it. The glass shattered, and I felt a searing pain as shards cut into my skin. But I didn't stop. I tumbled out onto soft grass, the cool night air hitting my face. I was in a backyard, high fences on all sides. But there, in the corner, was a gate. Freedom. I ran like I'd never run before, ignoring the pain, the fear, everything except the need to escape. I cleared the gate in a single adrenaline-fueled leap and found myself on a quiet suburban street. Lights were on in nearby houses. I ran to the closest one, pounding on the door. Help, please, call the police. An elderly woman opened the door, her eyes widening in shock at my appearance. I must have looked like a mad woman, covered in blood and dirt, my clothes torn. Please, I gasped. They're going to kill me. She ushered me inside and called 911. As we waited for the police to arrive, I collapsed on her couch, the adrenaline finally wearing off. The next few hours were a blur of police statements and hospital visits. The Carters were arrested trying to flee the city. Their house of horrors was raided, revealing a sophisticated human trafficking operation that had been running for years. As I sat in the police station, wrapped in a shock blanket, Detective Johnson approached me. You did good, Sarah, he said, his voice gruff but kind. Thanks to you, we've shut down one of the biggest trafficking rings in the state. You saved a lot of lives today. I nodded, too exhausted to speak. The ordeal was over, but I knew the memories would stay with me forever. In the days that followed, as I tried to piece my life back together, I made a decision. I couldn't go back to my old job. Couldn't bear the thought of walking into strange houses with people I didn't know. But I could use my experience to help others. I started volunteering at a shelter for trafficking survivors, sharing my story, offering hope to those who thought all was lost. It wasn't the life I had planned, but it was a life with purpose. And every time I helped someone escape their own personal hell, I felt a little bit stronger, a little more like myself. The Carters had tried to break me, to turn me into a commodity. But in the end, they'd only made me more determined to fight back. Against them. Against the system that allowed such evil to exist. Against the darkness that threatens to consume us all. I was no longer just Sarah Reeves, real estate agent. I was a survivor, a fighter, a beacon of hope for those still trapped in the shadows. And that, I realized, was worth more than any commission I could have ever earned. The moment I saw the glint of metal in the driver's hand, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. This wasn't just a ride. It was a trap, and I had walked right into it. As the car sped down an unfamiliar road, my heart raced, and one thought echoed in my mind. How could I have been so stupid? It had started innocently enough. I was hitchhiking across the country, a journey of self-discovery after graduating college. My backpack was light, my spirits were high, and the open road seemed full of promise. I'd had good luck so far, meeting interesting people and seeing parts of America I'd only dreamed about. That fateful day, I'd been standing on the side of a quiet highway for hours, my thumb out, watching car after car zoom by. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, when a blue sedan finally pulled over. The couple inside looked harmless enough. The man, probably in his late 40s, had a friendly smile and crow's feet around his eyes. The woman beside him was younger, with long blonde hair and a gentle face. They introduced themselves as Jack and Linda. "Where you headed, son?" Jack asked, his voice warm and inviting. "West," I replied. "Wherever the road takes me." Linda laughed, a melodic sound. "Well, we're heading to Phoenix. That west enough for you?" I grinned, relief washing over me. "That'd be perfect, thanks." I tossed my backpack in the trunk and climbed into the back seat. As we pulled away, I felt a sense of excitement. This was what hitchhiking was all about, meeting new people, sharing stories, experiencing the kindness of strangers. For the first hour or so, everything seemed great. We chatted easily about my travels, their life in Phoenix, the beauty of the landscape around us. Jack was a salesman, he said, and Linda worked from home as a graphic designer. They had been high school sweethearts, married for 20 years. But as the sky darkened and the miles ticked by, something began to feel off. I noticed Jack taking exits I was pretty sure weren't on the way to Phoenix. When I mentioned it, Linda quickly changed the subject, asking about my family back home. An uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. I pulled out my phone, intending to check our location, only to find we had no signal. Of course, we were in the middle of nowhere. "Everything okay back there?" Jack asked, his eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror. There was something different in them now, a hardness that hadn't been there before. "Yeah," I lied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just checking the time." Linda turned in her seat to face me, her smile no longer reaching her eyes. "You must be tired after all that walking. Why don't you get some rest? We'll wake you when we stop for gas." I nodded, pretending to settle in, but sleep was the last thing on my mind. I needed a plan. I needed to get out of this car. That's when I saw it. As Jack reached to adjust the radio, his jacket shifted, revealing the gun holstered at his side. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a wrong turn or a misunderstanding. These people had intentions, and I was certain they weren't good. I forced myself to stay calm, to think. Jumping out of a moving car would be suicide. I had to wait for them to slow down, to stop. An opportunity would come. It had to. Hours passed, the landscape outside growing more desolate. We were deep in the desert now, red rocks and cacti replacing the grasslands we'd started in. Jack and Linda had grown quiet, occasionally exchanging looks that made my skin crawl. Finally, mercifully, I saw the glowing lights of a gas station in the distance. My heart leapt. This could be my chance. As we pulled up to the pump, I steeled myself. Mind if I use the restroom? I asked, trying to sound casual. Jack's eyes narrowed slightly, but he nodded. Sure thing. Linda, why don't you go with him? I'll fill up the tank. My hopes deflated. They weren't going to let me out of their sight. Linda smiled, all sweetness and light. Come on, honey, let's freshen up. As we walked towards the small convenience store, her hand on my arm felt like a vice. I glanced around desperately, looking for anyone who might help. But the station was deserted, save for a bored-looking clerk inside. In the grimy bathroom, I splashed water on my face, my mind racing. I could try to signal the clerk, but what if he was in on it? What if Jack saw and decided to cut his losses, to use that gun? When we returned to the car, Jack was leaning against it, smoking a cigarette. All set? He asked, an edge to his voice. I nodded, my mouth dry. As I reached for the back door handle, I saw my opportunity. My backpack was still in the trunk. Oh, could I grab something from my bag real quick? Jack hesitated, then shrugged. Make it fast. I walked to the rear of the car, my heart pounding. As Jack popped the trunk, I took a deep breath. It was now or never. In one fluid motion, I grabbed my backpack and swung it with all my might. It connected with Jack's head with a satisfying thud. He stumbled, caught off guard. I didn't wait to see if he'd fall. I ran. I heard Linda scream, heard Jack's angry shout, but I didn't look back. I ran like I'd never run before, my feet pounding on the asphalt, then on sand as I veered off the road into the desert. A gunshot rang out, the bullet whizzing past my ear. Still, I didn't stop. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Only then did I risk a glance behind me. In the distance, I could see the gas station, now just a pinprick of light. There was no sign of pursuit. I'd made it. But I wasn't safe yet. I was alone in the desert, miles from anywhere, with no water and no idea which direction to go. The adrenaline that had fueled my escape began to wear off, leaving me shaky and terrified. I forced myself to think logically. The highway had to be east of me. If I could find it, I could flag down a car, get help. But could I trust anyone after what had just happened? I started walking, using the stars to guide me. The desert night was cold, and I shivered in my thin t-shirt. Every sound made me jump. The rustle of a snake in the underbrush, the hoot of an owl overhead. I kept expecting to hear a car engine, to see headlights cutting through the darkness. But there was nothing. As the sky began to lighten, I heard something that made my heart soar, the distant rumble of traffic. I quickened my pace, ignoring my aching feet and parched throat. Soon, I could see it. The highway, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the desert. I stumbled onto the shoulder just as the sun was peeking over the horizon. A semi-truck appeared in the distance, and I waved my arms frantically. To my immense relief, it slowed and pulled over. The driver, a burly man with a salt and pepper beard, looked at me with concern. "You okay, kid? You look like you've been through hell." I nearly wept with relief. "Please," I croaked, my voice hoarse from thirst and fear. "I need help. Some people, they tried to..." I couldn't finish the sentence, but I didn't need to. Understanding dawned in the driver's eyes. He reached behind his seat and handed me a bottle of water. "Drink this," he said gently. "Then we'll call the cops. You're safe now." As I gulped down the water, the reality of what I'd escaped began to sink in. Jack and Linda weren't just giving a ride to a lonely hitchhiker. They were predators, hunting for victims on the open road. How many others had fallen into their trap? How many hadn't been as lucky as me? The police took my statement, their faces grim as I recounted my ordeal. They told me Jack and Linda matched the description of a couple suspected in a string of disappearances across 3 states. Thanks to my escape and description, they had solid leads to follow. In the days that followed, as I gave more statements and tried to process what had happened, I couldn't shake the feeling of how close I'd come to becoming another statistic. My carefree journey of self-discovery had turned into a nightmare, one that would haunt me for years to come. But as I boarded a bus back home, my hitchhiking days firmly behind me, I realized something. I had survived. I had outsmarted them, outrun them. They had tried to make me a victim, but instead, they had made me a survivor. The open road still called to me, but now I knew its dangers as well as its beauty. I would travel again someday, but with my eyes wide open, aware that behind every friendly smile could lurk a hidden danger. My journey of self-discovery wasn't over. It had just taken a turn I never expected. And in the end, I had discovered something vital: my own strength, my will to survive. It wasn't the lesson I'd set out to learn, but it was one I would carry with me always. The creak of the cabin door made my blood run cold. I'd been alone in these woods for days, but now, as the handle slowly turned, I realized my solitude had been an illusion. Someone was here, and judging by the hushed whispers and metallic clicks I heard outside, they weren't the welcoming kind. It had all started as a simple solo hiking trip. I'd been planning it for months, eager to escape the chaos of city life and reconnect with nature. The Appalachian Trail seemed like the perfect challenge, beautiful, rugged, and just remote enough to offer the solitude I craved. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. I reveled in the crisp mountain air, the stunning vistas, and the profound silence that settled over the forest at night. My muscles ached from the long days of hiking, but it was a good kind of pain, the kind that reminded me I was alive and pushing my limits. On the fourth day, the weather took a turn. Dark clouds rolled in, bringing with them a torrential downpour that showed no signs of letting up. I knew I needed to find shelter, and fast. That's when I spotted it, an old cabin, half hidden among the trees. At first, I was relieved. The cabin looked abandoned, its windows dark and a thick layer of moss covering the roof. But it was sturdy, and more importantly, it was dry. I figured I could wait out the storm there and continue my journey once the rain passed. I approached cautiously, calling out a hello just in case someone was home. When no answer came, I tested the door. To my surprise, it swung open easily, hinges creaking in protest. The interior was musty, but surprisingly well preserved. A thick layer of dust covered everything, but the furniture was intact. A small table with 2 chairs, a pot-bellied stove in the corner, and a narrow bed against the far wall. It looked like whoever had lived here had simply walked away one day and never returned. I set down my backpack and started to explore. There were a few old canned goods in the cupboards, their labels faded but still readable. A collection of dusty books lined a small shelf, mostly field guides and local history. It was clear that whoever had lived here had been a true outdoorsman. As the day wore on and the rain showed no signs of stopping, I decided to make the best of the situation. I got a fire going in the stove, its warmth driving away the damp chill. I even found an old deck of cards and spent the evening playing solitaire by candlelight. It was almost cozy. For the first time in days, I felt truly relaxed. The patter of rain on the roof and the crackling of the fire lulled me into a sense of security. I fell asleep that night, feeling safe and content. I woke the next morning to find the rain had stopped, but a thick fog had settled over the forest. Visibility was poor, and I knew trying to navigate the trail in these conditions would be foolish. I resigned myself to another day in the cabin, grateful for the shelter. It was mid-afternoon when I first noticed something odd. As I was reorganizing my backpack, I could have sworn I saw movement outside the window. Just a flicker in the mist, gone almost as soon as I'd seen it. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a deer, maybe, or a large bird. But then I heard it, a twig snapping, followed by the unmistakable sound of hushed voices. My heart began to race. I moved to the window, straining to see through the fog. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, like ghosts materializing from the mist, I saw them. 3 figures, moving with purpose towards the cabin. Panic set in. Who were they? What did they want? My mind raced through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Lost hikers wouldn't move with such stealth. Rangers would announce themselves. No, these people, whoever they were, didn't want to be seen. I looked around frantically for a place to hide. The cabin was small, with few options. Under the bed, too obvious. The cupboards, too small. My eyes landed on a hatch in the ceiling I hadn't noticed before. An attic. With shaking hands, I pulled down the ladder and climbed up, pulling my backpack after me. I had just managed to close the hatch when I heard them at the door. The creak of hinges, footsteps on the wooden floor. Then, voices. "Somebody's been here," a gruff male voice said. "Fire's still warm. Check outside." Another voice, female this time. "Make sure they didn't just step out." I held my breath, afraid even the sound of my heartbeat might give me away. Through gaps in the floorboards, I could see them moving around below. 3 of them, just as I'd seen outside. 2 men and a woman, all dressed in dark clothing. "Bag here," the second man said. "Hiker, probably." "Shit," the woman hissed. "If they made it this far, we'll find them," the first man assured her. "Can't have anyone stumbling onto our operation. Boss would have our heads." Operation? My mind reeled. What had I stumbled into? They continued to search the cabin, rifling through my belongings. I watched, helpless, as they went through my wallet, looking at my ID. "Sarah Jenkins," the woman read aloud. "Got an address in Boston. Long way from home, aren't you, Sarah?" I bit my lip to keep from making a sound. They knew my name. They knew where I lived. The gravity of my situation hit me like a physical blow. These weren't just criminals I'd stumbled upon. They were dangerous, and they now saw me as a threat. "We'll need to move everything," the first man said. "Can't risk her finding her way back here and bringing the cops." "What about the girl?" the second man asked. There was a long pause. My blood ran cold as I waited for the answer. "We find her," the woman said finally, her voice hard. "And we make sure she never tells anyone what she saw." They continued to talk, discussing plans to search the surrounding area. I remained frozen in the attic, scarcely daring to breathe. Hours passed. At some point, they left the cabin, but I was too afraid to move, certain they were still out there, searching. As night fell, I heard them return. They spoke in low voices, frustrated by their lack of success in finding me. They decided to sleep in shifts in order to catch me if I tried to return in the night. I knew I couldn't stay in the attic forever. Sooner or later, they'd think to look up here, or I'd make a noise and give myself away. I had to escape, but how? The answer came to me as I listened to the sound of gentle snoring below. 2 asleep, 1 awake. It was the best chance I was going to get. Moving as silently as I could, I eased open the attic hatch. The cabin was dark, lit only by the faint glow of dying embers in the stove. I could make out 2 figures on the bed, and a third silhouette by the window. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. It was now or never. I dropped from the attic, landing as softly as I could. The figure by the window whirled around, but I was already moving. I grabbed the cast iron pan from the stove and swung with all my might. There was a sickening thud, and the figure crumpled. The noise woke the others, but I was already at the door. I burst out into the night, my legs pumping furiously as I ran blindly into the forest. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the crash of underbrush as they gave chase. I ran like I'd never run before, ducking under branches and leaping over fallen logs. My lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest, but fear kept me going. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours. Eventually, the sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by the normal nighttime noises of the forest. Still, I didn't stop. I couldn't risk it. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I finally allowed myself to slow down. I was lost. exhausted, and terrified. But I was alive. It took 2 more days of cautious travel before I found my way to a ranger station. The authorities were skeptical of my story at first, but a search of the area revealed evidence that corroborated my account. The cabin, and when they found it, had been cleared out, but traces remained of what the police called a insignificant illegal operation. As I gave my statement and tried to come to terms with what had happened, I couldn't shake the feeling of how close I'd come to becoming another statistic, another mysterious disappearance in the vast wilderness. My peaceful hiking trip had turned into a nightmare, one that would haunt me for years to come. But as I boarded the bus back to Boston, I realized something. I had survived. I had outsmarted them, outrun them. They had tried to make me a victim, but instead, they had made me a survivor. The mountains still called to me, their beauty undimmed by my ordeal. I knew I would return someday to finish the journey I had started, but next time, I wouldn't be alone, and I would carry with me the knowledge that sometimes the greatest dangers we face aren't from nature, but from our fellow human beings. The moment the truck veered towards me, I knew this was no accident. The murderous intent in the driver's eyes was clear even through the rain-streaked windshield. As I swerved off the road, my tires skidding on the wet asphalt, one thought blazed through my mind. They had found me, and they weren't going to let me escape this time. It had all started 3 days ago. I was driving cross-country, moving from New York to Los Angeles for a fresh start after a messy divorce. The long, lonely stretches of highway through the Midwest were monotonous, but I found a strange peace in the solitude. That peace was shattered at a nondescript gas station just outside of Omaha. I was filling up my tank when I noticed 2 men arguing near the convenience store. It seemed heated, but I didn't think much of it until I heard a gunshot. The next few moments were a blur. One man fell, clutching his chest. The other looked around wildly, his eyes locking with mine. I saw the gun in his hand, saw the panic and desperation on his face. In that instant, I knew I had become a witness to something I was never meant to see. I jumped into my car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I peeled out of the gas station, I saw the man running towards me in my rearview mirror. I hit the highway doing 90, my heart pounding in my chest. For the next few hours, I drove like a woman possessed, constantly checking my mirrors, sure that at any moment I'd see a car in pursuit. When I finally allowed myself to slow down, I realized the gravity of my situation. I had witnessed a murder, and the killer had seen me. I was the only thing standing between him and freedom. I debated going to the police, but fear held me back. What if they didn't believe me? What if the killer had connections? People who could find me even if I went into protective custody? Paranoia, fueled by too many crime dramas and my own terrified imagination, made every option seem dangerous. So I kept driving, pushing on through the night, through 3 states. I avoided main highways, sticking to back roads and small towns. I paid for everything in cash, used fake names at motels, and kept my interactions with people to a minimum. By the 3rd day, exhaustion was taking its toll. The constant vigilance, the lack of sleep, the gnawing fear in my gut. It was all becoming too much. I knew I couldn't keep this up forever. I needed to make a decision, to find help. That's when I saw the truck. At first, I thought nothing of it, just another vehicle on the road. But as the miles ticked by, I noticed it was always there, a few cars back, never getting closer, but never falling behind either. Paranoia flared. Was I imagining things? Had lack of sleep made me jumpy? I took a random exit, heart in my throat as I watched my rearview mirror. The truck followed. Panic set in. I accelerated, weaving through the light traffic on the county road. The truck kept pace, getting closer now, no longer trying to hide its pursuit. Rain started to fall, fat drops splattering against my windshield. I turned on my wipers, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. That's when the truck made its move, pulling up alongside me. I risked a glance over, and my blood ran cold. It wasn't the killer from the gas station. This was someone new, someone I'd never seen before. But the look in his eyes told me everything I needed to know. He was here to silence me. The truck swerved towards me, metal screeching as it scraped along the side of my car. I jerked the wheel, desperately trying to keep control. We were on a bridge, concrete barriers on either side leaving no room for error. Another vicious swerve from the truck sent me spinning. I felt a moment of weightlessness as my car broke through the barrier, then a sickening lurch as gravity took hold. The world outside my windows became a blur of gray sky and dark water as my car plummeted towards the river below. The impact knocked the wind out of me. Cold water rushed in through shattered windows as the car began to sink. Training from a long-ago swimming class kicked in. Wait for the car to fill with water. Then the pressure will equalize and you can open the door. But panic is a powerful thing. As the water rose past my chest, my seatbelt refused to unlatch. I clawed at it frantically, each second feeling like an eternity. Just as the water reached my chin, the belt finally gave way. I took one last, desperate gulp of air as the car was fully submerged. The pressure inside equalized, and I managed to force the door open. I swam out, my lungs burning, my clothes dragging me down. The surface seemed impossibly far away. My vision started to darken around the edges. Just as I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, my head broke the surface. I gasped, sucking in great lungfuls of air. The current was strong, dragging me downstream. I could see the bridge in the distance, the broken barrier where my car had gone through. There was no sign of the truck or its driver. I managed to make it to the shore, dragging myself out of the water on trembling limbs. I collapsed on the muddy bank, coughing and shivering. I was alive, but I knew this was far from over. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of my situation sank in. I was miles from anywhere, soaking wet, with no car, no phone, and no idea who was after me or why. The killer from the gas station was bad enough, but now there were others involved. This was bigger than I had imagined. I couldn't stay here. Whoever had run me off the road would surely come looking to confirm I was dead. I forced myself to my feet, my body protesting every movement. I needed to find help, but I couldn't trust anyone. For all I knew, the killer had contacts in law enforcement. No one was safe. I started walking, following the river downstream. My wet clothes clung to me, chafing with every step. The rain had stopped, but a cold wind had picked up, cutting through my sodden jacket. I hugged myself for warmth, trying to ignore the tremors that racked my body. As night fell, the full moon provided just enough light to navigate by. I stuck to the cover of trees along the riverbank, jumping at every snapping twig or rustle of leaves. My mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. Who were these people? Why were they so desperate to silence me? What had I stumbled into? After what felt like hours of walking, I saw lights in the distance. A small town, nestled in the valley. Civilization, and with it, the promise of help, but also the threat of discovery. I approached cautiously, sticking to shadows. The town was small, just a main street with a handful of businesses and houses. A diner on the corner was still open, warm light spilling out onto the sidewalk. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten in nearly a day. But food would have to wait. I needed information and a way out of here. My eyes landed on a small building across the street, the local library. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Breaking in was easier than I expected. Small towns and their trusting nature. The window latch was flimsy, giving way with minimal effort. I slipped inside, praying there was no alarm system. The computer at the front desk was ancient, but it worked. I Googled the gas station where this had all started, searching for any news about a shooting. Nothing. It was as if it had never happened. I broadened my search, looking for any recent crimes or suspicious activities in the area. That's when I found it. A small article about a string of unexplained disappearances along the I-80 corridor. Truckers, mostly, gone without a trace. The police had no leads, but locals whispered about a shadowy organization, a modern-day highway pirates preying on unsuspecting travelers. My blood ran cold as I read. Had I stumbled upon something bigger than a simple murder? Was this why they were so desperate to silence me? A noise outside made me jump. Headlights swept across the window as a car drove by slowly. Too slowly. I ducked down, my heart pounding. Had they found me already? I waited, barely breathing, for what felt like an eternity. When I finally dared to peek out, the street was empty. But I knew I couldn't stay here. It wasn't safe. Nowhere was safe. As I slipped out of the library and into the night, I knew my ordeal was far from over. I was in way over my head, caught up in something I didn't understand. But I was alive, and as long as I was breathing, I had a chance. I started walking again, this time with purpose. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stop. They were out there, watching, waiting, and I was determined to stay one step ahead, no matter what it took. The road stretched out before me, dark and full of unknowns. But for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a glimmer of hope. I had survived their first attempt to silence me. I had information now, a piece of the puzzle. It wasn't much, but it was a start. As I walked into the unknown, one thought kept me going. I would find the truth, and I would make them pay. They had tried to kill me, but they had only made me stronger. And now, I was coming for them. The first video file I opened showed a man being tortured. The second revealed a drug deal gone wrong. By the third, I realized the laptop I'd bought wasn't just used. It was evidence of something far more sinister. And now, as I stared at the car parked across the street, I knew they had come for it, and for me. It all started innocently enough. My old laptop had finally given up the ghost after years of faithful service. And as a freelance graphic designer, I couldn't afford to be without a computer for long. Money was tight, so I turned to Craigslist, hoping to find a decent used machine that wouldn't break the bank. That's how I met Derek. His ad seemed perfect, a high-spec laptop for a fraction of its retail price. When I arrived at the coffee shop to meet him, I found a nervous-looking guy in his 30s, fidgeting with his coffee cup. "You must be Alex," he said, forcing a smile. "Here's the laptop. It's all yours." I gave it a quick once-over. It looked to be in good condition, and when I booted it up, everything seemed to work fine. I handed over the cash, and Derek practically bolted out of the cafe. At the time, I chalked it up to social awkwardness. If only I'd known. Back home, I spent the evening setting up my new purchase, transferring files and installing software. It was close to midnight when I stumbled upon the hidden folder. It was buried deep in the system files, innocuously named Backup Data. Curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked. What I saw made my blood run cold. Video files, hundreds of them, with names like Warehouse Pickups 03 and Johnson's Interrogation. My finger hovered over the mouse, a voice in my head screaming not to open them. But I had to know. The first video started playing, and I felt the bile rise in my throat. A man, bloodied and bruised, was strapped to a chair. Off camera, someone was asking questions, their voice distorted. When the man refused to answer, his fingernail was slowly pulled off with pliers. His screams would haunt my nightmares for weeks to come. I slammed the laptop shut, my heart racing. What had I gotten myself into? Who was Derek, really? And more importantly, who were the people in these videos? Sleep eluded me that night. I tossed and turned, debating what to do. Go to the police. But what if they were involved? The level of organization I'd glimpsed in those files suggested this wasn't some small-time operation. By morning, I'd made a decision. I needed to know more before I did anything. I spent the day combing through the files, careful not to actually open any more videos. There were documents, ledgers, shipping manifests, what looked like coded messages. It was clear I'd stumbled onto something big, something dangerous. As evening fell, I noticed a car I didn't recognize parked across the street, a dark sedan with tinted windows. It could have been nothing, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I peered out through the blinds, and my heart nearly stopped. A man was sitting in the driver's seat and staring directly at my apartment. Panic set in. They knew. Somehow they'd tracked the laptop to me. My mind raced through possibilities. Had Derek sold me out? Was the laptop itself being tracked? I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, but stopped short. Who could I trust? If this organization was as big as I suspected, they could have people anywhere. A plan began to form. I couldn't stay here, that much was clear. But I couldn't just run either. Not with what I knew. I had a responsibility now, a duty to expose whatever this was. I quickly packed a bag, clothes, some cash I had stashed away, basic toiletries. Then I turned to the laptop. I couldn't risk taking it with me, but I couldn't leave it behind either. I pulled out the hard drive, slipped it into my bag, and then, in a moment of inspiration, replaced it with the drive from my old laptop. To anyone checking, it would look like an ordinary computer. Just as I finished, there was a knock at the door. My heart leapt into my throat. "Mr. Wilson," a deep voice called out. "We need to speak with you about a recent purchase you made." I didn't answer. Instead, I quietly made my way to the fire escape outside my bedroom window. As I climbed down, I heard the sound of my front door being broken down. My feet hit the alley pavement, and I ran. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stop. The sound of shouts behind me spurred me on. I ran for what felt like hours, taking random turns, doubling back, anything to lose any potential tail. Finally, exhausted and out of breath, I ducked into a 24-hour diner. The waitress gave me an odd look as I slid into a booth, but didn't say anything. I ordered a coffee with shaking hands, then pulled out my phone. I needed help. But who could I trust? An idea struck me. Sarah, my ex-girlfriend. She worked as an investigative journalist for the local paper. If anyone could help me make sense of this and get the information to the right people, it was her. I dialed her number, praying she'd pick up despite the late hour. "Alex?" she answered, her voice groggy with sleep. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" "Sarah, I'm sorry, but I need your help," I said, my voice low. "I'm in trouble. Big trouble. And I think I've uncovered something huge." There was a pause. "Are you drunk?" "I wish I was," I replied. "Can you meet me? Please? I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important." She must have heard the desperation in my voice. "Okay," she said finally. "Where are you?" I gave her the address of the diner, then hung up. As I waited, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every person who entered made me flinch. Every car that drove by seemed suspicious. Sarah arrived about 20 minutes later, looking concerned and a little annoyed. "All right, Alex," she said, sliding into the booth across from me. "What's going on?" I took a deep breath, then told her everything. As I spoke, her expression changed from skepticism to shock, and finally to a grim determination I recognized from our days together. The look she got when she was onto a big story. "Show me," she said when I finished. I pulled out my laptop and booted it up. Her eyes widened as I opened file after file, revealing the scope of what I'd discovered. "Alex," she said slowly, "do you realize what this is? This isn't just some criminal organization. This is evidence of corruption at the highest levels. Politicians, police chiefs, judges, they're all implicated in these files." My mouth went dry. "What do we do?" Sarah thought for a moment. "We can't go to the police, not yet. We need to verify this information, find corroborating evidence, and we need to keep you safe." She pulled out her own laptop and began typing furiously. "I'm emailing my editor. We're going to need resources for this protection." As she worked, I glanced out the window. My heart nearly stopped. The dark sedan from earlier was pulling into the parking lot. "Sarah," I hissed, "we need to go, now." She looked up, saw my expression, and nodded. We quickly packed up our things and headed for the back exit. As we slipped out into the night, I heard shouts behind us. They'd found us. "My car's this way," Sarah said, grabbing my hand. We ran through alleyways and side streets, the sound of pursuit never far behind. We finally reached her car, an old but reliable Honda Civic. As we peeled out of the parking spot, I saw two men round the corner, their faces twisted with anger. "Where are we going?" I asked, as Sarah navigated the empty streets. "I have a cabin upstate," she replied, her eyes on the road. "It's off the grid. We'll be safe there while we figure this out." As the city lights faded behind us and the highway stretched out ahead, I felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. In the span of 24 hours, my life had been turned upside down. I was a fugitive, running from shadowy forces I didn't fully understand. But I wasn't alone. And for the first time since this all began, I felt a glimmer of hope. Whatever I'd stumbled into, whatever dangers lay ahead, I knew one thing for certain: the truth would come out. It had to. As dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, I made a silent vow. I would see this through no matter the cost. The laptop I'd bought on a whim had thrust me into a world of danger and intrigue, but it had also given me a purpose, and I was determined to see it through to the end. The first shadow I saw could have been a trick of the light. The second, maybe my imagination running wild. But when I heard the whispers coming from behind the walls, I knew with chilling certainty that I wasn't alone in this sprawling, haunted mansion. And whatever was in here with me, it wasn't human. I'd taken the job as an overnight caretaker at Ravencrest Manor out of desperation. Fresh out of college with a mountain of student debt and no promising job prospects. The ad had seemed like a godsend. Historic mansion seeks live-in caretaker. Night shifts only. Excellent pay. It seemed too good to be true, and as I was learning, it probably was. The interview had been odd from the start. The owner, a reclusive old woman named Mrs. Blackwood, had peered at me through thick glasses, her eyes magnified to an unsettling degree. "You're not afraid of the dark, are you, dear?" she'd asked, her voice raspy and thin. I'd laughed nervously. "No, ma'am, not at all." She'd nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Good. You'll need a strong constitution for this job. The nights can be long at Ravencrest." I should have heeded the warning in her words, but the promise of a paycheck and a roof over my head had overridden any misgivings. My first night at Ravencrest had been uneventful, if a bit eerie. The mansion was massive, a sprawling Victorian monstrosity with more rooms than I could count. My duties were simple: patrol the halls, ensure all doors and windows were locked, and report any disturbances. Simple enough, I thought. It was on my third night that things began to get strange. I was making my usual rounds when I heard it, a soft, melodic humming coming from one of the unused bedrooms. I froze, my flashlight beam trembling as I pointed it at the closed door. The humming stopped abruptly. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty hallway. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then, just as I'd convinced myself I'd imagined it, a giggle, high-pitched and childlike. It sent shivers down my spine. I approached the door, my hand shaking as I reached for the knob. It was ice cold to the touch. I took a deep breath and pushed it open. The room was empty, moonlight streaming through the large windows and illuminating the dust motes floating in the air. But there, in the center of the room, was a small handprint in the dust on the floor. A child's handprint. I backed out of the room, my heart pounding. This had to be some kind of prank, right? Maybe the day staff were hazing the new girl. But as the nights wore on, the incidents became harder to explain away. Objects would move when I wasn't looking. Doors I'd sworn I'd locked would be wide open on my next pass. And always, the feeling of being watched. It came to a head on my 7th night. I was in the mansion's vast library, reshelving some books that had mysteriously ended up on the floor. As I reached up to place a heavy tome on the top shelf, I felt something brush against my leg. I looked down, expecting to see a mouse, or maybe one of the mansion's many stray cats. Instead, I saw a small, pale hand reaching out from behind a bookcase. I stumbled back, books clattering to the floor around me. The hand retreated, and I heard that same childlike giggle from before, this time accompanied by the patter of small feet running away. "This isn't funny," I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. "Whoever's doing this, come out now." The only response was the creaking of the old house settling. I ran from the library, no longer caring about my duties or my job. I just wanted out. But as I reached the main foyer, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. A figure stood at the top of the grand staircase. It was Mrs. Blackwood, but not as I'd seen her before. She looked younger, somehow. Her hair was black instead of gray, her posture straight and regal. "Leaving so soon, my dear?" she asked, her voice echoing strangely in the cavernous space. "What's going on here?" I demanded, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "What is this place?" She smiled, and in that moment, she didn't look human at all. Ravencrest has always attracted the young and the desperate. It feeds on them, you see. Their fear, their vitality. As she spoke, more figures began to appear. Children in old-fashioned clothes, their eyes hollow and dark. A man in a butler's uniform with a gaping wound in his chest. A woman in a maid's outfit, her neck bent at an impossible angle. "What are you?" I whispered, backing towards the door. Mrs. Blackwood's smile widened, revealing too many teeth. "We are the caretakers of Ravencrest. And now, my dear, so are you." I turned and ran, yanking at the front door. It wouldn't budge. Behind me, I could hear them approaching, their whispers growing louder. In desperation, I grabbed a heavy candlestick from a nearby table and smashed it against the nearest window. The glass shattered, and I dove through, ignoring the cuts and scrapes as I tumbled onto the overgrown lawn. I ran into the night, not daring to look back. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, where a passing trucker took pity on me and gave me a ride into town. I went to the police. I, of course, told them everything. They listened politely, then informed me that Ravencrest Manor had burned down in 1954. There was nothing there but an empty, overgrown lot. I didn't believe them. I couldn't. The next day, I drove back out to the mansion, determined to prove I wasn't crazy. But there it was, just as the police had said, a sprawling out empty lot, overgrown with weeds and scattered with the charred remnants of a long-ago fire. No mansion, no Mrs. Blackwood, no ghosts. As I stood there, trying to reconcile what I was seeing with what I knew I had experienced, I felt a chill run down my spine. There, in the tall grass, was a glint of something metallic. I approached cautiously, my heart in my throat. It was the candlestick, the one I'd used to break the window. It lay there, impossible and undeniable. A piece of evidence from a place that supposedly didn't exist. I left it there, too afraid to touch it. As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. For just a moment, I could have sworn I saw the mansion, standing tall and imposing against the sky, and in an upstairs window, a pale face watching me leave. I never went back to Ravencrest. I moved out of state, changed my name, did everything I could to put that night behind me. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear the whispers, still see the shadows moving in the corners of my vision. And I wonder, did I ever really leave Ravencrest at all? Or is it still there, waiting for me, ready to claim its newest caretaker? The job offer still appears sometimes, in small local papers or on obscure websites. Historic mansion seeks live-in caretaker, night shifts only. Excellent pay. And I know somewhere out there, another desperate soul is seeing it, thinking it's the answer to their prayers. I want to warn them, to tell them to run, to stay away from Ravencrest and its hungry ghosts. But who would believe me? Who would listen to the ravings of a person who claims to have worked in a mansion that burned down decades ago? So I stay silent, and I watch, and I wait. And every night, I check my doors and windows, and I leave a light on, because I know now that the dark isn't empty. And sometimes, if you look too long into the shadows start looking back. The experience at Ravencrest changed me. I no longer see the world as I once did. Every old building holds secrets. Every shadow could hide something unnatural. I've become a collector of strange stories, a seeker of the unexplained, because I know now that there's more to our world than most people ever see. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls and the house creaks, I find myself longing for the long corridors of Ravencrest, for the whispers in the walls and the giggle of ghostly children. Because as terrifying as it was also thrilling. It was real in a way that nothing in my life has been since. But then I remember Mrs. Blackwood's smile, too wide and too sharp, and the cold touch of spectral hands. And I know that some doors once opened can never truly be closed again. So I stay away and I warn others as best I can. But a part of me knows that someday, somehow, Ravencrest will call me back. And when it does, I don't know if I'll have the strength to resist its siren song. Because once you've glimpsed the other side, the normal world never quite feels like home again. The moment I saw the townspeople's eyes, I knew we had driven into something far worse than a simple pit stop. There was a vacancy in their stares, a hollowness that sent chills down my spine. As my wife asked for directions, I realized with growing horror that we hadn't found help. We had stumbled into a trap. It had started as a routine road trip. Sarah and I were driving cross-country to her parents' place for Thanksgiving. We'd done this drive a dozen times before, but this year we decided to take a scenic route, hoping to see some of the charming small towns that dot the American landscape. That decision would prove to be a grave mistake. We were somewhere in the Midwest, surrounded by endless fields of corn and wheat, when our car started making an ominous clanking noise. I'm no mechanic, but even I knew this wasn't good. We limped along for a few more miles before the engine gave out completely, leaving us stranded on a lonely stretch of highway as the sun began to set. "There's got to be a town nearby," Sarah said, peering at her phone, "but I'm not getting any signal out here." I nodded, trying to hide my growing unease. We passed a sign a few miles back. Silver Creek, I think it said. Can't be too far. We gathered what we could carry and started walking. The November air was crisp, and a light fog had begun to roll in, obscuring the road ahead. As we walked, the silence struck me. No crickets, no rustling of small animals in the grass, just our footsteps and the occasional gust of wind. After what felt like hours, we saw lights in the distance. Relief washed over us as we quickened our pace. Silver Creek emerged from the mist like a mirage, a small cluster of buildings that looked like they hadn't changed much since the 1950s. The town was eerily quiet for early evening. No cars on the streets, no people walking about. Most of the storefronts were dark, but we spotted a diner with its lights still on. "Thank God," Sarah muttered. "Maybe they have a phone we can use." As we approached the diner, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The neon "open" sign flickered erratically, and through the windows, I could see a few patrons sitting unnaturally still in their booths. The bell above the door jangled as we entered, the sound impossibly loud in the quiet diner. Every head turned to look at us, moving in perfect unison. Their eyes, there was something wrong with their eyes. They were glassy, unfocused, like those of a taxidermied animal. Hi," Sarah said, her voice wavering slightly. "Our car broke down a few miles back. Could we use your phone to call a tow truck?" For a long moment, no one moved or spoke. Then, as if someone had flipped a switch, they all smiled. It wasn't a warm or welcoming smile. It was mechanical, rehearsed, like they were trying to remember how smiling worked. A waitress approached us, her movements stiff and jerky. "Welcome to Silver Creek," she said, her voice flat and emotionless. "We don't get many visitors here." "I can see why," I muttered under my breath. Sarah elbowed me in the ribs. "About that phone," Sarah began, but the waitress continued as if she hadn't heard. "You must be tired from your journey. Why don't you sit down? Have some pie. Our cherry pie is famous in these parts." Before we could protest, she had ushered us into a booth. The other patrons were still staring, still smiling those unsettling smiles. "Look," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "We appreciate the hospitality, but we really need to get going. If we could just use your phone." Now, the waitress interrupted, her smile never wavering. "There's no need to rush off. You're our guests, and guests in Silver Creek always stay for pie." As if on cue, a man emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of cherry pie. He set them down in front of us with robotic precision. Sarah and I exchanged glances. Something was very, very wrong here. "It's getting late," Sarah said, her voice tight with forced cheerfulness. "We should really find a place to stay for the night. Is there a motel in town?" The waitress's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Oh, we have plenty of room for you here. Silver Creek always has room for new residents." The way she said residents sent a chill down my spine. I stood up abruptly, grabbing Sarah's hand. "Thanks for the offer, but we'll be going now." As we moved towards the door, the other patrons stood up in unison. They formed a wall between us and the exit, their faces still fixed in those eerie smiles. "Now, don't be rude," the waitress said, all pretense of friendliness gone from her voice. "You haven't even tried the pie." I looked around frantically for another way out. The kitchen, if we could just get through there, maybe we could find a back door. "Run," I whispered to Sarah. Then, louder, "Look, a UFO." It was a desperate ploy, but it worked. For just a second, every head in the diner turned to look out the window. That second was all we needed. We bolted for the kitchen, shoving past the startled cook. Behind us, I could hear the sound of chairs scraping against the floor as our pursuers gave chase. The kitchen was a maze of stainless steel and hanging utensils. We dodged around prep tables and vats of bubbling liquid that I was pretty sure wasn't soup. At the back, just as I'd hoped, was a door marked "Exit." I slammed into it with my shoulder, and we burst out into the cool night air. But our relief was short-lived. The entire town seemed to have awakened. Figures were emerging from every building, all moving towards us with that same unnatural gait. "This way," Sarah hissed, pulling me towards a narrow alley between 2 buildings. We ran, our feet pounding on the pavement, the sound of pursuit growing louder behind us. The alley opened up onto another street, but it was no use. They were everywhere, closing in from all sides. Their faces were all the same now, blank, emotionless, with those terrifyingly vacant eyes. "What do they want?" Sarah gasped as we backed up against a wall. As if in answer, the crowd parted, and a figure stepped forward. It was an old man, his back hunched, leaning heavily on a cane. Unlike the others, his eyes were sharp and alert. "Welcome, travelers," he said, his voice surprisingly strong. "We've been waiting for you." "What is this place?" I demanded. "What do you want from us?" The old man chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "Silver Creek has always been here, waiting for lost souls like yourselves. We need new blood, you see, new minds to join our community." As he spoke, I noticed something odd. The other townspeople were changing. Their skin was becoming translucent, their features blurring. They looked less and less human with each passing second. "You're not really people, are you?" Sarah whispered, horror dawning on her face. The old man's smile widened impossibly. "We were once, but Silver Creek changed us, improved us, and now it's your turn." He raised his cane, and the crowd surged forward. I felt cold hands grabbing at me, pulling me down. Sarah's scream was cut short as she was engulfed by the mass of not quite human bodies. I fought, clawing and kicking, but there were too many. As I felt my consciousness slipping away, I saw the old man standing over me, his form shimmering and changing. "Welcome home," he said, and then everything went black. I don't know how long I was out. When I came to, I was lying in a bed in what looked like a quaint country inn. Sarah was next to me, still unconscious. For a moment, I thought it had all been a terrible dream. Then I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror across the room. My eyes. They were different. Glassy. Unfocused. Like those of a taxidermied animal. I tried to scream, but my mouth wouldn't cooperate. Instead, it curved into a wide, unnatural smile. Through the window, I could see the sun rising over Silver Creek. It looked like a perfect small town now, straight out of a Norman Rockwell painting. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that Sarah and I would be greeting the next lost travelers who stumbled into our little slice of Americana. Welcome to Silver Creek, where everyone smiles, and no one ever leaves. The instant I saw my motorcycle disappear around the corner, I knew I'd made a catastrophic mistake. The sick feeling in my stomach wasn't just about losing my prized possession. It was the chilling realization that I had invited a predator into my life, and now he knew exactly where I lived. It had started innocently enough. I'd decided to sell my beloved Harley Davidson, a decision born more out of financial necessity than desire. The bike had been my companion through countless road trips and late-night rides, but mounting bills and a recent layoff meant sacrifices had to be made. I posted an ad online, complete with photos and a detailed description. Within hours, I received a message from a guy named Mike. He seemed genuine, asking intelligent questions about the bike's history and maintenance. We arranged to meet the next day for him to take a look. When Mike arrived, he looked the part of a seasoned rider, leather jacket, well-worn boots, and a knowledgeable glint in his eye as he circled the bike. We chatted easily about motorcycles and the open road. For a moment, I even felt a pang of regret about selling. "Mind if I take her for a spin?" Mike asked, his hand resting on the handlebar, "just around the block, to get a feel for her." I hesitated. It wasn't an unusual request when buying a bike, but something in my gut twinged. I pushed the feeling aside, chalking it up to seller's nerves. "Sure," I said, handing over the keys. "Just be careful with her." Mike's face split into a wide grin as he swung his leg over the seat. The engine roared to life, and he gave me a quick salute before pulling away from the curb. I stood there, watching as he rounded the corner at the end of my street. The sound of the engine faded, and I waited for it to grow loud again as he completed the block. But the sound never came back. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching longer than the last. The sick feeling in my stomach grew. I pulled out my phone, ready to call the police, when I saw a notification, a new message, from Mike. "Thanks for the bike, sucker. Better lock your doors tonight." My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a theft. It was a threat. I rushed inside, my hands shaking as I locked every door and window. My mind raced. How could I have been so stupid? I'd invited this man to my home, shown him where I lived, and now he had my bike and, it seemed, plans to come back for more. The police were sympathetic but not particularly helpful. They took my statement, but without the bike's GPS tracker, which I had stupidly disconnected when I decided to sell. They didn't have much to go on. They promised to keep an eye out and suggested I stay with a friend for a few days. But I couldn't bring myself to leave. This was my home, and damned if I was going to let some thief scare me out of it. As night fell, every sound became magnified. The creak of the house settling sounded like footsteps. The rustle of leaves outside my window became whispered threats. Sleep was impossible. Around 2 a.m., I heard it, the low rumble of a motorcycle engine, growing louder as it approached. My heart pounded as I peered through the blinds. There, at the end of my driveway, was my Harley, and astride it, his face obscured by a helmet, was a figure I assumed was Mike. He sat there for what felt like hours, the bike idling. Was he taunting me? Planning his next move? I debated calling the police again, but feared what might happen in the time it took them to arrive. Finally, the figure revved the engine and sped off into the night. I released a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding, but my relief was short-lived. This, I knew, was far from over. The next day, I was a wreck. Exhaustion and fear had left me jumpy and irritable. I called in sick to my new job, unable to focus on anything but the threat hanging over me. As I made yet another pot of coffee, my phone buzzed. Another message from Mike. "Miss me? Don't worry. I'll be back. Maybe tonight, maybe not. Sweet dreams." That was it. I couldn't live like this, jumping at shadows and waiting for the other shoe to drop. I needed to take action. I spent the day preparing. I dug out the old baseball bat from my college days and kept it close. I set up makeshift alarms on all the doors and windows, empty cans balanced precariously, ready to clatter to the ground at the slightest disturbance. It wasn't much, but it made me feel like I was doing something. As darkness fell, I positioned myself in the living room, lights off, bat in hand. The hours crept by, each car passing on the street making my heart race. Just as my vigilance began to wane, I heard it, the sound of my bike, approaching slowly. This time there was no idle threat from the driveway. The engine cut off, and I heard footsteps on my front porch. The doorknob rattled. Once, twice, then silence. I gripped the bat tighter, my palms slick with sweat. For a long moment, nothing happened. Had he given up? The answer came in the form of shattering glass. He was coming through the window. I didn't think. I acted. As a dark figure climbed through the broken window, I swung the bat with all my might. There was a satisfying thunk and a cry of pain. The intruder stumbled, and I swung again, catching him in the ribs. He went down hard, cursing and gasping for breath. I fumbled for the lights, bat still raised defensively. In the sudden brightness, I got my first clear look at my tormentor. It wasn't Mike. This man was older, his face weathered and scarred. He glared up at me with a mixture of pain and rage. "Who the hell are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite my best efforts. He spat blood onto my carpet. "Doesn't matter. Your buddy Mike owed me. Said I could have the bike to settle his debt. Figured I'd see what else you had worth taking." My mind reeled. Mike, the supposed buyer, had set me up. He'd used me to pay off his debts, knowing full well what kind of person he was sending my way. The sound of sirens cut through the night. A neighbor, roused by the commotion, had called the police. As the patrol car pulled up outside, a wave of relief washed over me. It was over. The aftermath was a blur of police statements and insurance claims. The man who broke in, it turned out, had a long record of similar crimes. He was headed back to prison for a long time. My bike was recovered a few days later, abandoned in a parking lot across town. But as I stood looking at it, I felt none of the joy or excitement it had once brought me. All I could think about was the fear, the violation I'd experienced. I sold it for real this time, to a dealer. The money went towards a security system for my house. Cameras, motion sensors, the works. Some might call it paranoia. But to me, it was a small price to pay for peace of mind. Weeks passed, and slowly, life began to return to normal. But something had changed in me. I found myself more cautious, more suspicious of strangers. The trust I once had in people had been shaken to its core. One day, as I was leaving work, I saw a man leaning against a motorcycle in the parking lot. For a moment, my heart raced, old fears resurging. But as I got closer, I realized it was just a coworker, admiring his new bike. "Hey," he called out. "Want to go for a ride?" I hesitated. The old me would have jumped at the chance. But now, "Maybe another time," I said, forcing a smile as I hurried to my car. As I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling of loss. Not just of my bike, but of the person I used to be. The person who saw the best in people, who embraced adventure without fear. That night, I sat on my porch, looking out at the quiet street. A motorcycle roared by, the sound once so thrilling now sending a shiver down my spine. I wondered if I would ever feel that thrill again, or if the fear would always be there, lurking just beneath the surface. But as I watched the bike disappear into the distance, I made a decision. I couldn't let one bad experience define me. I couldn't let fear win. The next day, I asked my coworker about his bike, and when he offered again to take me for a ride, I took a deep breath and said yes. As we cruised down the open road, the wind in my face and the engine rumbling beneath me, I felt something I hadn't in a long time. Freedom. The fear was still there, a quiet whisper in the back of my mind. But it no longer controlled me. I had faced my worst fears and come out the other side. I was changed, yes, but not broken. And as the miles rolled by, I realized that sometimes the only way past fear is through it. The open road was calling again, and this time, I was ready to answer. The moment we heard the first scream echoing through the cave system, I knew our simple hiking trip had just become a fight for survival. What we'd discover in the depths of those caverns would haunt us for the rest of our lives, if we made it out alive. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. My friends, Jake, Lisa, and Mia, and I had been planning this hiking trip for months. We were all experienced outdoors enthusiasts, but none of us had ever explored the infamous Shadowmere Caves. The local legends surrounding the cave system had always intrigued us. Tales of mysterious disappearances and strange noises in the night. We'd laughed them off as campfire stories meant to scare tourists. How wrong we were. The hike to the cave entrance was uneventful, filled with the usual banter and excitement of friends on an adventure. The weather was perfect, warm sunshine filtering through the dense forest canopy. As we approached the yawning mouth of the main cavern, a cool breeze carried the musty scent of damp earth and ancient stone. "Well, this is it," Jake said, his voice tinged with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Shadowmere Caves. Last chance to back out." Lisa rolled her eyes. "Don't tell me you're buying into those silly ghost stories, Jake." "Of course not," he replied, a bit too quickly. "Oh, just saying, it's not too late to hit that brewery in town instead." Mia was already pulling out her headlamp. "No way. We didn't come all this way to chicken out now. Come on, let's go." I nodded in agreement, ignoring the slight twinge of unease in my gut. We'd come prepared with maps, extra batteries, first aid kits, everything we needed for a safe spelunking adventure. What could possibly go wrong? The first hour in the caves was breathtaking. Massive chambers opened up before us, their walls glittering with mineral deposits that caught the light of our headlamps. We carefully picked our way through narrow passages, marveling at the bizarre rock formations shaped by millennia of flowing water. It was when we reached a fork in the passage that things started to feel off. Our map showed only one path, but here were two identical tunnels stretching into the darkness. "That's weird," I muttered, double-checking the map. "This split isn't marked anywhere." Jake peered down both passages. "Maybe the map's outdated. Cave systems can change over time, right?" Lisa nodded. "True. So, which way?" We debated for a few minutes before deciding to take the left tunnel. It seemed to slope gently upward, which we hoped meant it would eventually lead us back to the surface. As we ventured deeper, the air grew noticeably colder. Our breath came out in visible puffs, and I found myself shivering despite the exertion of the hike. The walls of this tunnel were different, too, smoother, almost polished in places. And there was something else, a faint smell I couldn't quite place. "Does anyone else smell that?" Mia asked, voicing my thoughts. We all paused, sniffing the air. It was a musty odor, but with an underlying sweetness that was somehow worse. "Probably just some weird fungus," Jake said, but he didn't sound convinced. We pressed on, the tunnel gradually widening into a vast chamber. Our headlamps couldn't penetrate the full extent of the darkness. It was as we were crossing this chamber that we heard it, a scream, distant but unmistakable, echoing through the cave. We froze, exchanging wide-eyed looks of disbelief and fear. "What the hell was that?" Lisa whispered. Maybe it was just the wind," Mia suggested, her voice shaking. But we all knew it wasn't the wind. That scream had been human. "We should go back," Jake said, already turning around. "Right now." I was about to agree when we heard it again, closer this time. It wasn't a scream of fear or pain. It was a battle cry. Before we could react, figures emerged from the shadows at the edges of the chamber. They moved with an unnatural speed and grace, closing in on us from all sides. In the beam of my headlamp, I caught glimpses of pale, almost translucent skin and eyes that reflected the light like a cat's. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Mia's arm and pulling her towards the tunnel we'd come from. We sprinted back the way we came, the sound of pursuit close behind us. The smooth walls of the tunnel now seemed malevolent, as if the very cave was against us. We skidded around a corner and found ourselves face to face with a dead end that hadn't been there before. "This is impossible," Lisa gasped. "We came this way." But there was no time to puzzle it out. Our pursuers were getting closer. We pressed ourselves against the wall, desperately searching for any kind of escape route. That's when I saw it, a narrow crack in the rock face, barely visible in the shadows. "There!" I shouted, pointing. "We can squeeze through." One by one, we forced ourselves into the crevice. It was a tight fit, the rough stone scraping against our skin as we inched forward. I went last, and just as I pulled my legs in, I felt something grab at my ankle. I kicked out blindly and heard a hiss of pain. Whatever had hold of me let go, and I scrambled deeper into the crack. We emerged into another chamber, smaller than the last, but with multiple tunnels branching off in different directions. Without discussing it, we picked one at random and ran, our footsteps echoing off the walls. After what felt like hours of frantic flight, we finally stopped to catch our breath. The sounds of pursuit had faded, but the oppressive silence that replaced it was almost worse. What were those things?" Mia panted, her face pale in the glow of our headlamps. Nobody had an answer. We were lost, hunted, in a cave system that seemed to defy the laws of nature and logic. Our map was useless, our supplies dwindling, and our chances of finding our way out growing slimmer by the minute. As we huddled together, trying to decide our next move, a low growl echoed through the tunnel. It was followed by the scrape of claws on stone, growing closer. "We need to move," Jake whispered urgently. "Now." But as we turned to flee once more, we saw them, pale figures blocking our escape, their eyes gleaming in the darkness. They were humanoid, but with elongated limbs and fingers that ended in wicked claws. Their mouths were filled with needle-sharp teeth, bared in feral grins. We were trapped. Just as I was sure this was the end, a new sound filled the cave, a high-pitched, keening wail that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The creatures surrounding us recoiled, covering what passed for their ears. A blinding light flooded the chamber, and through my squinted eyes, I saw new figures entering the fray. They were tall, willowy beings that seemed to glow from within. In their hands, they held weapons that looked like they were made of pure light. What followed was a battle unlike anything I'd ever seen or could have imagined. The pale, feral creatures fought with savage ferocity, but they were no match for the glowing beings and their light weapons. In a matter of minutes, it was over. One of the glowing figures approached us. Up close, I could see that its face was eerily beautiful, with features that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. "You should not be here," it said, its voice resonating in my head rather than my ears. "This place is not for your kind." We got lost," I managed to stammer. "Please, we just want to go home." The being regarded us silently for a moment, then nodded. "We will guide you to the surface, but you must never return, and you must never speak of what you've seen here." In a daze, we followed our luminous saviors through the twisting tunnels. The journey passed in a blur, and before I knew it, we were stumbling out into the sunlight, blinking and disoriented. When we turned back, the cave entrance was gone, replaced by a solid rock face as if it had never existed. We never spoke about what happened in those caves, not even among ourselves. But sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear those inhuman screams echoing in my dreams, and I wonder about the war raging beneath our feet, in a world we were never meant to see. The next time someone suggests a cave exploration, I'll be the first to recommend that brewery instead. Some depths, I've learned, are better left unplumbed. The mysteries of the underground will remain just that, mysteries, and maybe, just maybe, that's for the best. The first flicker of the headlights in our rearview mirror filled me with relief. The second made me uneasy. By the third, as they grew larger and brighter, I knew with chilling certainty that whoever was behind us wasn't here to help. They were hunting us. It had started as a simple family road trip. My wife, Sarah, our 2 kids, Emily 8 and Max 6, and I had decided to take the scenic route to my parents' house for Thanksgiving. We'd been driving for hours, the kids getting restless in the back seat, when I saw a sign for a shortcut. Willow Creek Road, 30 miles shorter to Millbrook, it proclaimed in faded letters. Sarah had given me a skeptical look. "Are you sure about this, Dan? It's getting dark and we don't know the area." I'd brushed off her concerns. "It'll be fine. We'll save an hour at least. Plus, it'll be an adventure, right, kids?" Emily and Max had cheered from the back seat, excited by the prospect of an adventure. If only I'd known what kind of adventure we were really in for. At first, the road seemed fine. A little rough, maybe, with more twists and turns than I'd expected, but nothing our SUV couldn't handle. But as we drove deeper into the forest, the trees pressing in on either side, I began to have second thoughts. The road narrowed, turning from asphalt to gravel, then to little more than a dirt track. Our headlights cut through the gathering darkness, illuminating a path that seemed to grow wilder with each passing mile. "Dan, I really think we should turn back," Sarah said, her voice tight with worry. "This doesn't feel right." I was about to agree when our engine made a sound that turned my blood to ice. A sputtering, coughing noise that I knew all too well meant trouble. "No, no, no," I muttered, easing off the gas. But it was too late. The engine gave one final, violent shudder and died, leaving us coasting to a stop in the middle of nowhere. For a moment, we sat in stunned silence, the sudden quiet broken only by the soft ping of the cooling engine. "Daddy?" Max's small voice came from the back seat. "Why did we stop?" I turned to face my family, trying to keep my voice calm. "It's okay, buddy. The car's just having a little problem. We'll figure it out." But as I stepped out to check under the hood, I knew we were in serious trouble. I'm no mechanic, but even I could see that this was beyond my abilities to fix. We were stranded. I pulled out my phone, already knowing what I'd see. No signal, of course. Sarah joined me outside, her face pale in the fading light. "What are we going to do, Dan?" I took a deep breath, trying to think logically. "Okay, we have some food and water in the cooler, blankets in the trunk. We'll be fine for the night. In the morning, I'll walk back to the main road, find some help." She nodded, but I could see the fear in her eyes. We both knew that in the morning was a long time away. We did our best to make the kids comfortable, turning the back of the SUV into a makeshift bed. As they drifted off to sleep, Sarah and I sat in the front, talking in low voices about our options. That's when we saw the first flicker of light in the distance. Hope surged through me. Another car, someone who could help us. But as the lights grew closer, that hope turned to unease. The approaching vehicle was moving erratically, speeding up and slowing down, its headlights sweeping across the road as if searching for something or someone. "Dan," Sarah whispered, gripping my arm. "Something's not right." I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. "Wake the kids," quietly. "We need to get out of the car." As Sarah roused Emily and Max, I grabbed the emergency backpack from the trunk. Flashlight, first aid kit, some snacks, and a bottle of water. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. We had just made it to the tree line when the other vehicle came into view. It was a battered pickup truck, its engine roaring as it approached our stranded SUV. From our hiding spot, we watched as two men got out. Even in the dim light, I could see they were rough-looking characters, the kind you'd cross the street to avoid in the city. "Check the car," one of them barked. "They can't have gone far." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. Max whimpered softly, and I clamped my hand over his mouth, praying the men wouldn't hear. As they searched our car, their angry shouts growing louder with each passing moment, I knew we couldn't stay here. Sooner or later, they'd start searching the woods. "We need to move," I whispered to Sarah. "Deeper into the forest. Now." She nodded, her face a mask of fear and determination. Taking Emily's hand, she began to lead the way into the darkness. I followed with Max, constantly looking over my shoulder. We stumbled through the underbrush, trying to be as quiet as possible while putting distance between us and the road. The forest was alive with night sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the leaf litter. Every noise made us jump, sure that our pursuers were right behind us. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, we stopped in a small clearing. The kids were exhausted, their faces streaked with tears. "Mommy, I'm scared," Emily whispered. Sarah pulled her close. "I know, sweetie, but we're going to be okay. Daddy and I won't let anything happen to you." I wished I felt as confident as I tried to sound. The truth was, I was terrified. We were lost in an unfamiliar forest, being hunted by men whose intentions I didn't want to imagine, with two young children to protect. It was a nightmare scenario, and I had no idea how to get us out of it. A sudden crack of a branch breaking nearby made us all freeze. I gestured for Sarah to take the kids and hide behind a fallen log, while I crouched behind a tree, my heart in my throat. The beam of a flashlight cut through the darkness, swinging back and forth as heavy footsteps approached. I held my breath, praying that the kids would stay quiet. "I know you're out here," a gruff voice called out. "Make it easy on yourselves and come on out. We just want to talk." I didn't believe that for a second. These men hadn't chased us into the forest in the middle of the night just to talk. The footsteps grew closer. I could see the man now, his face half illuminated by his flashlight. He was big, with a scraggly beard and eyes that darted back and forth, searching. He was going to find us. It was only a matter of time. I had to do something. Taking a deep breath, I picked up a rock and threw it as far as I could in the opposite direction. It clattered against a tree, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. The man's head snapped towards the noise. "Got you now," he muttered, moving away from us. As soon as he was out of sight, I rushed to Sarah and the kids. We have to keep moving," I whispered. "They're spreading out, searching the woods." Sarah nodded, her face pale but determined. We set off again, moving as quietly as we could, constantly alert for any sign of our pursuers. As we walked, my mind raced, trying to come up with a plan. We couldn't keep this up forever. The kids were exhausted, and honestly, so were Sarah and I. We needed help, and soon. That's when I saw it, a faint glow in the distance, too steady to be a flashlight. A house? A ranger station? Whatever it was our best hope. "Look," I whispered, pointing. "Light, we're going to head that way, okay?" We moved faster now, hope giving us renewed energy. The light grew brighter, and soon we could make out the shape of a small cabin. Just as we reached the edge of the clearing where the cabin stood, I heard shouts behind us. They'd picked up our trail. "Run!" I yelled, abandoning all attempts at stealth. We sprinted across the open ground, the sounds of pursuit growing louder behind us. Emily stumbled, and I scooped her up without breaking stride. We reached the cabin door just as our pursuers broke from the tree line. Sarah pounded on the door, screaming for help. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then the door flew open, revealing an older man holding a shotgun. "Get in," he barked, his eyes widening as he took in our terrified faces and the men running towards us. We didn't need to be told twice. We dove inside, and the man slammed the door shut behind us, throwing the bolt just as our pursuers reached the porch. "Who are you?" the man demanded, his shotgun still at the ready. "What's going on here?" Between gasps for breath, we managed to explain our situation. The man's face hardened as he listened. "Damn Hawkins boys," he muttered. "Been terrorizing folks around here for years." He moved to an old-fashioned phone on the wall, the first working phone we'd seen in hours, and started dialing. "This is Tom Granger out on Old Mill Road," he said into the receiver. "Got a family here being chased by the Hawkins gang. Send everyone you've got." As we waited for the police to arrive, huddled in the safety of Tom's cabin, I held my family close. We were safe, at least for now. But I knew that the memory of this night would stay with us for a long time. Our shortcut had turned into the longest night of our lives. A nightmare that could have ended much differently if not for a bit of luck and the kindness of a stranger. As I heard the distant wail of sirens approaching, I made a silent vow. No more shortcuts, no more reckless decisions. From now on, the safety of my family would always come first. The flashing lights of the police cars lit up the clearing, and for the first time since our car had broken down, I felt like I could breathe again. We had survived. We were together. And that, I realized, was the greatest adventure of all.